Ready to gap the bridge between business needs and innovative solutions? This comprehensive Business Analyst Full Course is your one-stop solution to a thriving career. Master the art of electing requirements, analyzing data, and crafting solutions that drive real business impact. Unleash your inner problem solver and become the strategic partner businesses crave for. Learn in-demand skills from agile methodologies to powerful data visualization tools and transform into a business analyst powerhouse. In this video, we will crack open the top 3 business analytics skills that will make you a highly sought-after professional in 2024 and beyond. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Just for a quick info, if you want to upskill yourself to master business analytics skills and land your dream job or grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's cohort of various business analytics programs. Simplilearn offers a postgraduate program in business analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. Through this program, you will gain knowledge and work-ready expertise in skills like prescriptive and predictive analytics, regression classification, and over a dozen others. That's not all, you also get the opportunity to work on multiple projects and learn from industry experts in top-tier product companies and academics from top universities. After completing these courses, thousands of learners have transitioned into a business analytics role as a fresher or moved on to a higher-paying job profile. If you are passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comment and description box below to find a business analytics program that fits your experience and areas of interest. Now, without further delay, let's get started. Excel. Excel is a ubiquitous software that acts as the workhorse of business analysis. Its versatility allows for data organization, cleaning, manipulation, and initial exploration through formulas and pivot tables. It's the go-to tool for quick calculations, basic data analysis, and creating reports for smaller datasets. So in this session, we will now get started with Excel basics and later to the advanced Excel concepts down the line.
What is Microsoft Excel? So Microsoft Excel is a software product designed and developed by Microsoft for storing data in an organized way, that is, rows and columns. And Microsoft Excel is also capable to manipulate data through some mathematical operations. Followed by that, Microsoft Excel is also used to extract the insights from the data and represent it in the form of visually appealing graphs and charts. Now we have a basic understanding or an overview of what a Microsoft Excel software product is. Now moving ahead, we will understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel. So following are some fundamentals that you need to know before getting started with Microsoft Excel. So basically, when you install the Microsoft Office in your computer, you will have various Microsoft products, out of which Microsoft Excel is one of the products. So we will be dealing exactly with that particular product, that is Microsoft Excel. So when you get started with Microsoft Excel, this is what you will see in the first page. So this particular page is called as Microsoft Excel homepage, where you will be having various varieties of sheets. Microsoft Excel will give you some suggestions based on the type of sheet you want to work with. We will see this in a better way through the practical session. So once you get started with the sheet, you will have some more options. So this particular option is called as the toolbar menu. You will have the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help. So these are the tools that you will be using to work on your data using Microsoft Excel. Furthermore, we have a toolbar ribbon. So when you select some or the other option from the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help buttons, you will have a ribbon. So for example, you can see that I have selected the home tool here. So when I press on the home tool, this is the ribbon which Microsoft Excel gives me. So this ribbon has some options in it which can perform various operations. Now in a furthermore detailed way, we will have toolbar groups. So when you see in the previous slide, we have a complete toolbar ribbon. So this particular ribbon is segmented into groups. So you can see the first group as paste, cut, copy, format, painter, etc., etc. And the second group is the font, the size of the font, and to increase the size of the font, to decrease the size of the font, bold, italic, underline, etc., etc. And here you can see the text alignment. So each and every group has separate functions. So each set is called as a group. And I think you can see a small arrow option over here. So this arrow option is used into the toolbar groups when the group is not able to fit all the operations or all the functionalities in one single provided section. So when you click on this particular arrow mark, you will have another dialog box. So this is called toolbar more options. So you can see that when I clicked on this icon, you can see a new dialog box which opens me a new set of operations which are not able to be fit in this particular group. So we will also see more about this in a better way in the practical session. Now moving forward, we have cell and address. So when you open a Microsoft Excel sheet, you can find boxes. So each and every box is named as a cell and each cell has its own address. For example, the highlighted cell over here has an address B3. So B is the column name and 3 is the row name. And apart from that, you can have the sheet tracker in the bottom left corner of the Excel sheet where you can navigate through different sheets. And in the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing or decreasing the sheet size. So these are the basic fundamentals of Microsoft Excel that you need to keep in mind before getting started. So we will have more on this in the practical session. So now we enter the demo inventory in Microsoft Excel. So we will be using Microsoft Excel to create a sheet of the employees in a company. So basically an employee in a company has employee ID, name and designation, salary, etc, etc. So we will be trying to create the same table using Microsoft Excel. But before that, let us understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel through the practical demo first. So I have started my Microsoft Excel and this is how the home page of Microsoft Excel looks like. So you have a blank workbook over here. If you want to create a new workbook, you can select new option. So Excel will provide you with various variety of sheets. You can see money in Excel, adjustable meeting agenda, streaming show list, small business cash flow, and many more. If you're not able to find what you're looking for, then you always have an option of selecting the particular type of sheet what you're looking for. So you have various options. If it's business, if it's personal, if it's planners and trackers, lists, budgets, charts, etc, etc. So let's imagine that you wanted something from business. So just by clicking at business option, the Excel will load a variety of sheets related to business options. So this might take a while. So you can see that the Excel is loading few types of sheets. So you can see that Excel has provided us with some online varieties of sheets. For example, any calendar, business expenses, channel marketing budget, budget summary report, blue product list, etc, etc. You can see construction proposal, invoice, you name it, Excel has got it. So Excel will provide you with some variety of options based on your requirement. Now for this session, let's get started with a blank workbook which looks something like this. Since this tutorial is based on the fundamentals, we'll go with the blank workbook. Now over here you can see the toolbar that we discussed earlier that has the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view and help. So this is the toolbar and under the toolbar I have selected home and you can see this is the particular ribbon what we discussed about. This particular ribbon belongs to home page and when you select file option you'll get back to home and if you select insert option you'll have another different ribbon with different groups, etc, etc. So every particular tool has different ribbons in them. And remember the extra options that we discussed when you press over this arrow key, this is it. So when you press the arrow key you'll have few more settings which cannot be fit in this particular section of groups. So you can have some variety of options over here of changing the font, changing some effects to the text, font size and font style, etc, etc. Apart from this, we have also discussed about the cells in every sheet. So this particular cell has an address. So you can see the address over here, which is B3. So B happens to be the column name and 3 happens to be the row name. Now we also had a discussion about the sheet tracker. Right now we just have one sheet. If you want multiple sheets, you can just feel free to select on the plus option, which will always create you some extra sheets. And you can navigate through sheets just by pressing on the sheet name. And when you get back to the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing and decreasing the cell size or the sheet size. Now let's keep it default with 100%. Now these are the few fundamentals that you need to keep in mind before getting started with Microsoft Excel. Now that we know the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel, let's get started with a practical session which is about the employees details in a company. Now let's select this particular cell and let's type in employee details. Yeah, we have the cell. Now, an employee details table will have the information related to employees. So the information will be about name, it will be about employee number, it will be the designation, and maybe salary, and maybe blood group as well. And let's take another one, which is phone number. Yeah. So far so good. And you can see that we have some problem with this particular column. The designation, the name of the designation is practically good, but it is not visible. So when you're not on that particular cell, you can see that the name is incomplete over here. So you can always fix that. You can just manually change the size of the row or cell, or you can also feel free to double click on that cell, which will automatically set the size of that particular cell. And same goes to the blood group. Just let's try to double click on that, and same goes to phone number. Great. So you can see that the employee's details are just confined to the first two cells. It's supposed to be somewhere in the middle, right? So no problem, we can do that as well. We can select all the cells, and we have an option of merging them. You can just select this one, which will help you with merging and centering that particular data to the center part. So that's how we do it. Now let's get started by adding the names of the employees. Let's add the names: Joe, John, Mary, Mark, Susan, and then Jennifer. Let's type in Mike. Let's type in Tim, Jeff, Jeffrey. Yeah, we have a couple of employees. Now let's type in the employee numbers. Yeah, we have the employee numbers now. Let's type in the designation. Okay, let's choose Joe to be the CEO of the company and John as the software developer. And Mary as tester. Mark in finance. Susan also in finance. And Jennifer in testing. And Mike in marketing. Same goes for Tim. And again, Jeffrey into software development. And Morgan into testing again. Now let's click on C so that it gets resized according to the length of the text. Now it's done. So let's get into salary. $10,000 and $15,000 and $19,000. Let's increase the salary of a CEO, so let's keep it $1 lakh. And finance again, 20,000. So yeah, the salaries are allocated. Again, the blood group. Yeah, we have the blood groups. Now let's type in the mobile numbers. Yeah, now we have typed in some random mobile numbers as well. So yeah, this is how you can add in some data into your table. And now let us imagine that you forgot to add or remove a column. So let's imagine that we wanted to add a serial number as well, but somehow we forgot to add it. Now you can always add a new row or column. For example, here we wanted to add a new column. So we just have to right click on A, select the insert option. Here we have a new row now. Now let's type in serial number. And let's type 1. Now, can you see the small box option over here? If you just drag it, you can, copy paste all those over here. And now let's right click and fill series. Now we have the employee number starting from 1 to 10. That's how you do it. And apart from this, you can also, change the font of the entire row. You can change the font to, say, Aroni. And you can always also change the font. And same goes to the employee table. You can select it, bold it, and you can also increase the size, and again select a color for the text, maybe a different color, green would be better. And you can also select the entire cells and align them to the center. Looks more good. And you can select or double click the row names, so you'll have the proper spacing between all the rows and columns. So we have double click on the column, right? Yeah, so basically that's how you make things happen. Now let's save this. So I'd like to go to the save option and AMP data. Let me save this in my local location and just save. It's done. So that's how you work on your Excel file with some basic data. And to learn more, don't forget to get subscribed to Simplilearn's YouTube channel, and don't forget to hit that bell icon to stay updated. So you're the first person to get an update on any technology, not just Excel.
Now to get started with filters in Excel, we might have to switch to the practical mode. So we are on the Excel spreadsheet right now. So we have some employee table and we have some another table in here which is about department and designation, and we also have and or. Right, so remember the symbols, and is for star and or is for plus. Now we have converted our dataset into a table by Control D option, and now just select all the data, and by default table will give you the filter option here. But let's try to remove this filter, and now let's say we just have a simple table. Now we want to add the filter option. So the shortcut way is just selecting the entire table, going to the home tab and selecting the editing group, and inside that you have the filter and sort option. Just select that and done. You also have the functionalities where you can select your own departments. Let's say I want only admin, analytics and development. I have the table result here. Or if say I wanted some other filter and I can get it. But what if you wanted to filter your data based on formula without using any kind of tools? let's say it's your interview question and your interviewer asks you, give me a filtered data set without using the filter tool. How can you do that? Now, here comes the tricky part. It's simple, just use equal to filter, and there you go. You have selected the filter, and now you have three parameters: array, include, if empty. So these particular parameters stay for a different meaning. Array is the return array, what values you want to return. So your manager asked you, or your interviewer asked you to give you only the employee names which are working in department. Then your return value will be employee column, which is B, which is employee name, right? And if you wanted the entire table, give me all the details of all the employees who are working in development team, then you will be selecting the entire table, right? Now let's select the entire table. Let's go with the second use case. I'll select the entire return array as the entire table. Now include. This is the condition. Include parameter is for condition. Now I wanted employees working in development team, right? So I'll select the department table and department column, and the department column value should be equals to what? This development, right? So get me the values of department table where the value is equals to development. This is my condition. And the last one is if empty. This is just a return value in case if the values are not found, right? So I'll give it as not found itself, and now close the bracket, enter. Now you have all the employee details who are working in development team. Now let's say you wanted employees who are working in a development team as well as testing team. Now it is similar to an OR condition, right? So that's when you use the OR condition over here and you get the values. It's like you're giving multiple parameters. Now it's not possible to add a comma and add another condition because this particular filter function goes with only three parameters. Now if you are adding a comma and adding another condition, it will be considered as a fourth parameter. Now we won't want that to be happening, right? So we don't want that to be happening. So how do you modify the existing condition, that is the second parameter? It's really simple. Just use make use. You can just make use of some brackets. So close the bracket, and now we are looking for employees who are working in both. Who are either in development or in testing, right? So it's like an OR condition. So for OR condition, the logical symbol is plus, right? So similarly, again, you will be selecting the department and the value should be equal to, let's say, testing. So I'll add that testing part over here in L2 and close the bracket. There you go. You have added the second condition. Now, next, copy this testing value and add it in cell L2, which was our second condition, second part of the condition. There you go. Now you have all the employees who are working in development or testing, right? And that's how you use filters in Excel. Let's say you wanted to extract details of employees who are working in both, there might be situations where you want to use AND condition. So in those particular situations, just replace that plus with the AND symbol, that is star symbol, and that should work.
We have started the Microsoft Excel. On my screen, you can see a small dataset. The dataset is about students and their marks in the 6 semesters. Right, now we should be creating a new heat map to describe their rankings. Now, to create a heat map, the procedure is really simple. Just Control A, select the entire data, go to the Home tab, and there you can see the Styles group. And in the Styles group, click on the Conditional Formatting. Now, out of all the options, go to the Color Scales. And when you open the Color Scales, you can see some types of maps. Select the Green, Yellow, Red scale map, which should show green for highest, yellow for mediate, and red for low, right? This is how you create a heat map. Just select the first option and there you go. The heat map has been successfully generated. The green colored cells indicate the highest marks, orange and yellow color indicate the intermediate marks or the average marks, and the red color indicates the lowest marks. That's how you create heat maps in Excel. Demonstration for today's session, which is based on creating a dependent drop-down list in Excel. So now we landed onto our Excel spreadsheet. So what exactly are you trying to do, you ask? So I am trying to get this straight. Okay, now we have team, employee name, and count, right? Let's say you wanted to add the team details in the first column, employee name in the second column, right? So I have three teams. So TEAM, DEV, and TEAM Ops, right? So this is how beginners do, right? And if you want to automate this, we can do this using data validation. Similarly, let's say I am adding details of team developer and the employee name is, let's say, Ivan. Okay, so I want to add something like this into this particular data set or table. So let's erase the column B. Let's try to figure out column A first. So quickly go to, select the cell first, quickly go to data validation, go to the data options, and here you can see data tools, select this particular data validation option, and here go to list and the source. So select this particular source, this is the source of our list, so press OK, and there you go. Excel has automatically fixed the data for us. Now the operation has been automated and I can directly select whatever the team I want. And let's try to expand this to all the cells that we have in our table. So whichever you select, whichever the cell you select, and you can have the options there, you select the team. Now let's say I select team testing, right? And now here I want a similar data validation option which will give me the list of employees from the testing team. Right? Let's say you give me a solution which tells me to create a new data validation option that suggests me to take the list from this particular cell or column. Okay. Now let's say all of a sudden I change the cell. Let's say Chris Cortes. Let's say I add Chris Cortes to employee name here, and he is not attending the team meeting now, or let's say he got a better opportunity and he left the organization, he's with a different organization now. I want to eliminate this particular cell, and all of a sudden I get team developer in the first row. Now does Cortes belong to this particular selection, development, right? No, he doesn't belong to team development, he used to belong to testing, right? So similarly, if I swap the rows, if not eliminate an employee, if I swap the rows, then I should be getting this particular options, not from testing. So based on this particular cell, my data validation, which is present in the column B, should change. So that is exactly the meaning of dependent drop-down menu in Excel. So that is what we are going to do here today. Now for that, you might want to use something called as an offset. So before you create a data validation formula for this, let's go to the here. So here you will be choosing list. So instead of just giving a routine list, we will give a formula over here which will select the list based on the offset or based on the cell which is present over here. So we will be using the help of offset function over here. So equals to offset. So the reference, this is the reference of the table of the end, the entire data table which has the teams options, the employee options, right? So this is the offset reference or the beginning cell which I will be giving to my offset formula. And let's fix that cell by using the function key F4 on the menu keyboard. So we have fixed it. Now the rows. Now you want to extract cells from one row. You will be giving one option over here. So give one, and now the columns. So far so good. We don't know from which column do we select the data, right? We have three columns over here. So we don't know from which column do we have to select the data. So for that, you might remember the index match function, which is one of our tutorials in the Excel playlist. So you will be using the part of that index match function, that is the match function, to recognize which column we have to select. So type in match and press tab to select the function, and now is your lookup value. So based on this particular selection, which is over the A2, right, whichever data is present here, whichever team is present here, based on that lookup value, you will be selecting the column from these sections, right? If I give ops, you should be selecting this column. If I give testing, you should be selecting this particular column, right? Now fix that column and cell using the function key F4. you can fix the column, but the row number might change. Let's say A2, A3, A4. So based on the position of the cell and the column, you can change, you can select it. So lookup value is there. Now the lookup array. So this is your lookup array. Let's fix it using function key F4, comma, you need the exact match. It's done. So before getting on to the columns and the height and width, etc., you need to understand offset takes things differently. So index match and lookup, they will count the columns as is 1, 2, 3. But in case of offset function, it will count numbers starting from 0. So team DevOps or team dev, it counts as column number 0, team ops as column number 1, and team testing as column number 3. So you need to subtract one value from the number which match function gives you. Let's say the match function gives you 1, then 1 minus 1, 0. So the offset function will understand I need to select the column 0, which is team dev, right? Now, the next part of the formula, height and width. So what do you mean by height? Basically, F column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So here we are having 15 number of employees in the developer team, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 18 number of employees in ops team, and 12 number of employees in testing team. So basically, the height of the column is nothing but the number of employees which are present in that particular column, right? So you can see we have colored a few cells in orange color, which means that those positions are vacant, or that particular team is populated with only limited number of employees. Now let's say I give the height of 15 here in the formula, then the employees from ops team, Sean, Susan, and Mick, are not going to be present when I select the ops, right? So in those scenarios, what you want to do is you might, just add the whole, the height of the largest column, the highest number of columns, right? So I have 19 as the highest, right? So I'll give 19 here, and how many number of, what's the width you want to select? So I want to select one cell, so my input for that particular cell will be 1. But now this creates a chaotic experience to us. What is that? Let's see. Now before we enter the cell, let's select all, cut, and we have the formula in our hand. Now go to, select the cell first. Now go to data validation tools, and here you will be selecting list, and here you'll be pasting the formula, and press OK. Now, okay, let's not drag the formula at once. We have a few more modifications to do. So now, here we have developer, team developer. So we have the list from developers, right? We have Aaron, Ellis, etc., etc. And when you go to the last one, we have Toby as the last one. But wait a minute, we have another selection, an empty cell, which is these. We don't want this, right? So let's say you wanted to select Toby, and by mistake you end up selecting the empty cell, and now you don't have data, right? That is not supposed to be happening. So how do you change it? Now basically what you're trying to do is you want to count the number of employees present in that particular department, and you want to give that particular exact count to the position where you have the column height, so that your formula doesn't make a mistake, right? So that's exactly the thing what we want to do. Let's say we use count a function over here and select this, and what you get is 15. And let's say I use another count equals to count a, and I count the ops team members, and it'll give me 18. And now another count, and count the number of employees in testing, that'll give me 12. So these are the numbers which I want to pass onto my offset function, and that particular number should be present in the height. So I can't do it every single time. It's again a manual task. I want to automate it. So how do I do it? Simple. Integrate the count a function along with the offset function that we just created. So the offset function will tell the count function which team am I pointing to and how many number of employees are there in that particular column will be counted by the count function. So that's what we are basically trying to do now. So let's go back to the data validation. Okay, escape. Let's go back to the data validation menu over here. Edit your data validation formula, copy it, equals to count A, paste the formula you have. Now close the function. Remember, copy the formula only until C. Don't copy equals to, else you'll be finding an error. Now erase it completely. Now go back to your data validation menu. And here where you have the 19, which indicates the column height, paste that formula you just copied. And now it's okay. Right? Now when you are on data team developer and press on data validation option over here, you can see the last Toby is the last one and you don't have any more blank cells. So that's how you create a dependent data validation or a dependent drop down list in Excel. Now the main task is to copy. So remember, you just dragged the formula or data validation and there you have it, right? So will the same thing apply for this particular formula? No, it will not. Okay, it did. But anyways, let's say we don't have a team developer over here, then how do you do it? So you can select the formula, press copy, and now select a new cell in the same column B. Just expand that selection to all the cells. Now right click, go to paste special, and now here select the validation and press OK. So you have that validation selected over here. Now I have the people from developer. Let's say I'll select Kelly here, and in this particular option I'll select ops. Now here in my drop down I can see team members from ops, Thomas, Mark, Ivan, right? So all the employees from the ops team. And here let's say I select testing team, and I will have employees from the testing column, Kathy, Michael, Tim, Bobby, Chris, right? So that's how you basically create the dependent drop down menu in Excel. And now I have started my Microsoft Excel and you can see I have a really small data set. So let's get started by the simple if function as we know it. Let's say we want to find out the result of the following students, and there is a criteria, let's say less than or above some number they are pass, and less than or above some number they are fail, right? Now let's get started with the if function, equals to if, and the cell, if this number is less than 35, then the result is fail, else result is pass. Now enter, the answer is pass. And now if you drag the same formula across all the cells, you have the results. So this is how we basically know the function. Now let's advance to a higher level where we have multiple criteria. You also want the result like we got in the first sheet, which is pass or fail, and along with the result we also want the grade in one single if function. Let's try to do that. So let's revise the simple if function is less than 35, then fail, else pass. Now our multiple level of if. So if the same cell, okay, we missed, equals to if the marks cell is greater than equal to 80. So here we have the criteria. So if it is greater than equal to 80, then it should be an A, comma, another if. It's similar to a nested if which you use in programming. So another if, select the if function by using tab key, and then the same cell which is E8,
If it is greater than or equal to 65 according to the criteria, then you should be printing B, comma, another nested if function. If the same cell E8 is greater than or equal to 55, it should be C, comma, if E8 is greater than or equal to 45, then you must be printing D. If E8 is greater than or equal to 35, then you must be printing E, else it should be an F. Now close the bracket. Just ensure that you get the black one, which means that all the brackets are in the right place. Just press enter and drag the same formula across all the rows and you will have the grades. And to make life easier, you can also choose if S or ifs method. So let's also try to explore that. Drag the same cell across here and add lines and equals to, instead of a simple if, you can go to the last one which says ifs, right? Now ifs will make things easier. Instead of using if inside a nested if, you can just write your conditions and your grades. So the same cell, which is E8, should be greater than or equals to 80. Then in such scenario, you can just print A, comma, the second condition, which is the same E8, should be greater than or equal to 65. Then you can get a B, comma, if the same marks is greater than or equals to 55, then you can print me C, comma, if the same E8 is greater than or equal to 45, then you can print me D. Just make sure that you're placing the commas in the right place. Comma, if the same E8 cell is greater than or equals to 35, then you can print me E. And if it is none of those, then if it is none of those, so you're indicating that with a number 1, then you can print me F. Get enter. There you go. Write the same formula across all the rows and you have your grades. And with that, we have covered 3 methods: the simple if, multiple nested if, and FS. Now let's go to the next sheet where we have another one. So far we have concentrated on one particular cell. Let's say if E8 is greater than a number, then pass or fail. Now let's say we have multiple criterias. The marks should be above certain number, and also along with it, you should also have attendance. Let's say we have a rock in the last section, and if we consider the result only by number is passed. But if we have a condition that, let's say if you're an engineering student, you already know that you have a minimum criteria of 60% of attendance, right? So let's say we are judging the result of rock based on both numbers as well as attendance, then rock is a failure candidate, right? So how do you decide based on 2 conditions? So that's our condition here, that's our criteria here. So let's try to investigate with the same if function. So equals to if, select the function by using tab, and before you get ahead with the condition, try to include an AND function. Press tab to select, and now select the cell for marks which should be greater than, let's say, 35, and also comma the attendance cell, which is F8, here to be greater than percentage. So we have the percentage in the F column, so give the decimal numbers. So what's the minimum number which we are looking at is 0.6, so 0.6. If both these conditions are satisfied, then print me pass, else print me fail. Bracket, enter. Now drag the same formula across all the cells, and here you have the results. So you should be getting both numbers above 35 and the attendance should be above 60. Now this was the next type of condition or tip for using advanced level if conditions. Now coming here, so we will be using the next tip for using if conditions. So the only difference is in place of if we will be using the function choose. So here we have listed professors and days of a week. So let's say we need to find out which professor will be scheduled to your class on a specified date, right? So here we have dates, and based on this particular calendar you will be receiving professors Jenny, Albert, Shravan, Gilbert, Swati, John and Karen. Now let's try to use the choose function. So first we need to extract the weekday. So equals to weekday of the date, comma, and here you have numbers. So number 1, Sunday, which means it is considering Sunday as the first day of a week. But according to our calendar, we have Monday as the first day of a week. So we need to select the second one, press tab to select. There you go. If you close the bracket, you will be receiving the number 4, right? So on 1st of February 2024, we have Thursday, right? Now this is not what we need. We need which professor is going to come here. So Professor Gilbert is expected to arrive on 1st of February. So we need to make minor changes to this. So we need to be using choose a function over here. Press tab to select and comma. If it is first, then it should be Prof. Jenny. Second one is Prof. Albert, so on. There you go. Now enter. So some typo mistake here. We missed double colons here. And now try to enter once again. There you go. Now if you drag the same formula across all the cells, you have your particular professors for the dates. There you go. And to make things a little more easier, instead of using choose, you can use index match, because we are getting the address here, right? A cell address. So you can use index match equals to index of weekday, press tab to select, of this particular cell, comma, second option, choose that. So far we have the match function, and now we need to give the index for this particular one. So the index is from K7 to K30. So this is our index and the match we already have. Now press enter. As we drag the same formula across all the cells, you have your results. Yeah, so a small mistake here, just quickly undo it. And if you double click the formula, here you can see we have not fixed the range. So let's fix the range using function key F4. Now enter. Now drag the same formula across all the cells. Now you should be having no errors. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel spreadsheet, and here I have some sales data. So we have row ID, order ID, ship date, ship mode, etc. So what we are up to is to create a funnel chart. So before we create a funnel chart, let's try to get some data, right? So let's create a pivot table, and we have a row or column named as region. So let's create 5 different rows which have the data related to north, east, south, west and central regions, and let's try to find out the highest number of sales from a particular region. That is why we are going to sort, and then let's copy the data from the pivot table to a new sheet, because pivot table will not allow you to create a funnel chart. So let's try to add those data into a new spreadsheet, and let's create a funnel chart of it. So basically funnel chart looks like a bar chart, and the only difference is the shape of the bars. If you see them vertically or horizontally the way you're putting it, then you can find out it takes a shape of a funnel. So with that briefing, let's get started. Now just select any cell on the spreadsheet, go to the insert menu, and there click on the pivot table from the table range. So Excel will automatically select the range, and you can see the range got highlighted with dotted lines, and select the new worksheet option, and there you go. And now you have the pivot table ready, and now you might want to add some data onto your pivot table, right? So here is the field list. So in case if you don't find the field list, You can find it in the pivot table analyze show button. And now we want two sections. The first one is region. Let's pull the region to rows. The next one can be anything. It could be profit, discount, quantity, sales. So let's go with the sales according to our initial plan, finding out the sale and the regions. So you can check if the aggregation is sum or not. Basically, sometimes you might get count or average. So we wanted sum, so it's exactly the sum. And now you can select any cell and right click to sort it, largest to smallest. Now you have the sorted list. Now select your data, copy and go to the new sheet, paste this here, and now go to the insert option once again, and now expand the charts option, and automatically you have recommended charts on the front, and here the funnel chart is one of the recommendations. Just click on that, press OK, and now you have the funnel chart. You can change the title to region wise. You can also edit your chart. So let's say this is currency, right? So you can go to the data types and here go to currency and change rupees to dollars, since the dataset has dollars, United States English dollars. Okay. And if you want to get rid of the decimal points, you can also do that. And yeah, you can also change the colors by getting into the colors option. You can fill different colors to different regions. And yeah, so far so good. So you can see central region has the highest number of sales.
So I have opened my data set on Microsoft Excel. Now here we will understand what exactly pivot tables are and how to create them. Let's say you wanted one single dashboard on your data set about which company or which dealer had made how many number of orders and price of each order, sales, total number of sales, country, etc. All the details in one single table, which is dynamic. Just one click or just one change or just one new entry, or you remove an entry, whatever, you make changes to your data set and it reflects on real time. So that can be made with the help of pivot tables. So pivot tables is just a single or process which can be done in few clicks and you have that. So the process is really simple. Just select all the data you have on your data set, go to the insert option, and there you have the pivot charts and pivot table. So pivot chart is something which will give you the visual representation of the data, and the pivot table is something which will also give you the visual representation, but it is regarding only numbers. But pivot chart, on the other hand, is pictorial representation. Now we are discussing about the pivot table now. So let's try to insert a pivot table from the range here itself. Now we will create a new worksheet for the pivot table, or you can also have it in the same place. So now let's have dealer in the filters, and what are the columns you want? Let's say I want a sales column, I want a country column, and I want price of each sale or product line, or let's say I want orders, number of orders. Now in the rows, I want a dealer in rows, not in filters. We can have filters later. You can filter out the required, details. Now let's have sales and values as well. So we will have sum of sales. And if you add country to filters, you can filter based on the country you're looking at. Great, right? So here you have all the required data. Now if I give country as, let's say I want USA, press OK. And you want dealers for luxury motors, there you go, right? With a thing, and you want to check in Japan and not in USA, just click OK, and there you go. So there are no sales in Japan. So similarly, if you want in Australia, that's here you get the real time. And if you wanted multiple or all, just select all, and there you go. So that's how you use pivot tables in Excel.
VLOOKUP in Excel. So what exactly is VLOOKUP function? Basically, VLOOKUP function is a lookup method involving to fetch the data from a tabular data set. Now, VLOOKUP function is a pre-made function in Excel which allows searches across columns. So basically we have three types of lookup functions, and VLOOKUP is one of those. We have VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP and XLOOKUP. VLOOKUP is vertical lookup, HLOOKUP is horizontal lookup, and X is a combination of both V and HLOOKUP. So the syntax for VLOOKUP is as follows. So we will have a lookup value, that is the cell address or the value which you are looking for, and the table array, which is the range of elements that you want to look out for, and the column is the resultant column from which you want the result, and the match, is it supposed to be an exact match or the nearest match. So I believe the theoretical explanation of the syntax is incomplete without having a practical demonstration. So let's get back to Excel and try to execute some VLOOKUP functions so that you have a lookup function, and especially a VLOOKUP function works in Excel, right? We are on the Excel spreadsheet right now. So let's start with a simple one, right? So here I will have car and price. So here I will give up a drop down menu using data validation so that you can simply choose the data, right? So we will go to data validation list, and the source will be, these are the ones for the source, and press OK. You don't have to enter any error messages, etc. To know error messages and more details on data validation in Excel, please go through the data validation in Excel tutorial by Simplilearn. And now in the price section, we will have the VLOOKUP function, right? Now the first one, lookup value, which is this particular cell, right? So VLOOKUP function will look for the value here. So let's say I give Lamborghini, and then it will fetch the cost of Lamborghini from the table. So where is it looking for the value? First lookup value is Lamborghini, which is right in front of car in the cell A5. So that is the first parameter we need to provide, or attribute we need to send out. Then the table array. Which table array should it look for? This is the table array it looks for, and I'm eliminating the header over here. We need to eliminate the header and the column index number, right? Now we are giving car name, and now we want the price. So in the table, car is column 1, price is column 2, right? Even if this particular car price is around anywhere in the table, car is still considered as column 1, price is still considered as column 2. So we need the value from column 2, right? So we will provide column number 2, and the last one, exact match. We want the exact match, not appropriate match. So select that, press on tab to select. Now close the value, right? Close the bracket. Now let's get back to car, and now select any one of the cars. Let's select BMW, right? Now when you select BMW, what lookup is doing is, it is first checking the value here. Lookup value is BMW. So since we got the value as BMW, it will go back to this particular table and fetch for the name BMW, right? And now it has the BMW data, and now the third parameter, that is column 2, right? So it will check column 2 and see the exact match. What is the value of the car? 75 or 750 million, right? $7.5 million. So that will give you the data over here. That's it. So that's how VLOOKUP works. Now this is still a fundamental understanding of VLOOKUP. Let's elaborate a little more to understand it in a much better way. Right now I have here the flight data, right? And here you can see when I select the source and destination and flight which I want to fly in, then it's giving me the price of the flight and the route in which it is going. How did I do it? So let's do it practically, right? So we will get back here, and here we'll do some changes. Okay, it's okay, fine. Now here we have everything, the source and destination, airline, price and route. Let's also provide route. Source will be again data validation. Go to data validation, will be a list. This is the list, press OK. And destination is again data validation, select list. And now the list of destinations and the airline is again a data validation operation where you will give the set of or the list of airlines which you are offering. And OK. Now comes the price equals to VLOOKUP. Passing these three values and table array, which is again the same, the entire table except the headers. Next will be the column number. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Price is in the fifth column. So I will pass column number 5 and I want exact match, not appropriate match. Press tab to select, close the bracket and enter. Right. And the same applies to route. So equals to, or you can just copy the formula and paste it here and make a minor change. That is, instead of column number 5, you want column number 4, which has the route data, right? So column number 4 has the route data. Enter, and there you go. Now, out of the drop down, when you select source as any location here, let's select Mumbai and the destination as Bangalore and the airline as, let's fly in Air India, and you have the price details and the route. So these particular ones you can hide because the data is coming over here. So you can copy paste it to this place. And let's hide these things. And you can also hide this one as well. There you go. Now the data is visually a little more appealing and you can kind of have a complete dashboard where you have the data of VLOOKUP results, right? So whenever you select any source and give any destination from the drop down and choose any of the flights you want to fly with, and you will have the data over here, right? The price of the flight and the route of the flight. And that's how you use VLOOKUP in Excel.
Hi, welcome to Simplilearn YouTube channel on the tutorial on Excel XLOOKUP. XLOOKUP was released by Microsoft 365 in 2019 and is meant to replace VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP and index match functions. It enables user to search a specific value in table or range. In this tutorial, we will show you how to use XLOOKUP to locate specific values in a column or a row, or how to filter the search result, and how to use XLOOKUP with other functions like VLOOKUP and if. By the end of this tutorial, you will have all the tools you need to XLOOKUP to automate repetitive tasks and improve your data analysis skills. So whether you are an Excel beginner or a seasoned pro, join us as we explore the power of Excel XLOOKUP. Before we begin, let me tell you guys, if you are an aspiring data analyst looking for online training and certification from prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts, you have the most robust function, skills, knowledge and what it takes to be the best, then search no more. Simplilearn's post-graduation program in data analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM should be your right choice. For more details, use the link in the description box below. Also, want to get access to more informative content like this one? Get subscribed to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon so that you are the first to know when we host. With that in mind, let's get started. So this is our dataset for the XLOOKUP on Excel. You can download this dataset from the description box below. So here let's start with XLOOKUP. So here I will like equals to X lookup bracket. So first we have to write this is the formula for the XLOOKUP value, XLOOKUP lookup array, return array, and these three are the optionals. Okay, if not found, match model and the search mode. These three are the optional. So the lookup value for me is this stock number. Okay, because only the stock number are the common on the both sheets, you can say. So b2 comma, so now we have to see the lookup array. So lookup array will be over this. I will press the shift down arrow, okay, then enter. Okay, so here the next thing is return array. So what we want to return in this particular column, okay, that will be the price. I want to print the price. Yes. So before that, what I will do, I will add, you can add the dollar sign using F4. I'm here adding manually. Okay, then $J, $12. Why we are adding the dollar sign? For the range. Okay, then press enter. Yeah, so when I will drag from here to here, all the price value will become. Okay, why NA? Because this stock number is not present in the particular this sheet. Okay, so this is how you can get the price. But if you want particular like the size, brand and price, all three, what you can do, you can simply drag here, okay, and you can add the dollar here, or you can add the dollar using F4, adding the manually press. Okay, so as you can see, we have this size, we have the brand name, and we have the price. What I will do, I will drag down. Okay, so this is how you can fetch the particular value using XLOOKUP from the different sheets. This is how you can select the particular range. What if you don't want all the three columns, but you want the size and the price, and you don't want the brand? For that, what you will do, you will here write choose, then bracket. Here you will start with the curly brackets. Here you will write the how many columns do you need. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so here I will write I need the 2 columns. Okay, then what will be your first column? I want my first column should be the price. So here I will select the price as my first column. Okay, my bad. I want my first column here. I will add the dollar sign. You can use the F4, and I want my second column should be the size. Okay, here I will add the dollar sign. Why we are adding dollar sign? For the particular range, for the full range of the size. Okay, so here I will enter. So I will drag down. Okay, this is so as you can see here, in the first column we have the price, and the second column we have the particular size. Okay, so this is how you can select the particular cell for the XLOOKUP. Okay, not dragging and dropping what you found to this and this size. Okay, how this is you can select. So now as you can see, we are getting this NA value here. Okay, for that what you can do, double click here. So here I will give here comma. So here as you can see, if not found. Okay, for that what I can give the double braces and hit the enter, and I will drag down. So as you can see, the blank space, because we haven't wrote here something. Okay, so here I will write the no match, enter. Okay, I will write here no match, enter. Then I will drag it down. Then as you can see here, we have the custom value now, no match. So this is how you can fill the blank space or the not matching values from your custom values. So this is how you can use the XLOOKUP. But here we are using in a particular single sheet. You can add the multiple sheet, and you can same way you can use the XLOOKUP as we did in this sheet.
Sum product in Excel. So sum product in Excel. So it's a combination of both sum and product function. So for this, let's imagine you're in a store and you are supposed to calculate the price tags of certain products or the overall products. Let's say a customer or a client come to your store and he purchased like 10 items, and you have to calculate the rate and price and the total price, right? So individual item might have its individual rate and into number of quantity of products he purchased and the sum total. So you're conducting two different operations here, right? So sum product is a replacement for those two. So I have the same example here. So these are the clients, these are the products, and quantity, rate, and you need to calculate the price and total sum, right? So ideally what you would do is you would multiply this with this and you will get a number, and similarly you would drag it all to the end, and here you would summarize this. That's how you usually do it. But what if I said you there is a shortcut where you can do this all the way in just one click? All you have to do is just sum product, select it by pressing tab, and now give the arrays, this one and this one. You will get the same number. Now sum product is a little brilliant. So what I mean to say is, let's say if you wanted to calculate for only product 1, quantity of product 1 or the price of product 1. Can you do that? Yes, absolutely. Just a minor change in the formula. Select the same sum product and ensure that you are giving the products column as well. But ensure that is encapsulated inside a bracket. So give the entire column, close the bracket, and now the quantity. Ideally it should work, but it will not, because we are providing a comma here. Because, okay, let's see it. So you get 0, which is not the right answer. But why? Because we are giving two different parameters, and out of the first two, the first one where we have B3 to B8, this particular parameter is acting, or it is returning a Boolean value. So to make sure that the Boolean value yields into an actual value, instead of comma, you should be providing a star. Now it will work. Okay, we forgot to encapsulate this one inside a bracket as well. You know, it's really simple. We have to give a referencing cell. So let's say I'm adding the referencing cell over here, and this particular value should be equals to this cell, and now I think it should work. There you go. So that's how you can use sum product in Excel, and If you want to calculate the price tag, the value or the formula is a little similar. Again, product, press tab to select the function, and the array should be equals to this particular value. Make sure to encapsulate that within a bracket, and then you finish the formula by giving a star and the rate. I think we also need the quantity here. Enter. Yeah, that's the value. Yeah, and that's how we use some product in Excel.
So AverageIF is basically an average function, but with an if condition. Let's say if you have multiple departments in your industry or in your office, and your HR asked you to find the average salary of all the employees who are present in a certain department, let's say development team, then you might have to create a new table with all the employees in the development team and then find out the average. But what if I say there is one such average formula which comes with a condition called if, and using a combination of average and if, you can find out that average number just within a few clicks. Yeah, that's exactly what we are going to do today. So for that, let's get back to Excel spreadsheet where we have the dataset ready. So this is our employee dataset, and here we have the same use case. We have a lot of people from a lot of designations or a lot of departments. Now let's try to find out the average salary of all the employees who are present in development team. So the formula is really simple, equals to AverageIF and range, comma, you want the value as to be present as department. So we will be adding it in between double quotes. So development, closing it. Now the salary range. Select the salary column, press enter. There you go. So the average value of or average salary of the employees present in development team is around 38,333 per annum or per month. If you're considering this in rupees, this could be per month. If you're considering this in terms of dollars, it can be per annum. And that's how you use AverageIF in Excel.
Now let's quickly get onto the practical mode where we will have some datasets over which we will be trying to apply the charts. Now there are various types of charts in Tableau, and those are the pie chart, the column chart, the bar chart, column versus line, pivot chart, and Sparkline charts. So we will discuss one after the other. First, let us discuss about the pie chart. So as you can see, we have a small dataset on my screen which I have personally created, and this deals with the companies and this deals with the shares of the automobile industry. So now for this, let's create a pie chart. Select all the data and then get into the toolbar, and inside the toolbar you can see various options, and inside that we're going to use the insert option. And when you select the insert option, you will have a ribbon here, and inside the ribbon you can see groups, tables, illustrations, add-ins, and here you go. These are the charts. So now we needed a pie chart. So select on that icon and you have various types of pie charts. You have 2-dimensional pie charts, 3-dimensional pie charts, donut type of charts, etc. Right? So I would like to go with the 3-dimensional pie chart as it looks a little more appealing and easy to understand. And now there you go. This is the title of the chart, and these are the legends of the chart, and this is the chart area, and these are the values. Now we can kind of add the data labels as well. So you can just have to press the plus icon over here and you'll have the options. You can add the data labels, which will give you a lot more interesting values. And you can also turn this around. As you can see, on double clicking any part of the pie chart, you'll get this option which is called as format data point. And let's imagine that you wanted to show the information related to this particular one, which is Volvo, which has the biggest share. So this is in front right now. Now what if you wanted to show the information related to Tata, which is over here, right? For that you can select this particular arrow key and you can just twist it, and there you go. It is coming in front. This will be a great way of presenting your data to your clients, right? Yeah. And there is another option where you can
directly explode this, like you can pick it out. You can see this, right, point explosion, where you can split it out and you can show that, especially like you can highlight it and show it. So that's the, a great way of presenting your data. So that's how you can work with pie charts in Excel. Now let's quickly move to the next one, that is the column chart. And in the column chart, we have the data related to some company and the profits of that company based on year. So you can see that the year has started from 2008 and it has gone until 2021, and these are the profits of that company year after year. So since we are dealing with column chart, I'll tell you the simplest way to create a column chart. There is a shortcut key for that, which is Alt F1, and there you go, you have the chart right on your screen. Now you can expand the chart just by dragging it like that, and you can see that there is some problem with this chart. That is, we have numbers here instead of years, right? You can see that the first column is the years, which is 2008 to 2021, but here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, which is not proper, right? So to change the axis, that is, you can see the axis which is 1, 2, 3, 4, from 1, 2, 3, 4 to the years 2008, 2009, 2010, 11, etc. You just have to make one change here. And also you can see I have pressed the plus icon over here, which will open the option where you can include the axis titles if you have, and data labels, everything, right? So for now I think I'll keep it as it is. So you can include the data table as well as it is here, and you can include that in the chart. There are various options that Excel provides you. So now let's focus on changing the axis from 1, 2, 3, 4 to the years. For that you need to select the chart design, and inside the chart design you have an option called select data. Press that, and here you have various set of options. You can see profits, you can see years. Now we'll select years and we will remove that. And now you can see the edit option here, right? Select that, and now it will ask you which column to be selected for the axis range. For that, let's select this, and now let's select the years here and press OK, and there you go. Again press OK. So there you go, you have the years over here instead of the numbers which you had in the first place. So that's how you create the column chart. And we have the next type of chart, which is really simple. Now, you kind of change this chart directly into bar chart. There is no big deal in that. So for that, you just need to select the change chart type option over here. You're just changing the chart type and you can get the bar graph over here. Column and bar graphs are completely same to each other, only that you can see these bars in the horizontal way rather than in the vertical way. Now let's do that. Let's not create a new thing for that. So yeah, there you go. When you select the change chart type option, you have various set of chart type options on the menu bar over here. So what we needed was the bar chart. Now let's select that, and there you go. Let's select OK, and you have the bar chart, right? And if you want, you can include the data labels, which look a little bit more interesting. You can also include the data table as well. Okay, for now I think we have to expand the chart to get the clear view. Yeah, that's how you do it. Right, now let's move into the next type of one. Yeah, we dealt with the bar chart, so we'll directly enter into the column versus line chart. So we have similar kind of data. We just had year and profits in the previous part. Now we also have included the expenses, right? We needed another column to showcase the line chart compared to the columns, right? So for that, I've included a new column, that is expenses as well. Now just let's select the data, and let's select the option Alt F1 to create our chart. Right, now automatically Excel has provided us the column chart. We have the columns of expenses, we have the column of profits, and we also have years. Now let's change the data as we did before. Select year and remove it, and then edit. Select edit,
and select the year, that is from here to 2021. Select OK, and we have the years over here. Now what we needed to do is change the chart type, right? Select the change chart type option, and since we wanted to create a column versus line chart, it is a combination. Whenever you want one or two types of charts included in one single chart window, then it is a combo option. So here we need to select the combo option, and inside that we have various types of combination charts. We have clustered column, we have clustered line on secondary axis, we have clustered stacked areas, clustered column, and the other one is custom combination. So let's go with the first one, that is clustered line. Let's select that, and there you go, we have the line graph with the column. So that's how we create the column versus line. And if you want, you can include the data labels, and you can include the data table as well. Yeah. Okay, I think we need to expand the canvas a little more to get a clear view. Yeah. So you have legends over here, you have the data labels and axes, everything, and chart title. You can always change the chart title. So for now, let's rename it as profits versus expenses. Yeah, that's how it goes. Done. Okay, I think I made a spelling mistake here. Yeah, it's clear now. Now the next type of chart we're going to deal with is the pivot chart. So we have dealt with pie chart, column chart, bar chart, and column versus line. Now pivot chart is a little bit different. It's like you're going to create some active chart which responds to the variations you're making to your data. So to understand that better, let's create a practical chart over here. Now select all the data. Okay, yeah, I have selected the data. Now to create a pivot chart, let's select the insert option from the toolbar, and inside the ribbon we have charts group, and inside that we have pivot chart. Now let's select the pivot chart option, and there you go. Now it's asking for range, and we have selected the range over there. And we are not going to create a new worksheet for the entire chart. We are going to create the chart inside the existing worksheet itself. So for that, let's select the area where we want to select the chart to be present. Now for that, let's select this, and yeah, select OK. Okay, there is some error. Let's cancel this and try again. Let's select the data and pivot chart again. We have selected the range here. That's how you select the range. And now select the position where you want to create it. Existing worksheet. We have selected that. And press OK. Yeah, that's the way. We've got our pivot chart over here, and you can see our pivot chart is completely blank. Right, now it will respond to the changes you make to your pivot chart. For now we have serial numbers, and these are the names of the guys who have so these are the names of the guys who have some dealerships for various car makes such as Ford, Ferrari, Honda, Kia, Alfa Romeo, BMW, etc., etc. So we're gonna change, or we're gonna see we're gonna make some charts of the persons who own the cars or the car brands or dealerships in various regions. So we're gonna work on that. Now let's drag in the name, and let's drag region and cars and units. Yep. So we have our chart over here column chart which has the different names and the dealerships and sum of cars over there, right? So you can see that we can also change some values over here. What if we wanted to know only the details regarding Jennifer? You can do that. You can unselect everything and you can just select Jennifer and press OK. Now you'll have the details of only Jennifer of having the car brands. So we have the regions as well. So Jennifer owns dealerships in 2 different regions, that is South and West, and the sum of units and count of cars as well. So that's how the pivot charts are used in real time. And now let's select sales and drag the sales as well. Yeah, it's been dragged, and you have the sales of Jennifer, the details of her sales. And let's move the chart a little bit, and you have the plus icon where you can include the data labels for a better information. Yeah, so that's how you use the pivot charts. So we are on the last type of charts, which is the Sparkline chart. Now to create a Sparkline chart, we need to get into the insert option, and inside we have the ribbon, and inside the ribbon we have the group, that is Sparklines. Now to generate a Sparkline chart, we need to select this particular column and then select the type of Sparkline you want to create. So now let's create the column type of Sparkline chart. Yep, we have to club these cells together first. I forgot that, because we're gonna insert the Sparkline chart right above here. Now for that, let's merge the cells. Yeah, so we wanted to create the Sparkline chart of column type, and now it's asking for the location where we want to create the Sparkline chart. So this is the location. Now let's select OK, and there you go, we have the Sparkline chart right over here. Now you can see that we have a negative point here, so if you want, you can change that from negative to positive, and it will automatically update that. And if you want to add the axis to this particular chart, you can select the option Sparkline, and there you go, you have certain options like high point, low point, and if you wanted to add some margins, then you can also do that. Add data type axis, and there you go, you have the axis. Show axis. Yeah, you have the axis now, and you can have the high point and low point for that as well, which is the the biggest change and the smallest change in this particular segment, that is furniture. Yeah, furniture had the highest sales in January, and home appliance had the lowest sale. And you can also change the color, and let's change the color again. Yeah, we have a different color over here which resembles a little bit more better, or you can also go with this one. And if you wanted to add the same to all these tables, you can do that just by dragging it, and you have it for all the 6 months. Now if you wanted to add some new data in this row, or you wanted to add a new complete row, then you can do that as well and change that and bring that change implemented in these charts as well. Now let us try to add a new row here which includes the miscellaneous. We have that data right over here. Let's select that, copy, and let's paste it over here. So there you go, we have the extra row here. So yeah, now we have added the miscellaneous row, and right now we have the Sparkline chart for only 4 columns or 4 rows, that is furniture, technology, home appliances, and office needs, and miscellaneous is missing. Now to add that as well, let's select Sparkline, and inside Sparkline just select edit group location and data, and now let's select the entire data, and now Now select OK. There's something wrong again. Sparkline, edit data, select range. This should be helping. Yeah, there you go. We have all the 5 rows now, including furniture, technology, home appliances, office needs, and miscellaneous. Now, for this particular example, we are going to use the employees data. Now, let's quickly get back to the practical mode and enter into Excel. Now, you can see that we are on Excel sheet right now. So let me expand my screen a little bit so that the data is a little more visible. Yeah. So here on my screen, you can see that we have employees data. So the first column is the name of the employees, and the second column is the start dates of the employees, that when have they started working with the organization and when they have ended or resigned to their position in that particular organization, and the duration gives us the number of days they have worked in that particular organization. So to create a Gantt chart is really simple. You just have to select the data and then go to the insert option, and in there you can see the charts icon and select all charts, and in that select the bar chart, and here you can see the stacked bar chart. Select that and press OK, and there you go. You have the stacked bar chart right on your screen. Let's expand this a little more so that we have the clear visualization of the dates as well. Now you can, if you want, you can change the title as ORG data or employee data. And now we are partially done with our chart. Now the next thing we have to do is select the bar chart, right click on it, select data, and here select the add icon. Now you need to select the series name. So the series name is duration for our Gantt chart, and series values are, let's select this and select, let's move a little. Yeah, so these are the data series. Let's select OK, and you can see the Gantt chart on my screen right here. Select OK and it's done. And still now it's not complete yet. So to finish it, you need to select the blue colored bars here and right click on them and select Format Data Series. Go to the fill icon and select No Fill. And it's done for now, and you can see that there is a difference in this particular arrangement. We had Joe at the first place and Susan at the last place, but here you can see Joe is in the last place and Susan is in the first place. So we need to make some arrangements here. For that, right click, select Format, Access, and then here you can see Categorize in reverse order. And there you go, you have your Gantt chart right on your screen. Right on my screen, you can see a circular progress tracker. So it is tracking the percentage of the first student, that is Stacy. Now, let's try to change the marks of Stacy from engineering subject from 55 to 75 and engineering subject 4 from 68 to 84. Then you can see the percentage is getting changed, and also the same is getting implemented on the progress tracker. Interesting, right? Would you like to create a similar circular progress tracker? Yes, that can be done. That's exactly what we're discussing today. So let's get started with our 1-point agenda, that is circular progress tracker in Excel. Now let's get back to the practical mode. So let us enter into a duplicate sheet which has all the marks of the students. So now we are on the duplicate sheet where we have all the students' names and the marks list and also the percentage. Now let us create a new column which states the actual percentage minus the overall percentage. So the overall percentage is 100 and the actual percentage is 75, 76 and so on. Let's try to calculate this, or let's try to convert it into the percentage format. Now let's try to change some values. Yeah, cool. Now let's try to change this. Yeah, we were supposed to add the percentage symbol, which we forgot. Now it's implemented there. Now let's drag it again. So there you go. We have the remaining percentage as well. So we have the actual percentage and the remaining percentage. So we need both of them to apply the donut chart. So we have selected both the percentages, and now we'll enter into insert menu. Then you can see pie chart icon over here. Click that and you have a donut chart over here. Select that and you have the donut chart. So now let's remove the symbols which we don't need. So we have removed the details of 1 and 2 there, and let's change this to circular progress tracker. So we have removed the legends and we have renamed the chart name as circular progress tracker. And now let's try to insert the percentage icon or the text chart. So we have the text chart or text box option over here. Select that, drag and drop it here. Yeah, we have the text box here. Select that, go to the formula bar, select equals to, and now select the address cell. There you go, you have it. Now we have the percentage in the text box. Now you can make your edits. I'll bring it to center, alignment to center, text color to blue as we have it on the outer circle, and you can change the font. You can make it bold, increase the font size. There you go. So we have the progress tracker. Okay, let's try to group the text box with the chart so that we can move them all together. So now you can make some changes and see if that's working or not. So let's make the change to the engineering subject 1 from 32 to 68 and press enter. There you go. The changes have been applied. The percentage got changed to 78 from 72 and the same has been implemented here. And even the progress chart is also working on the same way. So that's how you create the circular progress charts in Excel.
So how to create a pivot chart, you ask? It is really simple. All you need to do is just follow few steps and you have your pivot chart ready, which is completely interactive. Now all you have to do is select any cell in the dataset you have and rush into the insert toolbar. Then in the group of charts, you have an option called pivot chart. Select on it. Now you'll be asked to select the data range, and you can see Excel has automatically selected all the range that you want to include in your pivot chart. Then you have another option which is asking you to either create the pivot chart in the current worksheet or a new worksheet. For now, let's select a new worksheet. And there you go. Voila, the pivot chart is completely ready. You might ask me, this is completely empty. Yes, the default pivot chart, what you get from Excel, will be completely empty, but you can add the legends and all the data that you want to add onto your pivot chart just by dragging and dropping the data from the right hand side of your Excel sheet, that is from the pivot chart fields. So you can see we have various options: region, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, etc. Now I'll add region. I'll add region to access, and comparatively we will see the sales that are happening in those particular regions by dragging sales into values. Now you have all the data in the form of pivot chart, which is completely interactive, which represents the sales happening in those regions. Now you can also select a particular region, right? By default all the regions are selected, but if you want to select only central, then you can do that by deselecting everything and select only central and select OK, and there you go. You have all the data related to the sales happening in the central region. Now if you want to kind of see all the categories of sales happening in all the regions, you can drag the category into values again, and in the region part, okay, I think we have to add category into legends. Yes. Now select regions, that is all regions, and select OK, and you can see the category wise sales in all the regions at one single go. And I hope you did not observe it clearly. The Excel also gives you the completely prepared pivot table as well. right, which is also interactive. You can also get to choose the data from here as well and select OK, and you'll see that being reflected on the pivot chart. So here you can see both pivot table and pivot charts are completely interactive. On my screen, you can see a small dataset. The dataset is about students and their marks in the 6 semesters. Right, now we should be creating a new heat map to describe their rankings. Now, to create a heat map, the procedure is really simple. Just Control A, select the entire data, go to the Home tab, and there you can see the Styles group. And in the Styles group, click on the conditional formatting. Now, out of all the options, go to the color scales. And when you open the color scales, you can see some types of maps. Select the green, yellow, red scale map, which should show green for highest, yellow for mediate, and red for low, right? This is how you create a heat map. Just select the first option, and there you go. The heat map has been successfully generated. The green colored cells indicate the highest marks, orange and yellow color indicate the intermediate marks or the average marks, and the red color indicates the lowest marks. That's how you create heat maps in Excel.
Welcome to this video tutorial on dashboards in Excel. In this video, we'll be creating 2 dashboards using a sample sales dataset. So if you want to get the data and the dashboard file that we'll be creating in this demo, then please put your email IDs in the comment section of the video. Our team will share the files via email. Now, let's begin by understanding what is a dashboard in Excel. A dashboard is a visual interface that provides an overview of key measures relevant to a particular objective with the help of charts and graphs. Dashboard reports allow managers to get a high-level overview of the business and help them make quick decisions. There are different types of dashboards such as strategic dashboards, analytical dashboards, and operational dashboards. An advantage of dashboards is the quick detection of outliers and correlations. With comprehensive data visualization, it is time-saving as compared to running multiple reports. With this understanding, let's jump into our demo. For creating our dashboards, we'll be using a sample sales dataset. Let me show you the dataset first. So here is the sales dataset that we'll be using for our demo. So this dataset was actually generated using a simulator and is completely random. It was not validated, though we have applied certain transformations to the data using Power Query features. So this data, as you can see, has 1000 rows. So using the simulator, we had generated 1000 rows of data. Similarly, if I go on top, you can see this dataset has 17 columns. Now let me give you a brief about each of the columns. So first we have the region column. So we have Middle East and North Africa, there's North America, Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and others. Similarly, we have the country names from which the item was ordered. The third column is the item type. So we have different items: cosmetics, vegetables, there's baby food, cereal, fruits, etc. Then we have the representative's name, or you can say this as the customer name who ordered the product. Then we have a sales channel column. So there are basically 2 channels, whether the item was sold offline or online. Next we have the order priority column. Now here C stands for critical. Then we have H, which is for high priority orders. Then we have M for medium priority orders, and finally we have L, which is for low priority orders. You can see the order date column. Then we have the order ID, the ship date. Next we have units sold, which is basically the total number of units sold for each item. Then we have the unit price column. This is the price at which each product was sold. Then we have the unit cost column, which is basically the production cost for each of the items. Next we have the total revenue. The total revenue is actually the product of units sold and unit price. Then we have the total cost column. Now the total cost column is actually the product of units sold and the unit cost. Similarly, we have the total profit column. So total profit is the difference between total revenue and the total cost. And finally, we have created 2 more columns, that is order year, and then we have order month. Now these 2 columns were actually generated using the Power Query features. So we used the order date column, which is this column, and extracted order year and order month. So first We are going to create a revenue dashboard where we'll focus on generating reports for revenue by order year, revenue by year and region, revenue by order priority, and much more. We'll create separate pivot tables and pivot charts and format them to make them look more interesting and presentable. We'll add slices and timeline to our dashboards in order to filter it based on specific fields. Now let's create our first report to see the total revenue generated each year. So we need to create a pivot table for this. I'll click on a cell in my dataset and then I'll go to the Insert tab. Here we have the option to select the pivot table. I click on this. You can see my table range is selected. Next, I want to place my pivot table in a new worksheet, and let's just click on OK. There you go. So we have a new sheet where I can place my pivot table. So first, I need to find the total revenue generated by each year. So what I'll do is, I'll drag my order year column under rows, and then I'll select the total revenue column under values. You can see I have my pivot chart ready. Now if you want, you can sort this. So from the data, you can see we have order year from 2010 to 2017. Now based on this data, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll click on any cell, go to Insert, and here you have the option to select recommended charts. I click on this. Now actually I want a line chart, so I'll click on line here and select OK. There you go. So we have successfully created our first pivot chart. Now let me show you how you can format this chart to make it more readable. So first, let me delete these. So I'll right click and select hide all field buttons on the chart. So this will delete the buttons present on the chart. Now let me go ahead and edit the chart title. So the title I want is total revenue. I'll type it down by year. Alright. Next, let's do a few more transformations. So if I click on this plus sign, which is actually for chart elements, we have some options like to add axis, axis titles, chart title, data labels, this grid lines, legend, and others. Okay, so let's remove the legend now. You can see the total legend is gone. Now let me add axis titles. So we'll label our x-axis and y-axis. So here under x-axis I can write it as year. Similarly on the y-axis I'll put revenue. Okay, now you can move a bit. Alright, now let me select this chart style option and go to colors first. Here I'll select yellow color. Okay, and then let me go back to style. Let's select a new style from this list. I want this style. Okay, now you can also add data labels. So I'll just click on data labels. You can see we have the revenue for each of the years. Now this is not readable at all, so we'll format this a bit. If I click on this arrow, here I have more options. If I scroll down, you can see we have something called as number here. I'll expand this, and under category I'll select custom. Now here we'll give a format code which is a bit different. So this is actually a kind of a formula. So I'll write if my revenue value is greater than, let's say, 9,99,000. Let me make sure there are 6 nines here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, we are good to go. I'll close the bracket. I'll give a hash, give 2 commas, So if the revenue is greater than 9,99,000, I'll put it in the format of millions. So within double quotes I'll write M. I'll give a semicolon followed by another hash, and if the value is less than the desired number, it should be 0 million. Let me click on add. Alright, you can see how nicely we have formatted our data, and you see here we have added the new format which is in millions. Alright, now if you want, you can go ahead and adjust the boxes. Let me move this a bit up. I'll delete this. Now if you notice this line chart, you can make a few conclusions. For example, if you see here in 2010, the total revenue generated was nearly 175 million. Now this came down to 150 million in 2011. Then the revenue constantly grew from 2011 till 2014. It reached 195 million. And after 2014, it again came down to 180 million. And the revenue dropped significantly between 2016 and 2017. In 2017, the revenue was just 96 million. Now before moving ahead to my next chart, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write it as revenue by year. Alright. Now let's analyze the revenue generated each year in different regions. So for this, we'll create another pivot table. Let me close this. I'll click on any cell, go to insert and select pivot table. I'll just click OK so that my pivot table is placed on a new sheet. Alright. Now this time we want the revenue by each year and region. So first of all, let's drag region to columns. Then let's drag the order year column under rows, and then I'll select total revenue onto values. So here you can see we have the pivot table ready. So for 2010, you can see in Asia, this was the revenue generated. Similarly, if you see for 2013, this was the total revenue generated in Europe, and we have for other years as well. Now let's create a line chart based on this pivot table. So I'll select any cell in the pivot table. I'll go to insert and I'll click on recommended charts. From this list, I'll select my line chart and click on OK. There you go. So we have our next pivot chart ready. So on the right, you see the different regions that are present in different colors. Let me just expand it so that you can see all the regions we have. So in total, we have 7 regions, and each of the regions have been represented in different colors. So if you notice this graph, for the Sub-Saharan African region, in 2012, Sub-Saharan Africa made the highest amount of sales. Now from the sample data, you can also tell that the revenue for North America has been significantly low compared to other regions. Similarly, if you see for Europe, this was the revenue trend between 2010 and 2017. So if you see here in 2011, the sales were at this level, then it significantly dropped in 2012. Then in 2013, there was a huge spike, and then again came down in 2015 and so on. So you can make your own conclusions by looking at these line charts. Now let's format this chart. So first of all, let's delete the field buttons present on the chart, and we'll also delete the legend. Alright, now let me just reduce the size of the chart. Next, we'll add a chart title. So we'll give the title as revenue by year and region. Okay. You can also format the y-axis in terms of millions. So I'll right click on this axis and I'll select format axis. I'll scroll down and here we have the number drop down. Let me scroll again. Under category I'll select custom and we'll use this format that we created for our previous chart. There you go. You can see our axis labels have been changed in terms of millions now. So let's close this and let me save it. Now you can reduce the font size or increase the font size. Let me just show you. Suppose you want to increase the font size of the chart title, so you just select it and from here you can either reduce or you can increase. You can see now it's 12. If you want, you can make it 16. Similarly, you can also edit the axis labels also. By selecting the chart title, you can also move it to left or right, or you can place it in the center as well. For the time being, let me just keep it to the left. Alright. Now we'll see the revenue and total cost by each region and we'll create a combo chart for this. So let me show you how to do it. I'll go to my data sheet. I have my cell selected. I'll go to insert and click on pivot table. Let me just click on OK. Alright. So for this, I'll select my region onto rows and then I'll have two columns under values. The first one is going to be total revenue and the next column will be the total cost column. Alright. So here we have the pivot table ready. Now based on this pivot table, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and if you see below at the bottom we have combo chart. So this is the preview of the combo chart. Alright. Now let me just click on OK. There you go. So we have a nice combo chart ready here. Now the way to look at it is the bars represent the total revenue, which is this column. Now the line represents the total cost. So let me go ahead and edit this chart a bit. So first of all, let's delete the field buttons. Alright. And let's also remove the legend from here. Next, we'll add data labels. So I'll click on data labels here. Okay. So these are the data labels for the bars or the revenue column. Now let's format the data labels in terms of millions. So I'll click on this arrow, go to more options. If I scroll down, I have number. From here I'll select custom and I'll choose my type, that is in millions. Alright, so you can see we have formatted our data. Next thing, we'll add a chart title. So here I'll write as revenue by region. It's actually revenue and total cost by region. Before moving ahead, let me rename the sheets as well. I'll write revenue and total cost. Similarly, sheet 3 also I'm going to rename it as revenue by year and region. So this makes your sheet more readable. Alright, now moving ahead, next we are interested to get the revenue generated by order priority, and for this we are going to create a pie chart. So let's go to the data sheet and create our pivot table first. I click on OK. Now I'll select order priority under rows and under values I'll select total revenue. So this is a very simple pivot table. So you have your order priority. So C is for critical, H is for high, L is for low, and M is for medium. Now based on this, let's create a pie chart. So I'll go to recommended charts, and here you have pie chart. I want to select this 3D type of pie chart and I'll click on OK. Alright, so we have our pie chart ready. Let me just resize it, and from here I'll remove the field buttons, and I also don't need the legend, so I'll delete this as well. Alright, now let's give a chart title. So this is going to be revenue by order priority. Now let's add our data labels. I'll check this option. Okay, now let's again format this in terms of millions. So here I'll click on the last option, I'll go to numbers. Under category I'll select custom, and my type is going to be in terms of millions. There you go. Let me close this. I'll just move this to the center. Alright. Now if you want, you can change the color of the text as well. So let's have it in white color and see how it looks. Okay, so this looks pretty decent. Cool. Now moving to our next report. So this time we are going to find the total revenue by countries. So we have multiple countries present in our data set. We want to visualize the revenue generated in each country. So for this we are going to create a horizontal bar chart. So let me show you how to do it. But before moving ahead, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by, I'll just put OP, which stands for order priority. Alright, now let's create our horizontal bar chart. I'll go to insert, click on pivot table and select OK. So I want my revenue based on different countries, so I'll select country and put it under rows, and then I'll choose total revenue and place it under values. So here you have the different country names. We have Afghanistan, there's Albania. Let me scroll down. You have Bangladesh. There are a number of countries. You have Czech Republic, there's Estonia, France, Gabon. Similarly, if you scroll down, we have India, there's Jamaica, Italy, and all the way to the bottom if you go, we have New Zealand, there's Netherlands, Philippines, Portugal. We also have Singapore, lots and lots of countries. We have the UAE, United States of America, Zimbabwe, and others. Alright, let me go up. So based on this pivot table, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll go to insert and select recommended charts. From here I'm going to select the column chart. You can see the preview here, and let me click on OK. Alright, so here you can see the different country names at the bottom and the revenue for each of the countries. Let's go ahead and edit this chart. So first of all, I'll delete the field buttons. Okay, and let me also remove the legend. Here I'll write revenue by countries. This is going to be my chart title. Okay, let's format this chart a little more. So I'll click on this option and we'll select a new style. Let's say I'll select style 6. Okay, and let me now go under colors and we'll select the color of the bars. So let's choose this color. Okay, so you have a horizontal column chart ready, and at the bottom you can see the different country names, and we have the revenue. Cool. Now let me go ahead and rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by countries and hit enter. OK. And finally, we'll create another report which is going to be part of our revenue dashboard, and this is revenue by items. So we'll visualize our revenue for different items present in the table. So if you see this, we have cosmetics, vegetables, cereal, fruits, there's clothes, snacks, households, and other products as well. So let's check the revenue for each of these items. So we'll continue the same drill. I'll create my pivot table on a new worksheet, and this time I'm going to drag item type under rows, and we'll have the total revenue under values. So here on the left of the table you can see we have the different item names, and then we have the total revenue. So let me just sort this total revenue from largest to smallest. So you can see here office supplies made the highest amount of revenue, followed by household, then cosmetics, and fruits made the lowest amount of revenue. I'll click on this, go to insert and select recommended charts. This time I'm going to create a bar chart. So this is how my bar chart is going to look like. I'll select OK. Alright, now let's format this chart a bit. I'll delete the field buttons and I'll delete the legend as well. And let's edit the chart title. So this is going to be revenue by items. Cool. We also want to change the color of the bars. So I've selected all the bars. I'll go to my home tab, and here let's say I want to select green color. Alright. I've edited my chart a bit. Now let's make it 14 and I'll remove the bold. Okay. Here if you want you can change the font also. Let's keep it in blue color. Alright. Finally, let's rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by items. Cool. Finally, now it's time for us to merge all the charts that we have created to our dashboard. So let me show you how you can create the dashboard. I'll create a new sheet, and first thing I'm going to do is I'll click on the View tab and uncheck grid lines. So this will remove the grid lines present in the worksheet. Next, I'm going to insert an image. So we'll have a background image on our dashboard. So the way to do is I'll go to the Insert tab, and under Illustrations I have the option to select Pictures or Insert Pictures. So I'm going to insert picture present on the device, that is my computer. I'll go to Desktop, and here I have a folder called Excel Dashboard Files, and I'll select this dashboard background and hit Insert. So this is going to insert an image. Now let me just drag this image so it covers a fair enough portion. So I'll hit Shift and I'll drag it. Alright. So you can see I have successfully added a background image. If you want, you can still expand this background image a bit to the right. Cool. Now the next thing is going to be the title of the dashboard. So I'll click on Insert, and here I have the option to select a text box. So I'll click on a text box, and I'm going to place a text box in the middle, and I'm going to name this text box as Excel Revenue Dashboard. on sales. I'll centerline it. Let's do some more formatting. So I'll select this text box. On the top you can see shape format. Here I'm going to expand this shape fill and I'll select no fill. So my text box is transparent now, and I'll also remove the outline. Alright, now let me just double click on the title of my dashboard and I'm going to select a font. You can select whichever font you want. Let me stick to Britannica Bold and I'll increase the size to, let's say, 30. Alright, I'll just drag the text box. I'll make the text as white instead of black. Alright, so we have our title of the dashboard ready. Now if you want, you can also insert some icons to this dashboard. So I'll go to insert and I'll click on illustrations again and select pictures. I'm going to add these two pictures, which is of a store and a cart, to make it look visually appealing. So I'll place the icons here, and similarly let me just copy it and I'll place the cart and the store to the right as well. Alright, next the idea is to bring in all the charts that we have created and place it on the dashboard. So let me copy each of the charts and place it on the dashboard. So I'll hit Ctrl V to paste it and we'll resize this as well. Alright. Similarly, let me bring in all the other charts as well. Alright, so now you can see I have added all my charts and graphs to this dashboard. So you can see here we have our line charts, our column charts, the combo charts, the pie chart and others. Now let me go ahead and format these charts a little more. So you can see this looks a bit cluttered. So let's adjust the labels. Let me bring this down. Similarly, I'll bring 190 million a little below. Alright, this looks fine now. One more thing we are going to do is we'll remove the white background from each of the charts and make it transparent. So let me show you how to do it. So I'll select this chart, then I'll right click and go to Format Chart area. Here on the right you see we have an option called No Fill. So if I select No Fill, you can see the white background is gone now. Similarly, let me also remove the grid lines. So I'll select the grid lines and hit delete. So I've also removed the grid lines from here. Now let's also remove the white outline that we have. So I'll select this chart, go to Format, and here I'll go to Shape Outline and I'll select No Outline. You see this? So we have our total revenue by year, which is a line chart, and this is completely transparent now. Now what I'm going to do is I'll place this chart over a box. So I'll go to Insert, and in Insert we have the option to create a shape. So I'll click on Illustrations and here I'll choose a shape and let me select a rectangle. So I'll just create a rectangle here. Alright, and now what I'll do is I'll select this and bring this to front. I'll right click and choose Bring to Front, and I'll place this shape below it. Alright, now the next thing is to edit the shape. So first I'll change the color of this box. So let me select this blue color, and let me increase the transparency. So I'll right click and go to format shape. Here I'll increase the transparency. Let's keep it to 25%, or let's say 20%. Alright, next thing, we'll just convert all the font to white color, including the axis labels, the chart title. We'll also convert all the axis labels to white color so it looks better. Now we'll just adjust our chart over here. Next thing, let's just remove the outline. So I'll go to shape outline and I'll select no outline. You see, we have now formatted our chart. Let's just pull this a little up. Alright, now we'll add this blue background to all the other charts. So we'll first add the background, make it transparent, and then we'll convert the font text to white color to make it more readable and visible. So for the time being, I'll just pause the video and come back again. Alright, so now you can see on your screens we have nicely formatted our dashboard. So I've added a few logos for each of the charts. You can see the logos here. So for revenue by countries, we have a globe. Then if you see here, this is kind of a map or a location. Similarly, we have all formatted the color of the bars. Then we have also formatted the labels in terms of millions. If you look on the y-axis, even the revenue for year and region are all formatted in terms of millions. If you want this, you can also format the total year by revenue in terms of millions. So the way to do is, you can select this graph, right click and go to format axis. Here if I scroll down, you have numbers, and under category I'll select custom. Then I'll select my type as this format, which is in millions, and you see here we have successfully formatted our y-axis labels. Alright, so the next thing is to add slicers and timelines to our dashboard. Now slicers are used to format your data based on a particular column. Suppose if you want to see revenue by certain items, you can add item as a slicer and you can view the entire dashboard. Similarly, for timelines you can add date columns. So if you want to see what was the amount of sales or revenue generated on a particular year or a particular month, you can do that using a timeline. So I'll select one of the charts, and then either you can go to the insert tab, and here you can see under filters we have slices and timeline, or if you go to the pivot chart analyze tab, here also you have insert slicer and timeline option. So I'll select insert slicer here first. Now it's giving me the list of fields present in the dataset. So I'll select country, region, and let's say we want to know by item type and sales channel. So these are going to be my 4 slicers. I'll click on OK. You can see it here. We have our 4 slicers here, and these are the list of values. Under region we have Asia, this Europe, North America and others. Similarly, we have the different country names for country slicers, and then for item type also we have all the items that were present in our dataset. Now moving ahead, we need to connect all the slicers to a dashboard. So what I'll do is I'll right click on this option and I'll go to report connections. Okay, so under report connections you have all the pivot tables that we created. You currently see only one of the pivot table is selected, so we need to select all the pivot tables. So let me check all the pivot tables present in this workbook and click on OK. Alright, Now that we have connected one of our slicers, we'll now connect the other remaining slicers. So I'll right click on this, go to report connections, and I'll check all the pivot tables present in this worksheet. Click on OK. Similarly, let's do it for the country slicer. I'll go to report connections and let me select all the pivot tables. And finally, we have the item type. So I'll right click, go to report connections, and then I'll select all my pivot tables. And let's hit OK. Alright, now let me just organize this a bit. So I'll place my pivot tables to the right. I'll just reduce the size. Let me scroll down. Now I'll add my region slicer here. Similarly, I'll add my final slicer, that is sales channel. Now in our next dashboard, which is going to be the profit dashboard, I'll show you how to add a timeline. Alright, now I have arranged all my slicers. So let's say you want to find the revenue that was generated for an item type, let's say beverages. So you can just select beverages here, and all your charts show the respective revenues. So you have the total revenue by year for beverages only. Similarly, here you can see the revenue by year and region only for beverages item type. If I scroll down, now this chart represents the revenue that was generated in each of the countries only for item type beverages. Let me just uncheck it. Alright, let's say you want to see the revenue generated for a country like India. So I have selected India here, and now you can see my graph has changed only for country India. You can see here it is showing only for India now. Now similarly, you can also filter your revenues based on the different regions. Let's say you want to know the revenue generated based on sales channel. So we have two sales channels, that is offline and online. Suppose you want to know the revenue generated offline. So I'll just select offline. You can see the values have changed. So these were the revenues generated for each of the items only for offline. If you see here, now these were all the offline sales for the different regions. So this is our entire Excel revenue dashboard on sales. We created multiple charts and graphs. Then we applied different formatting. We added different icons. Then we formatted the labels also. Next, we added slicers, and finally we saw how we could filter our data based on these slicers. Likewise, now we are going to create a profit dashboard based on the same data. So before moving ahead, let me rename this sheet as revenue dashboard. I'll write REV dashboard. Okay. Now we'll move to our data sheet and start creating our pivot tables and pivot charts for the profit dashboard. Alright, so let me go ahead and create my first pivot table. So I'll create a new worksheet. This time I'm going to create a line chart to visualize the profit for each year. So I'll drag my total profit column to values and my order year to rows. So here you can see we have our pivot table ready. Now you can sort this data to get an idea as to which year had the highest profit and which year had the lowest profit. So from this pivot table you can see, since I've sorted this data in descending order, so 2014 had the maximum amount of profit and 2017 had the least amount of profit. I'll just do Control Z to undo it. Alright. Now based on this pivot table, let me go ahead and create my pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and click on a line chart. So this is the preview of the chart. I'll click on OK. Let me close this. Similarly, we are going to edit this chart now. So first I'll hide all the field buttons present on the chart, and I'll rename the chart title as Total Profit by Year. Next, I'm going to remove the legend, so I'll delete this. Let's do some more formatting. So I'll go to Style, and this time I'm going to select my style type. Okay, and if you want, you can choose the colors as well. For the time being, let's have this yellow color. Next, let me add the data labels. So again, if you see here, this is not formatted properly. So let's go ahead and format the data labels. So I'll click on number and I'll select custom here, and the type I'm going to select is in millions, and I'll click on close. So here you can see we have our line chart ready, which shows total profit by year. Let's rename this sheet as Profit by Year. Alright, now let's move back to our data sheet again. Next, we are going to show the total profit by countries. For this, I'm going to create a map. So let me first create my pivot table. So I'll go to Insert and I'll click on Pivot Table. Let me click on OK. Since I want the country names, so I'll select country under rows, and then I have my total profit under values. The next thing I'm going to do is I'll just rename the row labels as countries, and then I'm going to delete the grand total, which you can see at the bottom. So here we have the grand total. Let me just delete the grand total. So I'm going to select this pivot table, go to the design tab. Here we have subtotals and grand totals. I'll switch off the grand total. Let me just verify it again. I'll scroll down. You see the grand total has gone now. Alright, now we want to create a map out of this. The way to do is I'm going to select my data, copy it, I'll go on top and I'll paste it here. Using this data, I can create my field map now. So I'll go to Insert. Here we have the option to create a field map. There you go. You can see we have our map ready. I can expand this. Now as you can see, our map has a color scale which comes from light gray color to dark blue color. So the countries that are in gray, or you can say light blue, have the lowest amount of profit, while the regions or the countries that have been shaded in dark color or dark blue color have highest amount of profit. I will go ahead and delete this scale. Okay. Next, we need to connect this map to the original data source. So what I'll do is I'll right click on this map and I'll go to select data. Here, instead of the previous range, I'll give my new range now. So my new range will be my original pivot table that I had created. I'll go on top and click on OK. So we have our map ready now. Now if you want, you can change the color of the shade. So I'll just go to colors and let's say we'll keep green color. So the countries that are shaded in dark green have the highest amount of profit, while those which are highlighted in light green color are the countries that made least amount of profit. Okay, now moving on. Next, we want to create a pivot table that will show us the profit by year and sales channel. So for this we are going to create another line chart. So I'll go to insert and click on pivot table. So I'll select new worksheet. Here, since I want to know the profit by year, first of all I'll drag my order year column to rows, and then I'll choose my total profit column under values. Next, I'm going to select my sales channel under columns. There you go. So we have our pivot table here. Now based on this pivot table, let me create my pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and I'm going to create a line chart. I close this. You see here, based on this chart, you can tell the profit generated with online sales were actually lower than that of offline. So here the blue line represents offline profit and the orange line represents online profit. If you mark clearly, in year 2012 the online profit was actually higher than the offline profit. So let me go ahead and edit this chart a bit. So we'll delete the field buttons. I'll also delete the legend for now. Let me go ahead and add a chart title. So I'll write profit by year and sales channel. Okay, so this is my second report. Before moving ahead, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write profit by countries. Similarly, let me rename this sheet as profit by year and let's say SC for sales channel. Okay, moving ahead, now I want to create a pie chart based on a pivot table that will show the profit by sales channel only. So this is going to be a simple pie chart. So I'll first go to insert, click on pivot table and click on OK. So I'll drag my sales channel under rows and then we'll have the total profit column under values. So this is my simple pivot table. Now let's create our pivot chart, which is going to be a pie chart. Let me explore the other types of pie charts we have. Okay, so I'm going to select a donut chart here. I'll click on OK. Let's edit this chart. I'll remove the field buttons. Let me now remove the legend as well. I'll just resize it, and this is going to be profit by sales channel. Okay, let's also add data labels, and here again I'm going to format this label. I'll select the category as custom and my type will be in millions. Okay, let me just move this to the left and this to the right. Okay, let's also delete the lines. Cool. Now let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write profit by, let's say SC, which stands for sales channel. Cool. Finally, I'm going to create a report that will show the revenue and profit by items. So I'll go ahead and create my pivot table first. This time I'll choose my total profit under values, and we'll also have the revenue column. So I'll put my revenue at the top. Then I'm going to select item type under rows. So here is my pivot table. Based on this pivot table, let me now create a combo chart. So you can see the preview of the chart. The blue bars represent the total revenue and the orange line represents the total profit. I'll click on OK. Let me close this. First, let's remove the field buttons. Let's also remove the legend here. Then we'll add a chart title I'll name it as revenue and profit by items. Okay, if you want, you can also go ahead and change the color of the bars. So let me just select one of these colors. Okay, all right. So we have our 5 reports ready that we are going to use for our profit dashboard. Next, let's create a new sheet and we'll get started with building our dashboard. So I'll click on a new sheet. Let me just rename this as profit dashboard. All right. We'll continue with the previous drill. So first of all, let's go to the View tab and remove the grid lines. Now we'll insert a background image like we did for our revenue dashboard. So I'll go to Insert. Under Illustrations, I'll click on Pictures and select this device. I'm going to have the same background. I'll click on Insert. Alright, so you can see we have a picture of a company, or you can say an organization. Let's just drag this a bit to the right. We'll adjust the size also. Alright. Now let's copy the title of my profit dashboard. So here you can see I have brought my revenue dashboard, and I'll copy the title and the logos that we used for the revenue dashboard. I'll paste it on my new dashboard. Let's just align it in the center. Alright, the next step, let me now go ahead and edit the title. So this is actually going to be Excel profit dashboard instead of revenue. Now we'll copy each of the charts that we just created. For example, the revenue and profit by items, then we had profit by sales channel. All this we are going to copy one by one and put it on the profit dashboard. So let me just copy a few now. I'll paste it here, and later on we can make the adjustment. I'll copy this as well. Similarly, I'll bring the other 3 charts onto my sales dashboard. Okay, so here on my profit dashboard I have added all the charts and have aligned and reshaped it so that it looks good. I have also made some formatting. For example, I have reduced the size of the chart title. Now let me go ahead and show you a few more formatting that we also did for the revenue dashboard. First, let's remove the white background from all the charts. So I'll select the first chart, I'll right click and I'll click on Format Chart Area. Here under Fill, I'll select No Fill. Next, I'm going to remove the grid lines, so I'll just delete it. Let me close this. Now we also have a outline, so I'll go to Design, actually Format, and I'll remove the outline. Next, I'm going to add a blue box at the back like how we did for the revenue dashboard. So let me select a blue box from here and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, now let me just select the chart and I'll bring this to front and I'll move this to the back. Next, I'm going to change the font color all to white so that it's clearly visible and it's more readable. I'll do it for the x-axis as well. Okay, so here I have my first chart ready. The same I'm going to do for the rest of the charts. Okay, so now you can see here I have formatted all my charts. I've also added a blue background. You see here I have also formatted the Y labels in terms of millions, which is actually the profit. Similarly, here I have added the data labels. This is for revenue. Some of the charts also have the data legends. So here you can see the blue color represents offline and the red represents online. Similarly, here you have the legends. I've also formatted the map as well. Okay, now the next thing is to make this dashboard more interactive. So we'll add our slicers as well as timeline. First, let me show you how to add a timeline. So I'll select one of the charts and I'll go to Insert. Under Insert, I have the option to create a timeline. So I'll just click on Timelines. So timeline is actually based on date columns. So since in our dataset we only have two date columns, one is order date and one is ship date. So Excel has only shown us two columns. So I'm going to create my timeline based on order date. So I'll select my order date column and I'll click on OK. You can see here this is called a timeline. I can expand this. Now this timeline is based on months now. If I scroll this timeline, you can see here I have my order year 2010 and I have all the 12 months. Similarly, we have for 2011, then we have for 2012 all the way till 2017. Now you can filter this in terms of years, quarters, months or days. Let me just select year now. So I have years from 2010 till 2017. Let me just squeeze this and I'll place it somewhere here on the right. Now let me go ahead and create a few slicers for my profit dashboard. So I have selected one of the charts. Under Insert, I'll click on Slicer. You can see it gives me the list of columns from which I want to create slicers. So I'll create a region. Let me also select country. Let's say I want the representative's name or the customer's name, and I'll click on OK. So here I have created three slicers. Let me first resize it and I'll place it on the right. Similarly, I'll place the country column also. Then we have the region slicer. I'll resize this and I'll bring it here. Okay. The next thing we need to do is I have to connect all the slicers and the timeline to the pivot tables for the profit dashboard. So I'm going to click on the multiple select option and go to report connections. Here I'm going to select all the pivot tables that are related to profit. So here I have selected 4 and I need one more, which is pivot table number 10. I click on OK. Similarly, let's create or connect my region filter to all the pivot tables. So I right click, go to report connections. Here I'll choose all my pivot tables which are based on profit. I'll click on OK. Let's do it for the country slicer as well. I click on OK, and similarly I'll connect my timeline as well. I'll go to report connections and I'll select all the pivot tables related to profit. Then I'll click on OK. Let me now go ahead and create another slicer based on sales channel. So I'm selecting one of the pivot charts. I'll go to Insert, click on Slicer, and I'll select Sales Channel and hit OK. So I have my sales channel slicer. Now let me connect it to all the respective pivot tables that are based on profit. Click on OK. Now let me just bring it here. Alright. The next thing I want to show is how are we going to use the timeline first. So you see we have all the years here from 2010 till 2017. Now suppose you want to know the profit that was generated in the year 2012. So I'll just click on this range and now you can see our charts only show information for 2012. So this dot represents there was 51 million profit in the year 2012. Similarly, you can see here the profit by sales channel for 2012. From the map you can see the different countries and the profit each of these countries made in 2012. If I scroll down, you can see the revenue and profit by items. Now if I select another year, let's say 2013, I can just drag this to the right, and now you can see our profit by year and sales channel for offline and online. You can see the map or the line chart for total profit by year. So in 2012 it was 51 million, and then it went up to 54 million in 2013. Similarly, our map has also changed. Now this is a sort of an information that we have. You can click on this and check the information that Excel has prompted. Alright, so this is how you can use a timeline. Now as I said, we checked by years. You can also see it for months and quarters as well. Let me just uncheck it. I'll send it back to the place where it was, and I'll reduce the size. Okay. Now suppose you want to check the profit made by different representatives. You can select them one by one. Let's say Adam Churchill. This is the profit generated by Adam Churchill. Similarly, you can select multiple persons as well. Now suppose you want to see the profit by different countries, so you can use the country slicer. Let me just bring this to the middle, and let's expand our chart a bit. Okay, so here you have the profit by different countries chart. I'll just bring this to the front so that you can see it clearly. Okay, now here suppose you want to see the profit generated in, let's say, United Kingdom. You can select United Kingdom. So this is the map of United Kingdom, and it tells you the total profit that was generated in United Kingdom, and below you can see the revenue and profit for all the items that was sold in United Kingdom. So you had beverages, clothes, household, office supplies. So you can see clearly office supplies item made the highest amount of profit in United Kingdom. Now you can also select multiple countries. Let's say I want to know for France as well. So my map will change accordingly. So now I have United Kingdom and France selected, and the other charts present in my dashboard change accordingly. Now I have my country selected as India. You can see the map of India here, and these were the respective profit values. Now one thing to note here is this is actually not millions. This should be in K, that is thousands. So please mark this as 1000 and not in millions. Even for this is actually K and not million. Alright, so we have successfully created our second dashboard, that is on profit. Let me just resize this a bit, and we'll place it where it was earlier. Cool. So we saw how to create different pivot tables and pivot charts, and then we formatted our pivot charts based on our requirement. We saw how to edit the colors. Now let me show you one more thing. You can also change the look and feel of the dashboard by going to the page layout tab. Under page layout you have themes. So here you can select different themes. Currently we are with the office theme. Now let me just select another theme, let's say Facet. You see the colors have changed and it looks really beautiful. Similarly, let me try out another theme, let's say Organic. You see our chart has changed. Let me just delete this. Okay, so now once you change the theme, the text also change a bit. You can see the slicers are in a different font. Let me explore one more theme. Let's say this time I'm going to choose depth, and this is more of a green type of color. You can play around and select whatever theme suits the best. Alright. Now let me just move back to my revenue dashboard and see how it looks. There you go. So since we changed our theme, even our revenue dashboard is also impacted. So this is how it looks now. You can always go ahead and play with different themes, colors, fonts and effects. Alright. So in this demo we saw how to create a revenue dashboard. So we created line charts, this combo chart, pie chart, horizontal and vertical bar charts, and then we learned how to add slicers and connect it to different pivot tables, and we filtered our data to see revenue as well as profit by items, by countries, by different regions, sales channel. We learned how to create a map and lots more.
So for today, we will deal with this particular dataset, which is New York Airbnb Open Data 2024. So this happens to be the latest Airbnb dataset uploaded to Kaggle on Jan 5th, 2024. So we will download this particular dataset, and let's presume that we are going to conduct some data analysis using this particular dataset, and we find some errors or discrepancies in this particular dataset, and we'll try to clean it, right? So I have already downloaded this dataset and I've already extracted that particular zip file, and here we have it. Let's try to open it. Following data conversions in this file. Convert a large number of scientific notations. Do you want to permanently keep these conversions? You can just you can just convert if you want, and you cannot convert if you don't want it, but I'll go with the convert option, which might be recommended in few situations. Anyhow, we will be cleaning the dataset, right? So no worries on that part. Now if I expand the second column, which happens to be the name column, we already have some irregular discrepancies in the data. If you go back to the website, you can see it is a combination of, okay, let's scroll a little. So you can see it's a combination of name, rating, and the configuration of that particular suite room, right? So it happens to be the name of the hotel, rating, and the number of rooms you have in there, or the configuration of that particular hotel, right? By some error or by some way, Excel is unable to recognize what exactly was there in the dataset, and it converted that particular data into a special symbol. And remember, you cannot work on this particular column. You might think I'll use text to columns, right? You can say, let's try it. Okay, let's try it. You might wonder, I can go with text to columns solution, and I'll use the delimiter as other and paste that particular symbol here, but it's not going to recognize it. Okay, even if you copy it, let's say I copy this value and try the option of text to columns by selecting the entire column, and I'll give the delimiter as other, it's not going to paste it. You don't have it, right? In such scenarios, you might go crazy, and you might not even have a solution for it, right? But what if I tell you a simple substitute function can help you here, right? Seriously, there are endless possibilities when it comes to data cleaning, and the solutions are really simple, and you cannot believe how easy it was, right? So this is the first column, and again, if we go down to a little bit, if we dig down a little bit, you can see here the review date, and you have neighborhood hotel names, and the latitude and longitude, that means the location data, and room type, is it a private suite, or the types of rooms. Try to understand your data, try to read your data, right? That's when you understand what are the possibilities or what are the insights you can build using this particular data set, right? So read your data properly, and here you have ratings, right? Ratings is something which we can work with the cleaning process. And yeah, so here you can find a few places where there is no rating, right? The rating is not provided here. And if you come to the same row, right, if you go across the same row and if you come to the column B, you can see we have a rental unit in New York, and all of a sudden we have 1 bedroom, 1 bed, 1 bath, right? So we don't have a combination of rating here. And if you check out the cell B30, you have the rating and the configuration, right? In such scenarios, if you try to split the cell, you might end up with having discrepancies in the data set, right? So what you can do is, wherever we have the rating as no rating, or let's say no rating is equals to 0 or a blank cell, right? We can replace these particular no rating with blank cell, and imagine that these are the blank cells that you might encounter in real life scenario, and you wanted to eliminate those particular blank cells and rows because they might cause some discrepancy and you might end up getting a wrong report, right? So let's try to also work on that particular solution where we have blank cells in the data set and we remove the entire row or blank cells. Okay, we can have a use case on that part as well. And here we have another column that says license, and we go down, we have the configurations here, right? So that's it with the data. Okay, and here if you check out, we have a column called price, right? So it gives you the pricing details. Let's say I come from a different country, right? Let's say I come from India and I pay in terms of rupees, or I come from UK and I pay in terms of, let's say, pounds, right? And you come from United States of America and you pay in terms of English dollars, United States, right? This causes a lot of discrepancies. And for a report where you are trying to convert, or where you're trying to generate an exact report what you want, and you have some discrepancies in the data set, it might end up giving you a wrong result. But for now, it's correctly formatted in terms of whole numbers, no decimal places, no special symbols, no currency symbols, right? So it's just plain numbers. So let's say I don't want those symbols and we have the exact number over here, and let's say in case we have some decimal values, you can also add and remove those decimal values. So you can change the in case if you're facing that issue with the currency format, you can change or remove the currency format and change the decimal values to the whole number. And yeah, so let's get started. So that was the brief overview of the data set, and let's get started with working or data cleaning, right? Coming with the first one, which happens to be the name column, column B. We have a new column. Let's try to add a few more. You might want that. There you go. Now, since we are creating a new column and trying to eliminate the special character, let's not name this. We have multiple symbols, right? So let's try to use that. First, let's copy it, the symbol we want to eliminate, and here let's use the substitute equals to substitute function. Text box, let's try to fix it with F4. Column B is fixed and the cell numbers will change, and old is this particular text. So we're going to insert a text, right? So let's try to insert that symbol in double quotes. And what you want to replace this with? Nothing, just 2 double quotes, enter. Now get across all the cells, and we have eliminated this particular symbol, which was capital A. Now we have another type of symbol, right? So if you clearly check the entire data set, we just have one more special symbol, which happens to be the lowercase a, alphabet A, and followed by that we have few full stops, right? Now let's try to replace that as well. we are going to use the same substitute function, cell address. Let's try to fix it with function key F4. Column C is fixed. The cell numbers will change 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, comma, the old text, since we are keeping text, so double quotes. Inside that we have the text, close the double quotes, and what you want to replace it with? Nothing. 2 double quotes, close the bracket and enter. Now we have the name of the hotel, rating, and the bedroom, right? The configuration of that particular hotel rooms. Now drag this across all the cells, and there you go. Now you have the data in the way you wanted it, right? Now you can just simply copy the entire column, new column altogether, copy the entire column. Let's try that once again. Go to the new column, and here go to the paste special. You just need to paste the values over here, and there you go. You can copy this particular column name, paste it right here where we have the cleaned data, and you can eliminate all the remaining columns, delete them. Right now you have another catch. You want to split this particular data cell into the name of the hotel, rating, and hotel configuration, but in few scenarios we don't have a rating, right? In this particular column B15th cell we have the name and configuration, but there is no rating, right? This might end up in the wrong data. And again, another catch is you have spaces, right? Rental unit in New York, it has space, rating, space, 1 bedroom, right? So we have spaces in between, and we have a full stop for rating. Now how could you recognize and how could you split this particular data set? We have no idea on this, right? Now let's say we want 1, 2, 3 columns, right? So we want 1 column for the name of the hotel, and 1 column for the ratings, and 1 column for the configuration, right? We have created this particular configuration, but we don't know how to split it, right? How do you split this particular cell into 3 different columns? Now comes help from ChatGPT. Just copy any of the cell. I'll copy this particular cell and go to ChatGPT, which is in my tab over here. Start ChatGPT and explain your problem to ChatGPT. I have a cell with data, double quotes, enter the data. I want an Excel formula that can split the given cell into as shown below. Right, now paste the same data and split it. First one, name of the hotel, second one, the rating, and third one, the configuration. Right, clear? Just be more specific about what you want ChatGPT to help you with, right? So I want Excel formula that can split the given cell into 3 different columns as shown below. Right, just enter, and ChatGPT should be able to help you. So it is telling you to use the mid and search functions, and it has already given you 3 different formulas for 3 different occurrences. Let's try the first one, which is with the name of the hotel, right? Just place it over here, and obviously you will get the value error because the cell address is different. So we are supposed to give B2 as the cell address. Let's try to fix the cell address. So the column B will be fixed and the cell numbers will be changing. Copy that particular cell address and paste it over here and press enter. Now you have the name. Now drag this across all the cells and you have the cell names, hotel names, right? Now let's go with the second code. Copy that, paste it over here, and same process. You will have to change the address to B2. Let's try to fix it using function key F4. Column is fixed, cell numbers will change. Copy that, replace A1 everywhere in the formula. Now you will have ratings in a few cells, and in a few cells we have the configuration, which happens to be an irrelevant data because there was no rating provided by the user in that instant. So we will remove that, don't worry, we will have a separate process for that. And again equals to, so we will replace A1 with B2. Try to fix the column using function key F4. There you go. Copy the cell address, replace all the A1s in the formula, and get it. Thank you ChatGPT, which help you with a beautiful formula, right? So places where you get stuck, you can use some AI there, right? So there must be some mistake that we did. Undo it, and I think we messed up the formula somewhere. So let's try to copy the code as provided by ChatGPT and place it exactly where it's supposed to be going, and replace B2. Try to fix the formula. B, paste it here, paste it everywhere it's supposed to be. Press enter. Okay, there must be some mistake. Let's check the formula properly once again. I have a reference dataset of this. Let's try to open the reference data and check the formula. So I think it's with the prompt. So we gave the prompt in this way. So it has double spaces somewhere. So I think let's check the formula once again. Go back to the original dataset, Control Z, and here I think we have single space. No, we have double space. That's the problem. Okay, so we can ask ChatGPT for a different formula and try a different formula in this particular location. In case if it's not working, then equals to the formula. So in place of A1 we will have B2. We can fix the address, F4, copy, place it right over here, and this over here, enter, right? Okay, it's not working properly. Okay, we changed the formula a little bit with addition of mid, search, and length. Now if we enter this particular formula, I think it's going to work. Just replace A1s with B2s everywhere with fixing, and enter. There you go. Now you can drag the same dataset across, same formula across all the cells, and you should be having it. Now this is done. Let's try to copy all the data. You have copied it, now delete it, and now you will be pasting the values only as required. Okay, let's try to insert 3 new columns. Okay, so I think we have the option of selecting the entire column and then deleting it, and then let's try to copy, and now right click, insert copied cells. Now we still have the formula, right? So we don't want the formulas anymore. Let's try to work around it. Copy the cells, insert 3 different new columns here, and copy these 3 F, G, H columns and go back to here, and now try to paste the values, only values. And in this scenario you don't have any formulas embedded in this particular data. Now what you can do is just quickly delete these cells which you don't want anymore in your data set. Okay, so I think you don't want E, F, G, H, I, J, K. So I think we mistakenly inserted the data twice. So let's check the original data just for reference. So I would always recommend you to keep a copy of the dataset that you're working with, so that anytime you have a problem, just go back to the original dataset and have a look at it. Right now, I think we don't even want this particular column over here. So we have the name of the hotel, rating, and now if we come back to the rating section, remember the blank cell elimination process we were discussing about? That's the one. So you can quickly select the entire data set and go to sort and filter option and filter, and here you can select the rating section and deselect everything and go with the last one, new and rating. Okay, now you have only the new and no rating options over here. You can just quickly select the entire column and delete it, which will end up giving you the approach of having blank cells. Now quickly remove the filter option. Now you have some blank cells. Right now, what to do with the blank cells? Simple. Control A, go to Control G, go to special, and here you have blanks. Select that, and there you go. Now all the blank cells are selected. It might take a little while because we have around some thousands of rows. The blank cells are selected. Now press Control and hold it there, and then press it. It's the minus symbol. Right now you have different options. Just select the entire row. You can just eliminate entire row with any discrepancies. It might take a while again. Just give Excel its time to delete the unnecessary blank cells and rows in the dataset, so that we have a completely formatted dataset. There you go. I think we're good. And now for verification, if you check the configuration section or the rating section, you will not have any discrepancies which fall into, or they are spilling into the rating section. The configuration section should not be spilling into the rating section, and that's how we do it. So far it's good enough, and I think there is one problem over here. Right, so I think this particular row is having some errors with this particular cell splitting function. Okay, that's not a problem. So we can quickly check for that discrepancy, and we did the filters option right. So quickly filter out, and it should add a new filter. So if it has anything else than numbers, you should be having in the end. So yeah, I think we have a couple of cells with some irrelevant entries. You can just quickly select those cells and eliminate them as well. I'm unselecting everything and selecting only the cells that have some text data, so that you can have those few rows, maybe around 7 to 8 rows, and eliminate those rows. There you go. And now if you quickly remove the sort filter options, we have the dataset ready. And now we will also learn the trim function before we go any ahead. Okay, in some scenarios we might need that. Let's say I have, okay, let me insert a new column. Let's say I have some irrelevant blank spaces and spaces in between here, which will cause a new problem for us while we are performing our data analysis jobs. Right, in these scenarios, if you use the trim function, it will eliminate any improper spacings. Just try trim, tap to select, and enter. And if you drag the same formula across all the cells, you can eliminate any extra spaces. Here you see there are no spaces for the data that you have entered. You have trimmed out any excess spaces in between the text, in the beginning of the text and at the end of the text, right? So this is again a good option for us. You can just quickly undo everything so that you then don't have to worry about the extra spaces. Right, there you go. And that's one way of removing extra spaces from your dataset. And let's say if you want to keep this in the form of uppercase, let me insert a new column. Let us remove this, and let's say I want in uppercase. Just tap to select, there you go, and you have it in uppercase, right? Just drag the same formula across all the cells, you have it. And let's say you wanted the same in lowercase, you can just type in lower, tap to select, and there you go. And in case if you had the same problem, let's say the name is all in upper or lower and you want it in proper case, you can just press proper and select the function proper, and there you go, you have the proper case, right? That's another way of doing things. Okay, in the text cases. And now so far we have dealt with splitting text into columns and converting the uppercase to lowercase, and also trimming the extra spaces, and also using the substitute function. And yeah, we have also dealt with the currency format, and we have a few more. Let's say we wanted to work with data. Okay, I think this particular data set does not have the date column. Okay, we do have it here, last review. Okay, so I think it's uniquely formatted. It does not have discrepancies with date, with AM, PM, right? Okay, we'll try to look at that from a different perspective, different data set altogether. Don't worry about it. Now, another common factor. Let's say I have some duplicate entries. Let's go back to the bottom section, and let's say I have a duplicate entry of these three rows. Copy and paste it over here. Now we have some duplicate data entry. Now you can select the entire data set, go to data option, and here we have something called remove duplicates option, right? If you click on that, it will remove, it will select all the columns, okay? And remember to check this particular function, check on my data has headers, select all the columns, don't forget any of the columns, okay? What it does is it will check all the columns, and if there is an entry which is similar to all the columns, right, all the column headers are same to same, and all the entries in each and every cell are under the column header are same to same, then it considers it as a duplicate entry and eliminates it. So far, according to our knowledge, we should be having at least 3 duplicate entries. Let's see. When you click on OK, no duplicate, and I think so it has already eliminated it. So I think we did not paste it properly, but that's how you can eliminate the duplicate entries in your data set. Let's try to do that once again, and select all, remove duplicates. Yeah, one did not paste the values properly previously, but that's how you can remove the duplicates. One duplicate value is found and removed. So that's how you can eliminate duplicate entries in your data set. And here, so far so good. We have learned the formatting thing, we have learned the split to cells, we have used ChatGPT to get our formulas, we have formatted cells from upper, lower, proper, and we did substitute functions, we did the currency formatting, and yeah, what remains is about the date formatting. So let's work on a different data set altogether. If we go to File and open this particular data set, I think that should be beneficial for us. Or let's go to, yes, this is the one I was talking about, right? Now let's close all the previous data sets, don't save anything, and this I think you might want to save. Let's save this for reference. Now we have this particular data set right in front of us, and you can see we have date and time formatting in 24 hours. And if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you can find we have the same data in terms of date, time, that is 12-hour timing, and AM and PM, right? Now you might wonder, you can just directly split the data set into space, by giving the delimiter as space, and you can eliminate the timing. But if you see the data set title, it's about crime, right? So if you are going to perform some proper data analysis based on time, location, and date, you might require the date in the form of date, time, AM and PM, right? You might want that time section. You don't want to miss that, right? So in such scenarios, you can take the help of custom formatting. See, here we have date, month, time and hours and minutes, and AM and PM. Just select the entire column, go to this particular formatting and go to custom, and here remove general and paste the dataset formatting you want in terms of date, month, year, hours, minutes, AM and PM. Select OK, and there you go. 000 got replaced with 12 AM, which is the beginning of the day, and the entire column is been now having a uniform date time format. So these were the few tips and tricks about data cleaning for data analysis. You might have wondered that Microsoft Excel is just another data storage tool which saves your data in terms of rows and columns. But what if I tell you it's a lot more than that? It cannot just only save your data, but also perform some exploratory data analysis on your dataset and create some impressive charts, graphs, and interactive dashboards. Exactly, we are going to discuss that data visualization part in Excel. So without further ado, let's get started with the data on Excel and perform our data visualization with Excel. So right now we are on the Microsoft Excel. So if we go to the insert option in the panel here, you can see we have a wide range of charts available, right? So here you have all the charts. So all these individual charts are based on data visualization. You just have to give the dataset that you want to work on, and here you can see the recommended charts option. Here what Excel does is it will read your dataset and it will understand which of the following charts that are available here will be the most recommended ones, or which are the ones which can help you with the best data visualization, right? It can automatically read your dataset and it will give you the recommended charts, and you can choose one of them. For example, here we have a list of charts, right? So we have column, line, pie chart, bar chart, area, right? All these charts. So today we will be working on the most important ones, or most of these available charts here. So I have got a list of charts lined up here. So I've got a small data set for each and every one of these so that we have a brief understanding of how exactly these charts work, right? Now we'll get started with the waterfall chart over here, right? Let's quickly close this and let me select the entire data set what's present on the data sheet here. So if you kind of zoom in a little, you can see this is just another business data which is dealing with revenue, investment, gross margin, admin expenses, net income, right? So if I select the data and go back to charts over here, you can automatically see it is recommending me different types of charts here, right? It's giving me a cluster chart, it's giving me a pie chart, it's giving me some other type of chart which is here a clustered bar, right? It's also giving me a funnel type of chart, right? So right now we want to create a waterfall chart. So if I click on this particular one, it will give me the waterfall chart which looks something like this. If I click on OK, there you go, you have your waterfall chart. So here you can see the increase and decrease. So if there is an increase, it will be represented in terms of blue color, and if it's decrease or decline in terms of profit or loss, it will highlight in terms of orange color. So it's called the legend, which gives you the total briefing of what exactly is going on with your chart. So this is the first type of chart that we worked on. You can ignore the chart title, and in case if you want to modify this, you can go to this particular option which gives you all the edit access to your charts. You can do some background edits, and you can also change some fonts, etc. And if you want to do some more of that, you can see you can eliminate access lines, you can add some legends, grid lines, etc. right? So you can also do that. So with that, we have done with the first type of chart, which is the waterfall chart. Let's go back to the sparklines. So you might wonder, what do you mean by sparklines, right? Now we have a list of business data with the regions. We have North region, South region, East, West, Central. Now, let's say your manager wants a brief, result or report which will tell about the performance of the individual zones, right? And if you give him numbers, he might not understand what exactly is going on with your business. But what if there was a way which could visually represent the performance, right? And you might wonder, how can I create, you might have to create 5 different charts for all these, and you have to add them onto 5 different pages, and this might be complicated. No, that's not the way. You just create one single bar graph or a line graph right over the sales of your node zone, right in front of your node zone from Q1, Q2, Q3 and Q4, and you can give them the performance report right next to the numbers over here. So that's what I'm talking about, the Sparkline charts. So if you click if you select all the data over here and go to insert option and the recommended charts, then you can find Sparklines over here. You can just go to the line type of Sparkline, or you can also go through the column, right? You can select any one of those. I'll try to select the column one. So it's asking me for the data range. Give the data range right over here and press OK. Now you can also drag this across all the cells. It will take the cell data from this particular cell according based on it will reference the cells right over here, and it will give you a report. And in case if you don't want the bar type of graph, you can change it directly to a line graph, which will be a little more easier to understand if there is a growth or dip or drop, right? So here you can see the East sales are going down, and every other sale except for the Central, every other sale has seen a dip, and now it's slowly growing, right? So that's how you can create a Sparkline chart. And the next type of visualization that we will be dealing in Excel is about the heat map. So heat maps are another good way of representing the performance of your data, whichever is, let's say you wanted to calculate the revenue, or if you wanted to visually represent the growth of revenue or the drop of revenue of your sales through a visual representation, then heat maps are the best. You can find out which is the highest performing month, or which is the highest performing year, and you can also identify which was the lowest performing year just by looking at the colors, right? Now we can either select the entire data set, right? So we have the 2013 over here. So you can either select the entire data set and perform the heat map analysis, or you can just individually select a row, a column, or you can select an individual row and find out which particular month or which particular year perform best. So now we will be trying to calculate, or we'll be trying to generate a heat map for individual years. So let's get started with 2013, and you can just go to data, or you can just go to home to conditional formatting, and here you have data bars, right? You can go, yeah, we have the color scales. So here we have the heat maps, right? So you can go with the first one, which will say green is the best performing and red is the worst performing. So click on that, and you can see in 2013 we have July as the best performing month, right? And the worst performing must be the June, right? So similarly, let's try to create a heat map for 2014. It's same color scales, heat map. Just take a little while. So here you can see we have created a heat map for individual years to find out the best performing month and the worst performing month, right? So apart from generating colors as heat map, what you can do is you can go through the conditional formatting once again, and here you can see we have color scales. But apart from that, if you want to change these into a data bar, you can find out, so that you can find out the best performing sale. You can also do that. You have data bars over here, and if you're not happy with the data bars or colors, you can also go through some icons. So here, if you see, we have directional icons which will directly tell you, which will indicate the best performing month in terms of an arrow mark. So the one which is pointing towards upwards in green color will show that it's the highest and best performing month, and the yellow color, which is pointing towards right, it will indicate that it was a medium performance month, and the one with the lower side and red indicates the worst performing month, right? So you can also do that to enhance your visibility, right? So here you can see we have the best performing months in terms of green colors, and arrow mark is pointing towards up, and the ones with the worst performance are indicated with lower arrow keys and red color. You can also do that, right? And with that, we will go to the next type of chart, which is a funnel chart. If you highlight the data set a little, you can see this is again the business data, which will tell you about the expenses that you spent on your company, which are about operational expenses, technology expenses, employee training, development expenses. So if you want to represent this in form of funnel, let's say, then you can also do that by going through the insert option, data visualization charts, and here you have one of the recommendations as funnel. You can just select that, and there you go. Now you have a detailed funnel type chart, which will explain the operational expenses, technology expenses, basically all the expenses that you spend on your company, and the numbers that you spent, right? You can expand this so that you have the complete. You can also edit this. If you go to the edit option, you can what you can do is, you can indentation, you can keep the indentation towards the left, and or if you want, you can keep the indentation in terms of middle. That can be done, right? So now we're moving forward, we will look at tree chart. So tree chart is similar to a heat map, which will basically instead of representing them in terms of colors, it will represent them in terms of shapes, right? The highest spend or the highest pricing will be represented in terms of the biggest box, and the lowest ones will be represented in terms of the smaller boxes. So here we have another business data, what we have here. So we might have a small store which works on electronic items, and it might be a bill kind of data which you have over here, which will represent what type of device you are selling spares, and what type of spare that you have sold, what's the rate of each and every spare item, and how many number of units you have sold, and what's the price that you made as revenue, right? So if you select all this data and go to insert option and go to charts, so you have a lot of charts over here, and you can see tree chart is one of the recommended chart. You can also go with sunburst type of chart. You can go through bar graph, column graphs, everything. So here we are focusing on tree type of chart, so select that, and okay, there you go. So you have three categories, which is PC, mobile, and a computer. You can consider them as laptop. So if you minimize a little, so here you can see we have the highest number of revenue generated from laptop. So laptop LCDs have given you highest revenue. Next one is the hinges, and then you have laptop keypads, mobile displays at the 5th position, right? So that's how you can create a tree type of data visualization chart using Excel. Next one is area chart. So area chart and line charts are similar to each other. The only difference is if you are going with the area chart. Okay, let's go with the line chart first so that you have a brief or better understanding. So we'll deal with the same data set here. Let me expand this a little. So again, this is a sales data of North, West, East, South, and Central. So based on years, so select all the data, go to insert, and the number of charts over here. So if you see, both line graph and area graphs are one of the recommendations over here. So the area graph looks something like this, and line graph looks something like this. So the only difference is, in a line graph, the lines will be used to represent your profits and gains, and in area graph, the lines what used to represent that particular profit or drop will be covered with some color, a dedicated color, and it will represent that in terms of an area. right? That's the only difference. So if you click on this line chart, it will give you a line chart, and here if you click lines, you will have the color filled. So individual colors will be filled for individual types of data set that you have. So you have 5 different data sets, so 5 different colors will be representing 5 different zones, and you will have an area for that. So that's how line chart and area chart works. The next one is a bar graph, right? Bar and column graph. So the difference is here we have the same south, east, west, it's a summation of the total sales that happen in terms of these zones. And if you want to identify which of the zones perform best, then the best way to do that is using a bar graph or a column graph. So if you go through this, here you already have the best recommendation right over here, which is the column chart. And if you want that in terms of bar, you can also do that. There you go, you have the bar charts. And column chart is no different. It's also completely similar to that. Instead of a bar graph, you will be selecting a column graph, which will show the data in terms of verticals. That's the column graph. And apart from that, you might have got clustered and combination charts, etc. Now the next one is boxes and whiskers. So boxes and whiskers will show you the individual performance variations of a student, right? We have okay, here we are dealing with student data set. So we have 5 different students and 3 different subjects: physics, chemistry, and maths. So we will find the variation between the marks of every student, which is the lowest marks obtained by a student in a particular subject and the highest mark obtained by the same student in that particular subject. Let's say we have student 1 in physics. He has scored 80, 75, 92, 78, and 88. So we will have a boxes and whiskers chart, which will explain the highest mark as 92 and the lowest will be as 75. So we have 5 different students, and we will understand the variations of each and every student in each and every subject. Select all the data set and go to insert option over here and drop down and go to all charts, and here we have boxes and whiskers. So this is what I was talking about, the highest number of marks scored by a student in individual subject and the lowest number of marks scored by a student in individual subjects. So each and every color will represent one of the students: blue for student 1, orange for 2, and the hash color for student 3, so on, right? Just click on OK, and you have the box and whiskers charts right over here. So the next type of chart is the maps chart, where you can physically create a map which shows you a physical map, how exactly is going on with the, right? So here we have the countries as, the state as the first column and the population as the second column. So we can basically select the entire data and create a physical map which will show the density of population in that particular state. So the highest or darkest color will represent the highest population, and the lowest or the lightest color will represent the lowest density of population. So how you can create is that simply select the entire data, go to insert option, and here you can see the maps option. Just select that particular map, and here we have the first recommendation as filled map. So we'll go with that, and we have a map which will show the population of that particular state. So here we have California as the highest densely populated state, and here we have Montana as one of the lowest or less densely populated states. So here we have the legend which will describe the highest populated area and the lowest populated area. There you go. So with that you can create the maps. And next, going ahead, we have scatter plots. So you must be well aware of the scatter plot, which will show you the graph in terms of scattered nature, and you have the highest rainfall, and so here we're dealing with the rainfall data. So the the serial numbers which will describe the location, so the location which has the highest rainfall and particulate. So you can basically create that using a scatter plot. Just select the entire data, go to the insert option, and here you have the scatter plots. Just click on that. You can try to select the type of plot you want, so I'm going with the first option. There you go, we have the scatter plots which will show you the rainfall and particulate. And now the next type of chart we have is combo, which will be the last for this particular tutorial. And if you want us to create a few more data visualization, you have a lot of charts over here. So we have line graphs, pie graphs, and if you expand the selection of the entire data, and if you expand the selection, you have a lot of charts over here. We have sunburst, we have histogram, we have combo, right? So we will be going with the combo chart over here, right? So if you click on this, you can either go with the first one, clustered column and line, or you can do any one of those. So I'll select both, press OK. There you go. So we have the combo chart, and that was the last chart for this tutorial on data visualization with Excel. And if you want to work us on a custom chart, please do let us know in the comment section below, and we will come up with a new tutorial on that one as well.
So, descriptive statistics in Excel. So firstly, what exactly is descriptive statistics in Excel? So some of the functions like central tendency, median, measure of variability, mode, range, box plot, etc. Such kind of functions are called as descriptive statistics functions. Now, let's say you find a dataset in which you are supposed to find the descriptive statistic values of that particular dataset, and you have to write down all the functions manually, right? If you want to eliminate that big task, that huge task, then there is a simple shortcut method in Excel. But how can we do that? That's exactly what we're going to discuss today in this session. So let's get back to the practical mode. I will open Microsoft Excel. So this particular file is my input file for today's session. So I have about 10 to 15 decimal values, like whole numbers, complete, let's say this is not the whole numbers, these are the decimal values which we are going to discuss for today. So let's say these are the input values for us for today, and we are supposed to find out the descriptive statistics for all these numbers, right, which is a mean value, average value, etc., etc., and which is a simple shortcut method to do that, right? Now let's select the values and go to data, and here, okay, we have waterfall analysis, so by default we will not have that here. So go to developer options, and in this developer options, go to Excel add-ins, and here you can see analysis toolpath. Let's click OK on that, and I think I'll be able to add it now. So when you go back to data again, here you can find some option called data analysis, right? Waterfall analysis is being pushed a little to the left, so now you have data analysis. Click on that, and in a moment you have the options here. Click on descriptive statistics, press OK. There you go. Now you have the input range. Give this particular input range to your file, and now you have the data in columns, so columns by default. And yeah, you can either create a new worksheet, you can either create a new workbook, right? I will go with new worksheet, or you can click the output range over here, and here you can give the value. I'll give a cell value here, I'll give D1, and I think everything else is good to go. And in case if you want the summary statistics, confidence level, right, and K the largest, K smallest, you can also give that and press OK, and there you go. You will have all the values here. Just expand the rows, expand the columns, and you will have all the values here.
Here we have some data set. So we have row ID, order date, ship date, etc. So these are the rows over here. Let's quickly select the entire data set and remove any filters that we have. So the filters is gone, and at the last you can see country, region, product, category, subcategory, and extending further we have sales data, quantity ordered, discount, and profit. So now let's proceed and try to build one single dashboard. Okay, now imagine yourself in a situation where you're working for this particular store or a company which sells products, and you have a team meeting with leadership, and you are supposed to be hunting for simplicities in complexities, and you need to present an interactive dashboard which gives a visual representation of what exactly is happening with the company, the sales, the quantity ordered, profit, etc., right? And if you show this particular data set as it is in the form of named rows and columns, your leadership might not be able to understand it, or they might not be able to justify what exactly needs to be done in the future to keep the numbers same or improve the sales, right? So in that scenario, an interactive dashboard could be beneficial. So in today's session, we're going to create the same and creating a chart that is an interactive chart or a dashboard which is interactive. Everything lies on one single point, that is the pivot tables and pivot charts. If you're good with pivot tables and pivot charts, you can create interactive charts, you can create interactive dashboards and much more. So the process is simple, but in case if you need a quick overview of how exactly a pivot table is created or performed, then you can check out the link in the description box below, which will give you a complete detailed description and to understand how to create a pivot table and a pivot chart in real time and move further, right? Now we will continue with this particular topic for today, which is creating a dashboard. Now click anywhere in the cell, select the entire dataset using Control A and go to Insert option over here and choose Pivot Table, right? From the table range should be the option. Here you can see the table range has been selected, and you also have two more options which will help you understand where exactly to create your pivot table. So we will be creating that in a new worksheet. So click on a new worksheet and press OK. There you go. You have the pivot table here. And let's say we want a few charts. So here we have a region-wise sales, country-wise sales, and shipment majorly used, subcategory, category, segment, and let's say we also want quantity wise country and quantity, right? Or let's say okay, country and quantity. So how many number of orders basically you receive from each country, right? So let's say we want all these charts. Now how many number of charts do we have? 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7. Remember, creating a chart which is interactive relies on pivot table. Now, so far we have created one pivot table or one pivot chart or one pivot sheet, but we want 7 pivot charts. How to do that? It's really simple. Just hold Control and drag that sheet and you have a new pivot chart, right? You can do that few more times. 7. So we have 7 pivot tables as we required. There you go. And now let's get back to the first sheet and let's see the first option we are looking for. So we want region-wise sales, right? We have 5 different regions: North, South, East, West, and Central. And we want region-wise sales in a pictorial way. For that, let's go to the options over here. We have the row names or the metadata. You can drag region into either columns or rows, wherever you want. I'll choose just drag and drop it in the columns. And now go back to sales and you can drag sales to rows, sales in each region, right? Now you can go back to this particular pivot table, go to home, eliminate any and go to pivot table analyze, and here you can see pivot chart. Click on that. And now you have all charts window on your desktop, screen. You can choose the one which you feel is good, right? So I'll prefer a bar chart, column chart here. Click on OK and there you go. Now you can edit this particular data set and chart, and you can also remove any of the things you don't want. So for example, I don't want legends, so I'll remove legends. And this is what I have here. You can also edit from a few more things, right? Now I can simply copy this particular chart and go to the dashboard. So let's create a new sheet and name it as dashboard, margin center. You can add a color. So now here you can paste the first chart. Now you can rename this chart title. So you can rename this as region wise sales. So therefore you have that first chart over here. You can also increase or decrease the size of the chart by just dragging the corner points. And let's go to the second pivot table. We have the second pivot table right here. What was our second request? So the second request was country wise, right? Now close this, choose the country and drag it to columns or rows. Let's go with rows this time, and sales. Go to pivot table, analyze, pivot table chart, and here you can choose a pie chart since you're going with the country wise, and click OK. Now you have the pie chart over here. You can rename that as country wise. You can copy this and paste it onto the dashboard. In case you want to keep the size of the pie chart and the column chart in the same width and height, you can do that. Just go to format. Here you can 5.6 and it can be 9.9, and similarly you can go with 5.6. This can be 9.9, just so that you can accommodate a few more charts in the dashboard. You can align them. There you go. Right now, our next request is subcategory shipment. So go to shipment. So this is the fifth sheet. So we need to go to the third spreadsheet where we have the pivot table. So close the format shape, and we have shipment here, ship mode. So select the ship mode, drag it to rows or columns, sales to here, and we have or you can count it, right? You can change it to count. Okay, so you have standard class with the highest number of sales happening. So many sales which are happening in your store, choose the standard class of shipment, right? So very least people choose first class or same day shipment, which is highly expensive, and standard shipment will take minimum pricing, and most of the customers have chosen that. Now you can choose the same data here. Go to pivot table, analyze, and here we have pivot charts, and out of this you can select any one. Let's say if you want to go with the tree map, or if you want to go with the bar, or any one, you can go with that. So let's go with the bar graph. You press OK, and here you create it. Now rename this particular chart as ship mode. Now you can copy the same chart and paste it onto the dashboard. You can close that. If you go to format, you can do the same setting, 5.9 and 9.9, 5.6 and 9.9. There you go. You have everything lined up. And this space that we have over here, we can add a few more things which will come under slicers and filters. So we'll have to wait for that until we can finish the rest of the charts. Now we will go to the fourth sheet. So what was the fourth request? Let's check our list here. So subcategory wise sales. Now we can check the categories, subcategories over here. Yeah, we have the subcategory. Select that and drag to rows or columns, and sales to values. Okay, and there you go. And if you want to sort, you can also sort by right clicking and sort it to minimum and smallest to largest to smallest. There you go. So the highest number of sales are happening through mobile phones. Next comes the bookcases, next come copiers, etc., etc. Now select this and go to pivot table, analyze, pivot chart, and you can choose any one of those. We can go bar chart or the column chart, and you can also rename this as subcategory wise. You can copy it, paste it on the dashboard, and you can also make few arrangements if you want. You can resize it, 5.6, and this will be 9.9. The next request is about the category wise sales and segment. So we have the category here, drag it to rows, and sales here. You can keep it the way it is, or you can go to pivot analyze, and here go to charts, choose the one you want and proceed. Copy it and go to dashboard. You can paste it over here. There you go. Country wise and segment quantity. So now you have country over here, like a country to rows and sales to columns, or you can, let's go with sales. Since this is a sales dashboard, this should be beneficial. Now we have, we can also sort it again, sort to largest to smallest, and we have France with the highest number of sales. Now you can copy that or go to pivot table analyze, and here pivot chart. You can go with pie chart. You can rename it as country wise. So there you go, and copy this, paste it on the dashboard. I think we already did a country wise sales, so I think we can proceed with the next type of chart, which is segment wise. Let's go to the same sheet where we created the country wise sales and close the format, delete the chart. Instead of country, we can select segment. So which segment has the highest number of sales? Paste it over here. Format to adjust the size of the chart. There you go. So we have region-wise sales, country-wise sales, ship mode, subcategory-wise, category-wise, and segment-wise sales. Now we have a dashboard, but to make it a little more interactive, we might require a few filter-like options, which are also called as slices. So when you add slices onto the sheet or the dashboard, what you can do is you can select the options you want. Let's say I want the region-wise sales in Belgium, then you can identify that. Let's say you want Australia's or Austria's shipment modes. What kind of shipment mode is most used in Austria? You can find out it. And let's say you want to find out the Finland segment-wise sales, then you can find out. This is only possible when you try to include a slicer into the dashboard. Now let's go ahead with it. Now if you select any of the charts, let's say I want to go with the first one. Now go into insert, and here you can see filter options, right? So here you want to insert slices. Now here you have a slices right now. Okay, so you can select the slicer you want. So I want the slicer for region, I want the slicer for country, I want the slicer for ship mode, which is right here, and I want subcategory wise slicer, I want country or category wise slicer, so category, and segment wise, which is here. So I want 6 slicers. There you go, I've got the 6 slicers created. Let's minimize to make it look a little more better. There you go, and we will paste the slices right here. You can also modify the size of the slicers. Let's try to make them fit here, and the next one should be right here. There you go. Now let's drag this here. The last slicer in the last section. There you go. Now we have a dashboard, but is it interactive? I guess not. So how to make it completely interactive? So you might have a doubt. Let's say I want to click on machines. Now only 1 out of the 6 charts is reacting. Let's say I want to click on papers. It is giving me the data for phones and etc. And if I click for Belgium, you can see only 1 chart is being interactive, right? Now what should I do so that every chart which is on the dashboard gets completely interactive and shows all the data in real time? That can be done. All you have to do is select any of the slices, right click and go to the option which says report connections. So select all the pivot table which are present in your chart right now: sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, sheet 5, sheet 6 and sheet 7. Press OK. Now all the charts are interconnected with each other, and now if you click on any one of the options, so let's say I want the data for Austria country, and every data changes. Correct? Report connections. You need to do that with all the slices. Press OK. There you go. Now, if you select Finland, Denmark, Austria, you can see the charts are changing, right? Every chart is now interactive. So that's exactly how you create an interactive dashboard. Now you might be having a doubt. Okay, it's working for the existing data, but what if I add some new data? So here we have data until 2022, and this is the new data until 2023. Now, if I add this particular data to the end of this particular data set, right here, and remove the row headers, and go back to dashboard, go to pivot chart. On data dashboard, we need to go to data, and here click on refresh all. Then you will get the updated data set, and now you have the updated results as well. Now let's open an Excel document. Let's also try to open a new terminal in ChatGPT. Okay, we have a new chat now, right? Now let's go back to the Excel spreadsheet, and here you can see we have a CSV file which is a little longer. So let's try to eliminate a few rows. Let's try to work with only 50 rows for now. Select the first cell, delete. Right, now I want an Excel formula to separate all these comma separated values into separate columns. Now we have some automated solutions for it, right? But now let's try to create a formula using ChatGPT. Now let's ask ChatGPT to give a formula to separate So let's edit this. Copy the code and now go back to the spreadsheet. So initially it was trying to give me a solution which is automated, but we wanted a formula anyways. So and now try to drag the same formula across all the cells until we get the last column header. So it is quite lengthy. So I think the last column header is somewhere over here, years with the current manager. If you drag the same formula to all the rows, all the 50 rows that we're initially working with, we will also get the data set separated, right? Now if we go back there you can see the CSV has been successfully separated into different columns, right? Now if you want to work on some let's say some functions or mathematical functions which you work with day-to-day life, right? Let's copy 10 random values, paste them in a new sheet, calculate the sum of these values, right? Sum of 10 values. So as ChatGPT for the same, all the mathematical and statistical functions like average, mean, median, mode, subtract, differentiation, everything. Now let's try to ask it for the summation. Give me a formula, an Excel formula
to find out sum of 10 numbers in Excel. There you go, that's our formula. Copy the code and paste it in this particular cell. It had 10, right? So we need to add 10. So let's add the 10th value here, and now let's paste the formula, which is equals to sum of, so this was the formula, right? A1 to A10, 11. Okay, no worries. Enter. I think this is with the data type, right? So I think the data type is okay. It is carrying the formula, so we were supposed to paste the values only, right? Now let's try to delete this particular column and Control Shift to V. Let's copy the values once again. Copy and go to the new sheet. Paste special, paste values only, right? Now it's not carrying any of the functions with it. So if we implement the same function which ChatGPT gave us, which is from sum A1 to A10, enter. Okay, it's still not taking. I think it is carrying the formula, but again, no worries. Let's enter some random values: 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100. Now we have 10 values, and if we use the same formula, sum of A1 to A10, which ChatGPT initially gave us, we have the summation. Similarly, you can also ask ChatGPT to give you any of the mathematical and statistical functions. Now, let's say we want to do some macro level functions, right? Let's say we want an interest calculator, right? So before that, we need to save this file as, currently this is CSV, right? We need to save it as macro enabled workbook, so that whenever we write a macro, the macro will be accepted by the workbook, right? Now let's say okay, to insert a macro, we need to go to macros from developer options. Let's name our macro as, okay, let's ask okay, right? Let's create this. Right now, let's ask ChatGPT for the code. Give me a macro for calculating interest in Excel. It should be giving me the code. There you go. Simply calculate the, simply copy the code, go to your macro, erase whatever you have here, erase this because the the function name, we're giving a new function name here, calculate interest, right? Instead of interest, just save it. It'll ask for a small change. I think it's done. Now you can close this macro and in the same developer options, go to interest, create a button, create it somewhere over here, and click on the function that you just created, the macro just you created, press OK. And if you want to change it, you can also change it. Instead of button 1, just type in interest. There you go, done. Now whenever you click on this button, it will ask the amount, right? Let's give some principal amount, let's say $10,000. Annual interest rate maybe 6% as decimal, and term period, let's think it's 1 year, should be good, right? So that's how you create macros using Excel. I think I gave one like instead of 60,000, right? There you go. And let's say you want to take it to a next level, let's say advanced level. You wanted to split the first name and second name, or let's say you wanted to do a VLOOKUP function to calculate the performance, right? Now let's say we don't have this. Okay,
we don't have a display username. We don't have a username in our current sheet. Let's imagine we don't have a username, right? Now I want a VLOOKUP function from Excel, or just a syntax also would do. Give me a VLOOKUP function. So it will give you the required formula. You can just use it, right? And type in the VLOOKUP function here. And it's really simple. Equals to the lookup value you're looking for, which is, let's say here you're trying to add the lookup value, and the table array, which is this one right here. You have given the table array, comma, the column index you are looking for. You wanted the username, right? So you need to give these two columns, and the value you wanted is, okay, so now you wanted column index 3 and you wanted exact match. Let's tap to select, enter. Okay, so I think it required only until C300. Value, okay, I did not give the lookup value, that's my bad. The lookup range you are giving is the first to 3, you wanted third column, enter, and now let's give me a value, add it here, and there you go, you have the answer, right? You have the user ID and username, and that's how you use lookup function in Excel. Now let's say I wanted to okay, let's remove these two here, and let's also remove these two here, and let's imagine the display name itself is your username here. Now I want to split them into first name and second name, so go back to ChatGPT and ask for a formula. Give me a formula to split the name into first name and second name. An Excel formula, split name into first name and last name. It will give you the formula shortly. Copy code. Okay, go back to Excel, paste it right there. Okay, I think we copied two codes, we just needed one. So ChatGPT will give you multiple codes here. So you can just copy the first one and erase these. Give me a simpler code. Okay, so I think that was for two different columns, right? So now let's add it here. Let's remove this and add it here. Now if you drag the same formula, you should be getting the first names, and if you take the second formula here and paste it in the last name position, you should be getting all the last names, right? If there is no second name, you will be getting a value error, and in case if you have a value, you will be getting the second name. You can also wrap this inside if error, right? Say not available, single quotes, since we're giving a text value, and enter. So that's how you use ChatGPT for Excel.
So now you can see some data on my spreadsheet. So we have a row ID, order date, and a ship date, ship mode, etc. So this means that this particular data set belongs to a sales data set for a store or something. So what I have done is, if you look out the videos on our channel, we already have created one of the interactive dashboards using the same data set.
So we try to extract month-on-month sales, region, category, subcategory sales, country-wise sales, shipment type sales, etc. Right? So I have kept the data as it is and all the pivot tables as it is. Now let's say we do not know how to create all these pivot tables and pivot charts and slicers, etc. We just know that we have the data and you're new to this and you want to analyze your data. How do you do that? ChatGPT is here for the rescue. So before we get on to ChatGPT, let's quickly remove all our reference pivot tables. About pivot tables, so I'm quickly deleting all these. We're left out with only the data, right? And again, you can do this dashboard using ChatGPT 3.5, or in case if you have a premium version, which is ChatGPT 4, you can directly attach your dataset onto the ChatGPT prompt and ChatGPT will do all the analysis you need, right? But for now, let's experiment using the ChatGPT 3.5 version, which is basically open source and free to use. Now let's quickly hop onto ChatGPT. So there you go. We have ChatGPT version 3.5. We are not switching to 4. So now let's quickly explain what we are up to. Hi ChatGPT. Just keep it simple, as if you're talking to your friend. The data set belongs to Superstore sales, or is about the dataset is about a Superstore sales report. And I need to create a dashboard for month-on-month sale. So this is the prompt, and basically I just explained in a brief way. I'm not giving a detailed information, but hope this works. So basically what you are supposed to do is give the requirement one by one, but I'm giving it in a single prompt so that I'll get the results in one single prompt. Let's go for that. So what you're trying to explain ChatGPT is that you have a sales data set and you're using Excel for storing it and for manipulating the data and trying to build some innovative, interactive, visually appealing charts, and you don't know how to do it. So you explain that to your ChatGPT and what are the things you are looking to build, what are the charts you're looking to build. So I'm looking to build a month-on-month sales report, which can be a quarter-on-quarter, month-on-month, year-on-year, date-wise, however the way you like it, right? So make sure that your data is properly formatted first. So here, let's check out that your date column is formatted to date data type, right? Sometimes what happens is the representation of date changes to user by user. Let's say this particular data set or this particular inventory is been allocated to 5 different people to entry the data, right? Somebody might use this type of, here you have, let's create a new sheet and try to, let me elaborate what I'm trying to explain. So let's say person 1, person 3. So let's say I use this type of formatting, 15th December 2025, something like that, and somebody else uses 15/12/2025, and another one uses 15 December 2025. And also sometimes few people also intend or may follow a date pattern which looks something like this: December the 31st 2025, right? And it's not wrong. So many people will have different conventions of writing their dates. So you need to make some data cleaning. And okay, if you are coming back to data cleaning, we have listed a video in our descriptions for data cleaning in Excel, and that would help you in various data cleaning operations that are used in day-to-day lives of a data analyst. So that should help. So basically what you are looking for is, so instead of general, go back to the data types, and here you can check out the data type options, and you can either give a short date, long date, or in the case you want to go for some additional formatting, you can also go to more formatting, and here you can check out the custom formatting options. Here you can give a customized option. For now, I want to go with date, and the date I want to go with is this particular one, which gives me date, month, and yeah, click on that, and you should be good to go, right? So make sure that all the dates in your spreadsheet are following one single date pattern, so that when it comes to month on month, quarter on quarter, and year by sales, that will help you a lot. Okay, it will just give you a filtered option. It will give you year on year first, then quarter on quarter next, and if you expand the option of quarter on quarter, you will have month on month, and if you expand the month, then you will have date wise. So you will have a better understanding when we perform this operation in a practical way in real time. And then we have the next type of chart where we want to identify country-wise sales. Then we have region-wise sales. So let's say I have one country here. Let's say I want sales from France, and I want to know what are the sales happening in central region of France, north region of France. So you'll have region-wise sales there, and category-wise, which category is giving you the maximum profits or the maximum sales, and inside the category, which is that subcategory or which product is that which is giving you the highest number of sales. You can identify that, and based on that you can plan the business. You can get up with a business strategy there. And shipment modes. So which type of shipment mode which should you invest in much, so that you can offer better services to your customers. So everything counts. So this is what I want to extract from my data set. So this is my requirement. You have explained this to your ChatGPT through the prompt, and just enter. Now ChatGPT should help you break down the requirements, and ChatGPT should help you how to it'll tell you how to do the process. So here it will tell you the line chart. So basically it's a rule that month on month sales or quarter on quarter sales, basically wherever the time is involved, the line chart is the best to represent your numbers. So now it basically tells you how to represent your charts in what type of chart to be selected. That's good. But now can you help me create the first chart in Excel? There you go. So it tells you how to create it. Ensure you have a column for dates and other corresponding values. So basically it is telling you to have a properly mentioned or properly defined metadata or column headers. Then select the data, go to the insert tab, choose the line chart. Okay, and let's say you wanted to create an interactive dashboard, right? So to create an interactive dashboard, or to basically create a dashboard, you need pivot tables, and you don't know how to create a pivot table. You can ask ChatGPT to help you create a pivot table. Help me create a pivot table for the first type, for all the types, okay, or for the data set. Certainly. So it will mention you the steps to follow to create a pivot table. There you go. So what's the first step? Highlight the range of cells that contain your data set, including headers. And go back to Excel, and you can just click on any cell and Control A. All your data set has been selected, or these days you can just select one of the cells and go to Insert menu and Pivot Table. And now from the table range, Excel will automatically select the entire range of the table you're looking for or you're working on. And in case if you are having any doubts on that, you can just select all the range and go to the same insert option and select the pivot table. Now click on OK in a new worksheet, and there you go. You have your new pivot table. Let's delete this. Now remember, we wanted to create the month-on-month sale for the first pivot table and pivot chart. So, and remember about the date formatting. So we will be looking on that. Now we will drag order date onto rows here, and you can see here. So this is what I was talking about. So Excel has automatically segmented your dates. We have about 10,000 rows in this particular data set, and it has segregated all the 10,000 rows into 4 different years: 2020, 21, 22, and 23. And if you expand the selection of year, it has segregated again into quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? And if you expand quarter 1, you have month-on-month sales in quarter 1, month-on-month sales in quarter 2, and month-on-month sales in quarter 3, and so on. Right? So this is why I was requesting you to have a proper data formatting for all your dates, right? Which could be really helpful when you want to extract the quarter-on-quarter sales and date-wise sales and year-wise sales, right? So now we wanted to find out month-on-month sales, right? Or year-on-year sales. So where is the sales? Yeah, here we have the sales parameter. Just drag that onto the values, and there you go. Now format this into the currency type. So the currency is dollars, American dollars, and you can eliminate the leading zeros here if you don't want them. There you go. Now you have the whole number here. You can also do the same for this. You can select the entire table, go to pivot table. Okay, let's check the options provided by ChatGPT. So basically we have created a pivot table. Now we want to create a pivot chart. How do I create a pivot chart? So again, it's making really clear statements and really clear steps. So it's again making sure that you create a pivot table first, right? So we have a pivot table, and highlight pivot table data. Click anywhere on your pivot table to highlight the entire range. Insert pivot chart. With the pivot table selected, go to the Insert tab on the ribbon, and then click on Pivot Chart, and open the Insert Chart dialog box. Choose the type you want, and customize the chart. Select the chart. So customizing the chart, we'll look onto it. And fields, if you want to keep a few fields, you can, and if you want to eliminate a few fields, you can also do that. Refresh data. Let's say, why refresh data? See, ChatGPT is so brilliant, right? So let's say I have the sales data until 2023, and now we're in 2024. Let's say we update 2024 onto this particular spreadsheet. And now we have that particular data in the original spreadsheet, but that is missing here. In that scenario, what you can do is just go to data, and here you will find the refresh all option. Once you click on this, you can find the 2024 data updated here. For now, we have not added yet, but in case if it's added, all you can do is just refresh your sheet and everything will change. So brilliant suggestion from ChatGPT, and save and share in case if you want to share. So let's follow the same steps. Select any cell in the pivot table, select all the sheets, go to Insert tab, and here recommended charts, or go to the charts option and select the chart that you are looking for. So we are dealing with time, so I would go with the line chart. Just click OK. But in case if you want to create an interactive dashboard, just go to Pivot Table Analyze, and here you have the pivot charts. And again, it will give you the same option. Just select the line chart here and press OK. So you have your line chart over here. So again, if you are editing this, so you can remove the legends if you want, remove anything else, or you can customize that. Okay, there you go. And if you want to edit the name of the chart, you can also do that. So I will do this as MOM sales report. Okay, accordingly I'll change the sheet name. There you go. Right, now quickly we will create the other charts as well. So the process is the same. You can hold control and drag this particular sheet, and you have the next sheet. So the next requirement that we had, that we requested ChatGPT, was the country-wise sales. So everything will remain the same. What changes is, okay, let's close this, and here instead of order data, we will have, okay, let's remove this from rows and quarters, months, right, country. So we will drag country into rows, and there you go. Now we have countries. Now country wise, so you can select the cell, go to Pivot Table Analyze, Pivot Chart, and you can select the bar graph. So it automatically gave you the first suggestion as bar graph. Click on that, and you have the bar graph over here. And you can also edit the chart. You don't want the legends, you can remove them, and edit the name of the chart to country-wise sales. So, and quickly drag and drop the sheet again, new pivot table, and here you wanted category-wise sales or segment-wise sales. Close this particular thing, delete this, and instead of country, you're going to add segment to the rows and remove country, and you have segment-wise sales. Select any cell on the pivot table, go to Pivot Table Analyze, Pivot Chart, and here you can use any of the available charts here. Let me use the funnel chart, or histogram. Bar chart will be better. Press OK, and there you go. You have the bar chart. Same. Edit your, customize your chart. Change the name to segment-wise sales. Hold control and drag the sheet. Now you have subcategory-wise sales. Instead of segment, you will be selecting the subcategory. You can remove segment, and you can see the chart also changed here. And again, you can do the category-wise sales. So this was segment-wise sales. You can quickly change the segment to category, and you have it. We quickly go back to, so we have done the category-wise, subcategory-wise, region-wise is remaining, and shipment modes. So quickly drag and drop the region, remove subcategory from the list. There you have the region-wise sales. Edit the name. And the last one, which is about the shipment modes. Remove region, and there you go. I can create a new dashboard over here and name it as dashboard. You can do some customization to your dashboard, like selecting these cells. Giving it a color. There you go. Now you can quickly copy and paste all these charts to the dashboard. Starting from the month-on-month sales. Copy. And paste. So I'll quickly do all the pastings as soon as possible. There you go. You can also manage the size of these charts so that everything fits onto one sheet. So for now, let's try to unpin this so that we have a little better visual appearance. Okay, not a problem. And now we need some filter, right? So something which can make it a little more interactive. That's when you add slices. And let's say you don't know how to add slices. Back to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, how do I add slices to my dashboard? There you go. So it is telling you to add everything in a step-by-step way, and it also is talking about the interactivity, right? it is asking you to connect all the slices. It's telling you to report the connections, right? If you just add the slices based on one single, okay, basically you need to select one of your charts here and select a pivot table or pivot chart, go to the pivot table or chart and associate with the slicer and insert, and go to the insert tab and insert a slicer. I'll tell you that. So basically it's telling you in a very beautiful way, step-by-step manner, right? And even after adding the slicer, it is telling you to connect all the basically all the charts or all the dashboards and charts you created in this particular tutorial, and connect all those charts to that particular slicer using the report connections option, and you can get the interactivity, right? So in a very beautiful manner, it has explained you. Let's try the way it has explained to us. Go to the dashboard, select any one of it, and go to the insert option, and here you have the slicer, right? So now you have all the slices over here. So basically we wanted what type of slices. So I have created a month-on-month chart, so I'll go with order date slicer, which is here. Then I have created segment-wise sales, so I want segment slicer, country-wise slicer, category and subcategory-wise slicers, region-wise, so region slicer. And do I have anything else? Let's scroll down. That's the last one. So where is the shipment here? Yeah, ship mode. Country, region, category, subcategory, segment, order dates, and ship mode. So I will have multiple slices in one go, right? Now you have to arrange your slices in such a way that they are interactive and they look like they are sorted in one place. So let me do that quickly. We have some space left here in the bottom place of the dashboard. You can also keep your slices there. So what basically ChatGPT meant was, if you try to use the slices here, it will, the changes will reflect only in one of the pivot charts, not on all the pivot charts. So to get that interactivity, to get that connectivity between all the charts, you need to do a small setting which is called as report connections. So select one of the slices over here, right click, and here you have something called report connections. So when you report connections, you have all the pivot charts and pivot tables that you just created. You can just select all those pivot tables that you created and press on OK, so that all these pivot tables are connected to that particular slicer. You can just expand this and check if all the pivot tables are selected. Press OK. Do the same for all the slicers. I'll quickly do that. So there you go, we have interconnected all the charts. Now let's say I want to find out the sales that happened in the latest year. Just go to the filters, select any of the dates, 2023, and you have the data. And if you want to select any particular country, then you can also do that. I want to go with United Kingdom, and in United Kingdom we have all the data here. Let's say I want to check out only for the phones. There you go. Now you have an interactive dashboard which will tell you the sales that happened on the date of 16th of November 2023 in the region United Kingdom for phones. right? And segment is home or office, shipment mode was standard class, and major sales that happen are from North region, and the category is from technology, right? And that's how you create an interactive dashboard using ChatGPT in Excel. So each and every step has been mentioned very clearly by ChatGPT, and you have all the data in one place. So let's quickly remove all the filters. And there you have the entire dashboard.
With that, we have crossed the first milestone on Excel. Proceeding ahead, we have SQL. SQL acts as the gatekeeper to data kingdom. SQL is a powerful query language used to communicate with relational databases. It allows you to extract, manipulate, and transform data stored in databases, making it essential for preparing data for further analysis in Excel or Power BI. By writing SQL queries, you can retrieve specific information, filter large datasets, and join data from different sources, ensuring the data used for analysis is accurate and relevant. That said, let's begin with SQL.
So to install SQL Server in Windows, you will need two different software packages. The first one being the SQL Server itself, and the second one is a SQL Server management tool. Let's download these. Let's go back to Google. Now type in SQL Server download. Now you can choose the first option, SQL Server Downloads from Microsoft. Ensure that you are choosing the software from the service provider, which is Microsoft itself, not the third-party software files. Now, if you scroll down, you can see two different versions of the SQL Server. The first one being the developer and the second one being the Express. If you are a learner, then I would recommend you to go with the Express version because it has more features than the developer version, and also it is open source. Now let's go with the Express version. Download now. The software file should be downloaded shortly. So the Express exe file has been downloaded successfully. Click on it and it should be running. Now it is asking for the admin permission. Give the admin rights and then you should be good to go. Once you provide the admin rights, the SQL Server installation will begin. So here you can see the window or the dialog box, which will give you three different options: basic, custom, and download media. I would recommend you to go with the basic version. Select that and now read all the terms and agreements. Post that, accept, and check the location where the SQL Server is being installed. If you're comfortable with it, you can click on install, or if you want to change, go to browse and select your folder. I'm comfortable with this particular location, which is program files, so I'll click on install. It should be installing in a while. There you go, the download is successful. The installation phase might take a little while. So the download has been successfully done and the installation has also completed successfully. Now only the first phase of the installation process is done, right? The SQL Server is done, but we need another tool, which is SSMS or SQL Server Management Studio. That you can get right over here. Just click on install SSMB and it will redirect you to a different web page. Just click on the web page you want to go or the web browser you want to choose. And this is the web page that I was talking about. Scroll a little towards down and you can see the option saying free download for SQL Server Management Studio version 19.0.2. So you might be having the latest versions in the future as well. Let's go with the current version. Click on it and there you go. The system setup is being downloaded here. It's 629 MB, so it might take a while. There you go. The Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio has already downloaded and is being installed right now. So now you can see there is one bottleneck. You need to restart the system, or you can close and start it anyways, but let's choose the restart option. So after the restart, the SQL Server Management Studio is downloading a few more packages and the installation should be done in a while. There you go, the installation has been complete and you have the Server Management Studio ready to execute. Open that. So here you have the server type, server name and authentication. If you want to change them you can, but I'm comfortable with these, and just press connect and you should be good to go and get started with your query editor. Then you can start writing your queries on your SQL Server. So now we're on the Ubuntu operating system. Let's quickly start our terminal. The shortcut key for that is Ctrl-Alt-T. So now we have the terminal opened, so we might have to run a couple of commands. So the first one would be sudo apt upgrade or update. It will ask for the host password. Now you have the update. So usually what happens is when you try with the default method or when you try with the default codes or the commands, you might miss a couple of updates or two or files, right? So what happens when you try with the default codes or default commands is you might miss a file or two. So when you update the Ubuntu, you will get the missing files as well. Now, if you find I've got all the updates, but in case if you find some files are missing, you might receive a message from Ubuntu saying can't update or not fetched, right? In that case, you can try upgrade command. Even then, if you miss a couple of files, there is another similar command which says sudo apt full upgrade. We should also try that as well. So basically what happens is you might have one single command which says sudo apt install MySQL, right? So that particular command will run, but unfortunately sometimes it misses to face complete get. It misses to get all the files. So to avoid that, we will try the brute force method, which will get all the files, all the updates on all the executable files you require to run MySQL in Ubuntu, right? Just a couple of minutes, yes. So similar to upgrade, we have full upgrade. It's done. And in case if you wanted to remove some unnecessary files, you have a command for that as well. So let's take a look at that. So the sudo apt auto remove will remove any of those older packages which you no longer need after the complete full upgrade. Let's run that. There you go. So now we are done with the Ubuntu update. Let's clear the screen by pressing Ctrl+C shortcut key. The shortcut key Ctrl-L has been pressed and the screen has been cleared now. Now we are good to go with our SQL installation command, which is sudo apt get install MySQL. Yeah, so again we face some issues regarding the installation. So this means that we might have some files which we might not need related to MySQL. So my suggestion would be to eliminate those particular files using the sudo apt get remove purge MySQL server, MySQL client, MySQL common, yes, that is why. So we're trying to remove any of the existing files. So let's try to get auto remove and auto clean. Again, the update. There you go, we have the update, and now we shall try to install the MySQL server with the following command. But the difference is we are trying to install it with yes, that is -y, providing the permissions. There you go, you can see MySQL is running as PID 6045. Anyways, let's also check the status once the update is done. There you go. Let's quickly check the status by using sudo system control status MySQL. And there you go. It says the server is operational and the main PID is 6240. Let's quickly clear the screen using Control L key combination. And now let's start SQL by using the command sudo MySQL. This should start MySQL for you. There you go. That's how you install MySQL in Ubuntu operating system. Again, you can run all your queries based on MySQL, and in case if you want to quit, just type in quit.
Now without further delay, let's get started with how to install MySQL in Windows. To install MySQL, let's go to Google. And now let's open the official website of MySQL Workbench. So you have to type MySQL download and go to the first link, which will take you to the MySQL Workbench homepage. Now scroll down and you can see MySQL Community Downloads. Click on that, and here you can see a lot of options. Go for MySQL install for Windows. Then here check your version. Let's select the latest one and let's select operating system as Windows. You have MSI installer and MSI installer 2. Go to the second option, which is about 200 MB, not the first one. Now just click on no thanks, just start my download, and now go to downloads. There you go, your installer file is getting downloaded. Let's wait for a few seconds. Now the MySQL installer has been downloaded. Show in folder, run that particular installer. Provide any admin rights if you are having admin permissions. If you don't have any admin rights, I think the installation should start right away. There you go, the install has started after giving the admin rights. I think this should be the last admin rights, and then the installation should go on. There you go, the install has been started. Now here we have various options: server only, client, full, custom. If you don't have any idea, then go to full, but in case if you have idea about what you're going to install, I would recommend go to custom and select the server, workbench, and a few other things, and that should be good. So let me go for servers first. That's the server MySQL Server 8.0, that's the one we need. And if you need the shell, you can also go to shell. And the most important one for today's session is about the workbench. So anyways, let's take the server and then the shell and also the workbench. The drag and drop is not working. I think we can select the arrow. There's the workbench. Next is the shell, and after that we should be selecting our server. There you go. Now next and execute. All these three will be installed soon. I think they have got installed. Now, yeah, I think we should go to next. One last check once. Yeah, so next, and here just check the port numbers, and I would like to go with the default port number here, no changes. And next, and here we have to use legacy authentication, but I would go with the recommended one. Now provide password for your workbench. Choose the password that you would like to remember. That's my first password, and I'll be repeating the same password here for confirmation. And next. There you go. Let's have a standard system account. Grant full access to MySQL, and now execute so that all these configurations get applied to your installation. They are started. Now your workbench has been started. Double click and now give a password that you gave during the configuration. Enter, and that's how you install Workbench in your local Windows system. Now you can create new models, new databases, etc. And you can run a default command, which is show databases, which will show you the default databases that are readily available for you to work on the MySQL Workbench on Windows.
The command is show databases and semicolon. For now, let's run the default commands, and as the series come down from Simplilearn on SQL, you will learn more SQL tutorials. So that's the show databases command. Draw that plus symbol, and there you go. You have the default databases.
So first, let's have a quick look on the syntax we use to create a database. So first, we have a create keyword which will explain the SQL server that we are trying to create a new element, which can be a database or a table. Next, we have the keyword database, which clarifies the SQL that we are trying to create a new database. The next one is not mandatory if not exists, just we are trying to make sure that the database that we are going to create is not already existing. So if you use this if not exist, then SQL will tell you in case if there is an existing database on the same database name, then it will not allow you to create a duplicated database. And followed by that, we have the database name, which can be anything. So I've just created as database name here. Now that we are clear with the syntax, let's get back to the IDE, that is MySQL, to execute a command to create a new database. So now we are on the SQL Workbench. Now let's quickly try to log in. There you go. Now you can see some existing databases on the left hand side of the workbench. SYS or system is the default one. So I already created test and trial. Let's try to create a new one right away. So the create keyword and database keyword, and then if not exists. So here you can see I'm trying to capitalize the keywords so that it's easier to understand what is the code and what is the user defined names, right? So create database if not exists and Simplilearn DB. That's our code. Let's try to execute this, and there you go. So here you can see in the action output, create database if not exists, Simplilearn DB has been executed successfully. Now we can run a new code which says show databases This should show us the newly created database, which is Simplilearn DB, which is right over here. So that's how you create a new database in SQL. Now, let's quickly look at the syntax we need to create a table in SQL. So we will be using the keyword create to let the SQL know that we're trying to create an element which can be a table or database. Followed by that, we will be using the table keyword to explain the SQL that we're trying to create a table here. Followed by that, a customized table name. Then inside that, we will be starting with the parameters, which can be the elements or columns which are present in your table. Column 1 or parameter 1, its data type and constraint. So what is a constraint? We will be understanding about the data type and constraint when we are in the practical mode. Let's quickly try to understand the syntax over here. So these are the things: create keyword, table name, which is a customized or user-defined name for the table. Then the parameters involved in the table, that is the columns, column 1, 2, 3, data type and constraint. Followed by that, close the bracket and use the semicolon to explain SQL that it is the end of the code. Now let's get back to the SQL Workbench. So we logged into the SQL Workbench. So now we have logged into the SQL Workbench. Now previously we had created a database, that is Simplilearn database. Now we will try to create the table in the same database. Now we will be using the create keyword, table. Now table name, which can be anything. Let's try to create a student database or employee database. You can see that I'm using capitals for keywords and smalls for the user-defined ones, just to make it clear for the reader to understand what is what. If it is in capital, it is a keyword. If it is in small, it is a user-defined name. Now emp ID, which is an integer type, and then the constraint, not null. So remember the data type and constraints that we discussed earlier. So this is it.
So you're trying to tell the SQL that the ID, what you're creating, is of integer data type, and since this can be a primary keyword, it should not be null, right? Now the next one, employee name, which can be character data type. So let's keep it as CHAR or character, and let's give the size as 150. Now the next one. Okay, I forgot to give the constraint. Default. Okay, let's not keep it as default null. It cannot be null as well. Then comes the address, which can again be character, and let's give it as 500 as the size, and followed by that it can be default. Here we are trying to tell SQL that it is okay to keep the employee address column as null. It can be blank. Again, it's your wish. If you don't want the address column to be empty, you can keep it as not null, and if it's all right for you to keep it as null, then you can provide it as default null. Right, so these are the parameters, their data types, and the constraints. Right, now we will understand them a little more detail in the theoretical section, now followed by the columns. The last one is to dedicate or create a primary key. Let SQL know which is a primary key. So primary key is very important for every database or table, and I'll explain you that in the theoretical section again. Now, which is the primary key? The ID, what we created for employees, that is EMP ID, is the primary key. This particular primary key will be really important when we are trying to work with two different tables with one single column in common between both the tables, right? So with that, we have created the code for creating a new table in a database. Now let's quickly try to execute it. So there is a small error. Let's try to resolve it. Yes, so the small error that we created is we did not try to select a database, right? Before creating a table, you need to select the database or explain SQL which database is supposed to be used. Now for that, we have to use the use keyword and a database name, that is Simplilearn DB, semicolon. Now, when you run this particular code, SQL will understand we need to use the Simplilearn DB, and then it will get access to that particular DB. Then it will read this particular code and try to create a new table. Let's quickly run it. And there you go. Let's try to eliminate this code for a while. Run this. Now we're using the Simplilearn DB. Eliminate this code. Now run this particular code once again, and okay, so instead of character we can use varchar and run it. Since character limit was 255 and we gave 500, instead of character, if we provide varchar, we can provide the maximum limit. So now the table is successfully created here. So that's how you can create a new table in SQL. So what exactly are temp tables in SQL? So temp table is a temporary table. So the term temporary is self-explanatory. You know that every database in SQL has tables, right? Now let's say you created 10 tables in your database and you close your MySQL Workbench, or you close your database and you restart it after a while, and then you will have all your 10 tables intact in your database. But temporary table is not like that. It is something different which has its existence until the session of the database is running. Let's say you open the database now, you have this session of the database running, you created the 11th table as a temporary table, and that particular 11th temporary table will be existing in the database only until the current database is running and active. Once you close it, once you turn it off, or once you restart it, the temporary 11th table that you created will die, or it will be eliminated.
So that is the meaning of temp table. Now let's see how we can create a temporary table. So the syntax is completely similar to the temporary or to the table what we usually create, right? It is similar to the table what we regularly create, but the only catch is we will be using the keyword temporary. Create temporary table, table name which is user defined name, and inside that the parameters may be the employee ID, student ID, employee name, student ID name, etc. Right? So this is how we create the temporary table. Now let's quickly get back to the SQL Workbench and try to create a temporary table, add some data into it, and try to display the temporary table.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we are back on the SQL Workbench, and meanwhile we are logging in. You might have a question, right? When you say that the temp table will be existing or running only until the database is active, then why create those temporary tables in the workbench, right? The sole purpose of using temporary tables is, in a few cases, the intermediate results of the data analytics process are important, and you can have a quick reference on the intermediate results, and you don't want them to be existing in your database in a permanent basis, right? For such scenarios, you can use a temporary database. Now here on my workbench, we have a simple code for creating a temporary table. So I'll be creating the temporary table on the name of student, and we have student ID, integer data type, student name, worker, and department, and student ID will be the primary key. Now let's use the database, that is use Simplilearn database to get access, and we have the access now. Let's quickly see what and all tables we have using the show command. Show tables, enter, and we have two tables, employee and employee table 2, but not student. Right, now let's quickly execute this, control enter, and now let's use the insert command, same like we inserted in the previous tables. Insert into table name student, parameters ID, name, department, and values, comma separated values, student ID, name, and department or group, whatever he took in college. Right, now let's execute this code, control enter. There you go, the data has been successfully included. Now let's select star from student, that is view the contents in this particular table. We have the values in this particular table, and let's also see if we have that particular data included in the database or not. That is show tables. There you go, it's not included in the database, but it is active. When you try to print the values in that particular table which is in the database, it will show you, but when you try to fetch that particular existence or the permanent existence of that particular table, it will not be present, and this particular table will be active only until the database is active. Now let's restart this particular workbench. I'm closing it, restarting it. Now if I run this, I will not get it. You can see the error, the database, right? Okay, let's have the database selected, and let's try to run the command. There you go, table Simplilearn db dot student does not exist, right? Previously when you try to execute, the table was giving us values. Now we have the error saying the table does not exist, right? That is how a temporary database runs. Now the syntax is as follows. Now here you have the insert and into keywords. Table name is the user defined name for the table. Then you have the columns, that is column number 1, 2, and etc. Then after declaring the column names, you have the keyword values, which will help SQL understand this is a tuple and these are the values involved inside the tuple. That is row 1 value 1, row 1 value 2, so on, and row 1 value n. So this type of syntax will help you to add one tuple at one time, and this will take a lot of time to process. You can see to insert the next tuple, we are writing a completely new syntax once again, using the same insert into table name, column 1, 2, 3, n, values, and row number 2, that is the second tuple. Right. So this type of code will take longer duration to run, as well as it will take longer lines, or number of lines will be extra. So is there a way where you can add multiple tuples in one single go? Yes, there is. So the syntax will be completely same. Right. So you will be using one insert into keyword, one table name, and once you will be declaring all the column numbers, and once you will be using the values keyword. The only difference is you will be adding multiple tuples under the values bracket. Right. You will be declaring the number of values you want to include in one single go, and this whole query becomes as a whole. And once you run this query, all the values will be added at once. Now that you are clear with the syntax, let's quickly get back to the SQL Workbench and try to run this command. Now we are on the MySQL Workbench. Let's quickly log in. There you go. We have logged in. Let's use the Simplilearn database once again so that we get access to the data which we have. So we already have an employees table. So let's see what's presently included in employees table. Select star from employee table semicolon. So this is the data that we already have in our table. Now let's try to add some more data. So now we will include one single element or one single tuple, data related to one single employee, right, using the first type of syntax. Let's quickly execute this. The command got executed. Again, let's quickly see what's present in the table. Select star from employee table. Again, you can see I'm using lowercase for the user-defined keywords and uppercase for the predefined keywords, just to make sure that the code is understandable and which is the user-defined keyword and which is the predefined keyword. So these are the ones in small case are user-defined and the ones in uppercase are predefined. Right, so we have successfully included one single element or one single tuple, the details which are related to Brian. And now let's try to modify the same code and try to include few more tuples inside the same insert command and try to insert multiple rows into the table. Now here you can see we are using the same insert into employee table command, and instead of Brian, we replaced or we added 6 more entries under the values section, right? And the only difference is we are trying to separate the tuples using a comma. You can see we are enclosing one tuple inside the parenthesis and we are separating 2 tuples with the help of a comma, right? Ensure that you include comma between every tuple and you can ignore the comma for the last tuple. You can see we are not using any sort of comma or any sort of specifier at the end. Right, so and we are closing the command using the semicolon. This explains SQL that it is the end. Now we are going to run this command and see the output. So there you go, the command got successfully executed. Now let's again execute the select command and see if the data is involved or included or inserted into the given employee table. Now there you go, the command got successfully executed and you can see the table over here, and you can see that all the data or all the tuples we included into the table using the insert command in one go are successfully included. So that's how you insert multiple rows into a table using SQL. So let's quickly take a look at the syntax that we will be following to change the column name in SQL. So the syntax is as follows. We will be using the alter and table keywords and we will be specifying the table name. And then we will give the rename column
keyword, then the old existing column name, and to the new column name which we need to change it to. So having a clear understanding of the syntax, let's try to execute this command in the practical mode. So let's get back to the MySQL Workbench. So now we are on the MySQL Workbench. Let's quickly get access to the Simplilearn database. There you go. And now let's quickly take a look at the column names in our existing table. Now you can see the first column is the employee number. Let's try to change that by using the alter table command, and now the rename keyword. The column name is emp number to emp id semicolon. Let's quickly execute this command, and there you go. Now let's try to execute the select command once again and see the output. There you go. Now the employee number has been changed to employee ID. So how do you delete a column in SQL? Now let's quickly take a look on the syntax we will be using today. So we will be using the alter table keyword, then the table name, the drop keyword to drop a particular column name, and followed by the drop keyword we have the column name which we are supposed to be dropping off. Now that we have a clear idea about the syntax, let's get back to the MySQL Workbench to execute this particular command. So far we tried to create a database, create a table, add some data onto the table using the insert command, and update a particular tuple, and try to eliminate a single row. Now we are trying to eliminate a complete column here. So let's not eliminate the existing columns, let's try to create a new column and then try to eliminate it. So for that we will be using the alter table command. So this is the alter table command and the employee table, which is the employee table name. Then we are trying to use the add keyword and we are trying to add a new column, that is the pin code, which is a varchar or character data type and not null. We're not keeping it as null. And in case if we did not add any value into the pin code, the default value will be NA, which is a text type. So we are encoding it using single quotes. Now let's try to run this code and let's quickly try to check the table. Employee table, and there you go. Now we have pin code here and the null values in the pin code. So we don't want this pin code over here, so we will eliminate this pin code column using the same alter command. So alter table, then the table name, and then the column we want to drop using the drop keyword, which is pin code. So let's execute this command and see the output. So there you go. The pin code column has been successfully eliminated. So that's how you completely eliminate a column in SQL, how to eliminate a selected column in a SQL table. Now let's quickly take a look at the syntax that we will be following to execute this particular command. The syntax is as follows. We will be using the alter table keyword, then the table name where we want to eliminate the column, followed by that the drop column keyword and the column name. Now let's get back to the SQL Workbench to execute this particular command. Now we are on the SQL Workbench and you can see we have 5 different columns over here and we have the phone number column which does not have anything. Now we will try to eliminate this particular phone number column since we do not need that for our purposes. Now the command is really simple as discussed before. We will be using the alter table keyword and the table name and the drop column keyword and the phone number, which is the column name. Now let's quickly execute this particular command and see the output. There you go. Now the column phone number has been successfully eliminated. Now let's run the select command once again and see the new table. There you go. The phone number column has been successfully eliminated. Now with that we have come to an end of this session on how to eliminate a selected column in an existing table in SQL. How do you delete a row in SQL? Let's quickly take a look at the syntax. So we will be using the delete keyword and the from keyword, adding the table name and giving a where clause with a user-defined condition. So this will be a basic syntax for the process of deleting a single row in the SQL table. Now, to understand in a much better way, let's get back to the SQL Workbench. So now we are on the SQL Workbench, and previously we tried to create a table, add some data using the insert command, and update a value using the update command. Now let's say we have to delete the last row, which is 1006 Jeremy Hyderabad. Let's say Jeremy found a new job in a new organization, and now you need to eliminate his credentials from your database. So we will be using the following code. That is, delete from, table name is employee table, and the where clause, now the condition, which is EMP ID is equals to 1006. Now let's try to run the code. There you go. The employee is being eliminated from that particular database. Now let's try to recheck the table. So select star from EMP LOYEE table, run the code, and there you go. The last ID, which was 1006, has been eliminated from your database. How to eliminate duplicate records in SQL table. Now, we can eliminate the duplicate records in SQL by a few methods. So we will use the most simplest ones. The first one is using the inner join along with a where clause, and the second one is a simple and the humble distinct command. Now we have a brief idea on the methods. Let's understand them in a much more detailed way through a practical demonstration. Now let's get back to the MySQL Workbench to understand the codes in a much better way. So now we are on the MySQL Workbench, and we will get access to our Simplilearn database, and we are in the Simplilearn database. So previously we used to work on our employee table. So let's not work on the same employee table since we have actual data there. Let's try to duplicate that table so that we will have some duplicate entries in between. So we will be changing the employee ID numbers, and we will also be using the same employee ID numbers. So the employee ID has some detail to it. So we'll be understanding that in a much more detail while we are executing the commands. And we will also try to remove the primary key from the table. So I'll also explain why we are going to include the primary table, and also will explain the usage of eliminating it. So when you have the primary key in the table, SQL Workbench or any SQL will automatically stop you from adding duplicated values. But let's say if you add a duplicate entry with a new primary key, right? Then it will not stop you. So we'll also have a demonstration about what to do in such scenarios. So now let's try to quickly create a duplicate employee table, which will be employee table 2. And then we will try to add some duplicate entries into it. Remember, we will not use the primary key here. So the code will be create table EMPLOYEE table 2. And everything will be same, which is from the previous table, which will be the employee ID, integer type, employee name, character type, this character type, pin code will be integer. And normally we include the primary key in this way. Primary key, brackets open, EM. So this is the way how we add the primary key, but we are not going to add it since we want to know what happens if we enter data which also has the duplication of the primary key, right? So we will not give any primary key over here. Let's quickly run this. There you go. The new duplicated table of employee table has been created. Let's try to insert the same values with some duplication. There you go. I have pasted the command for inserting the values, and if you observe clearly at the end, I have repeated the values of Tony, Katie, Summer, June, and Gloria. So these 5 will be the duplicate values, and also we are trying to enter the duplicated primary key. Since we did not declare the ID as the primary key, it will accept all these values. Let's quickly run this, and there you go. The values have been successfully entered into the table. Let's quickly see if we have the duplication. Select star from employee table Control Enter. There you go. So you can see the duplicate values are also added onto the table. Now, how do you remove these duplications? Remember, we discussed the distinct method, which is the second one. So that happens to be the most simplest one. Let's see how it works. So here we will write a simple select command. Select distinct star from the employee table 2. Now this will give us the distinct values, right? But again, when you run this particular command, which is select star, you will have all the details back again, right? Our job is to eliminate them. So what we will do is we'll create a duplicate table. So let's name it as DUP table. So create table and duplicate table will be the name. Now quickly execute this command. And there you go. Now we have the data which we obtained from the distinct command is stored into the table named as duplicate table. Now let's quickly drop the employee table 2. Okay, the table has been successfully dropped. So when we run the same command once again, it says Simplilearn DB did not find any table by the name employee table 2. That means it's been eliminated. Now the next thing we need to do is rename it. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to use the alter table and we are trying to rename duplicate copy to employee table 2 so that we have the actual table here after eliminating the duplicated values. It's not dupe copy, it's actually dupe table. Right. There you go. Now let's execute this. Successfully done. Now if we execute this particular select command, you can see we have the cleaned data without any duplicate entries. This was one of the simplest ways of eliminating duplicates in a SQL table. Now let's try to get a step ahead and try to use some join commands and where commands and where conditions, and using those we will try to eliminate the duplications in a table. Now we are talking about a table which does have the primary key and the data will be duplicated. Let me explain you how. Now let us declare the primary key as employee ID. The key is EMP ID. Right now we do have a primary key. Now there is no way. Okay, let's try to create this. Before that, let's try to truncate employee table 2. So we can use the not drop table, we can use the truncate. So let's replace drop with truncate so that the data which we have in employee table will be removed. There you go. Now we will, or let's quickly drop the table because we are trying to create the new table, right? So let's create the new table. So once we have executed the drop table command, the table has been successfully removed. Now let's try to create this particular table. Control Enter. There you go. The table got successfully created. Now let's try to duplicate the same entries. Remember, I'm not changing the primary key here. Now when I run this command, I will get an error which says primary key cannot be duplicated. So here you can see duplicate entry for 9 and you cannot have the duplicate entries, right? This is one way to avoid duplications. But what if someone comes up with a brilliant idea to replace the primary key? Now if I change the primary key as 17, 18, let's say we also have this data copied. Let's duplicate this. Right, this will be our 19 and this will be our 20. Now we have unique primary keys for all our data, and we also know there are some duplications. Let's try to execute this command and see the output. So somewhere something is not correct yet. Okay, this one. So Tony has been repeated, so we can have a different ID for Tony. Let's say we have Tony as 21. Try to execute the command once again. It should be clear now. Okay, it still has some duplication somewhere. Yes, it's right here. Let's keep this as 22. Okay, I think we made a lot of duplications somehow. Let's quickly take a look if all the major keywords are duplicated or not. So we copied from Gloria. So after Gloria, we will remove these. So Gloria, so we just make sure, we're trying to make sure that the primary keys are unique here. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20, 22. There you go. So now we believe that all the primary keys are unique. Let's try to run this command and see if we get the same error or not. No. So now all the data has been inserted into the duplicate table, which is employee table 2. And we also have some duplicate entries. Now how would you recognize that we don't have any duplicates, or how would you recognize which data has been exactly duplicated, and how do you even remove it? Now the old distinct command is not going to work. Anyhow, let's see if it works by any chance. So when I try to run the distinct command, it will give me all 22 rows with all the duplicate entries, right? In this case, we can use the first method, which was the join and where condition method, right? Let's try to do that. So we are going to use the delete command, delete T1 from employee table to T1 inner join employee table 2 as T2. So we are declaring two different tables. So we are considering T1 as one table and T2 as the next or second table. So T1 and T2 are the copies of the same existing employee table 2, right? Now we are joining these two tables and we are having a where condition over here. So from table T1, we are going to eliminate table 1 from table 2, where we have an intersection and where we have the employee IDs greater than employee ID in employee. Okay, let's not confuse. So let's execute the command first. Okay, let's execute this to understand what I mean here. So here, when we go a little down, you can see 14 for Tony, right? actual employee ID of Tony is 9, but we have 14 for Tony. And Gloria, we have 18, 19, 20. And again, for Katie, we have 22. The actual number of Katie is 10, right? So now it will try to recognize the highest number of employee ID. So it will recognize the highest employee ID number and it will retain it, and rest all the numbers will be eliminated. So this is the first where condition, and we're also giving a string comparison function where SQL will try to identify if there is a similarity between the employee name of the first table and the employee name of the second table. And we know that when you give the string comparison operation, if it results in 0, it means the strings are equal. If it results in 1, it means the strings are not matching. Now that we understood the logic of this particular statement, let's try to execute it. So there you go. So we have executed the command. Now let's try to see what's left in the table. There you go. Now we should be having the usual 13 number of employees in our table. And you can see that the records are retained where the employee ID number is the highest. Remember, we had the number 10 as employee ID for Katie, and we have that over here. In case if you want the actual numbers to be placed however they were, you can make a small change to your command. All you need to do is keep this particular or change this particular greater than symbol to lower than symbol, and you will retain the actual numbers of the employee records. So that's how you can eliminate the duplicate entries in the table. And if you ask me, hey, only 2 conditions are enough, don't you think the pin code and we also have pin code and the address of the employees, don't you think that is also important? Yes, you can also do that. You can make some minor modifications to your code and try to include all those remaining things, and again you can do the same, right? Now let's try to eliminate the data in our table. Let's truncate it, and we should be having no data left in our table. And let's try to insert the duplicate entries once again. And okay, before that, let's try to do this particular execution. Remember, we tried to keep the employee ID. Let's try to execute that and try to print it, and we should be having the actual numbers over here, right, as expected. Now let's again truncate the data and try to compare the conditions, or we will be using the where condition and we'll have all the parameters included in our condition. Let's truncate the table, and now let's try to add the duplicate entries once again. There you go, we have all the duplicate entries entered. Now what we will be doing is we will be using the same command, but the only change will be the string comparison or the where condition, right? So you can keep this string comparison if you want, or if you can change that. Let me change that actually. So instead of this, we will use this particular command where we are trying to compare the employee ID. So let's keep the employee ID as lesser than, so that we have the actual employee ID numbers, and we are using an AND condition over here, so that this particular condition should be valid and the employee name should be equal to the employee name in T1 and T2. Yep. And the next one is, here we have the employee address. So the employee address in T1 and T2 should also be same, and pin code from both the tables should also be same. So what we are trying to compare here is we are trying to keep the employee ID with the least number or the least value, and the names of the employee should be same, the address of the employee should be same, and the pin code of the employee should be same. In that particular condition, you can try to delete the record. Let's try to execute this, and there you go, the command got executed. And now let's try to execute the select command, which should give us the final result. So here you go, Control Enter, and you have the data here. So now we have successfully eliminated all the duplicates by comparing the values in each and every single column, and we also have retained the original ID of each and every employee. Now that's how you try to eliminate duplicates in SQL tables. how to change the data type of a column in SQL. Now, let's take a quick look on the syntax we will be using to change the data type of the column in SQL. So this is the syntax we'll be using. So we will be using the alter keyword, table keyword, and table name. So alter is the keyword which will help SQL to understand that we are trying to modify something, and we are selecting the table by offering the table name. And then we have the modify keyword which will help SQL to understand that we are trying to modify something, and we are modifying the column name from the table selected, and we are modifying that particular column to a different data type which will be specified over here in place of data type keyword, right? So now that we are clear with the syntax, let's proceed and execute the command and change some column data types. Now we are on the SQL Workbench. Previously, we created an employee database in Simplilearn DB, and we will be using the same table here. So we will be typing use Simplilearn DB so that we get access to the Simplilearn DB and the tables we have there. So let's select all employee table, column. Let's execute this. So there you go, we have the table on our screen. And let's quickly describe the table using the desc command. And this will give us the data types of each and every column in our table. Now you can see we have pin code in the format of varchar. So let's try to alter or modify this particular pin code column from varchar to integer, since it only saves the numbers, right? So our command for that was alter table name, which is employee table. Modify was the keyword. Modify the column pin code to integer, semicolon. Now let's quickly run this command, and there you go, the command got executed successfully. Let's try to describe the table once again, and there you go. Now the pin code was earlier mentioned as varchar, and now it got changed to integer. Now that's how you alter or modify or change the data type of a column in a table in SQL. That is how to print or how to obtain current date in SQL. Now the syntax is really simple. We have two different commands to do that. We can just type in select get date, or we can just type in select current date or CUR date. So these particular commands or functions will fetch us the current date in SQL. Now to execute these commands, let's get back to the practical mode, which can be a SQL Workbench. So now we're on the SQL Workbench. Let's log in. There you go. So we have both the commands. Let's try to execute them. Control enter, and there you go. So we have the current date. So that's how you can fetch current date using get date function or the current date function in SQL. Now you might be having multiple questions. Is adding a date, is that tough in SQL tables? No. You can add a date in SQL in the format of varchar or character, everything. But if you want to perform analytics, then using the date format or date data type would be more beneficial, right? So for the SQL table, you do have some formats to follow. So that's exactly what we are going to discuss in this particular tutorial. Now let us imagine that we are going to create a table using the following syntax, that is create table keywords, table name, which is a user defined table name, and the parameters, their respective data types, and at the end, let's say we have a date element as date of joining, and for date of joining we will have the data type as date, right? Then let's see the code. And you need to make sure that when you're trying to enter the date element into your table, you need to be a little more cautious to follow a pattern. SQL has predefined approach to store dates, which is in the format of YY, year, MM for month, DD for dates. You need to follow this particular way of writing your date, and if you make some minor error, let's say you add a date first, then the month and then the year, then obviously SQL will throw an error. So we don't want that to be happening. So in that case, let's try to follow the approach that SQL has. Now let's quickly go back to SQL Workbench and see how exactly it works. So here we are back on the SQL Workbench. Let's run this use database command to get access to our database. There we go. Now let's see, we have a freshly created database and it doesn't have anything. Right. Now we will add these particular details into the data table. And here you see we are following the year, month and date approach. Right. Now let's quickly run this command, and there you go. The date has been updated into the table. Let's now run the command again. Now we have the dates here. Now let's say we try to break the rules. Now we will try the DD, MM and the YY format here. Right. Now let's try to run this particular code once again. Okay, let's eliminate all the previous elements. And let's consider this as a new entry. Right, now let's try to execute this. There you go. So it will automatically throw an error saying the date value is incorrect. You need to change it back to the original form, that is YY, month and the date. Only then it will accept this particular value. There you go. So that's how you add date to your SQL tables. Get started. So how to update table in SQL? Let's quickly take a look on the syntax for today's function. So here we have the update keyword, table keyword and the table name which you want to update. And followed by that we have the set keyword, which will help the SQL to set a particular column name to a new parameter to which you want to update it. Now you're giving a where condition over here. So where is the keyword and the condition is a user defined condition, and the combination of where and condition will help SQL to identify a particular tuple and update the parameter under that particular condition. Now that we have understood the syntax, let's quickly get back to the SQL IDE, which is MySQL Workbench, and try to execute a sample command. So we are on the IDE, and previously we tried to create an employee table. So let's select the same table. For that, let's use the database we created, that is Simplilearn DB, semicolon, enter. So we are on the Simplilearn database now. To update a table, we need to have some data in it. So as we remember, we just tried to create a normal table in the previous session. Now let's try to add some data into the same table using the insert command. So let's try to make use of the insert command. And insert into is the keyword, employee table is the table name, and these are the columns we have in the employee table. And followed by that we have the values keyword, and followed by that we have the data which we need to enter into the table. And these items are in the form of a tuple, and every tuple is covered using parentheses. And inside the tuples you have the first one, which is an integer type data, which is as it is, and when you come into the text type data, they are covered using the single quotes to let SQL identify that it is a character type data. Now after entering all the tuples separated by comma, we have a semicolon which indicates the end of the statement. Now let's try to run this particular statement and add the data into the employee table. So let's select the database once again, and now let's try to add the data. There you go. Now we have the data added onto our employee table. Let's quickly check the employee table. Select star from employee table. There you go. We have all the data added onto the table: employee ID, employee name and employee address. Let's say the last employee, Jeremy, who's been working in Delhi since a past couple of years, and you decide, being the manager, you decide that he should be relocating to Hyderabad. And you need to update the employee table now by changing the location of Jeremy from Delhi to Hyderabad. Now let's try to run our update query. So first we have the update keyword, then employee table, then set
EMP address equals to Hyderabad, where condition EMP ID equals to 1006 and semicolon. So there you go, the code is complete. We have the update keyword followed by the table name, then set keyword to set that particular column, that is the employee address, to the key Hyderabad. From Delhi, we are changing it to the Hyderabad, which is value or key, whichever you consider. And since it is a text type value, we are encoding it using the single quotes. Then the where clause and the condition, which is employee ID, must be equals to 1006. Now let's try to quickly run this command. There you go. Now let's recheck if the table has been updated or not. So select star from employee table. Let's run it. And there you go. The last location, Jeremy, which was Delhi, is now updated to Hyderabad. So that's how you update values in a table. How to use the group by clause in SQL. Now, before we execute the actual code, let's take a quick peek on the syntax that we will be using today. Now, the syntax is completely similar to the regular syntax that we usually use. It will have the select keyword, parameters that you want to print in your table, the from keyword, and the table name which you're trying to access. The only difference is you will have a new keyword, that is the group by keyword, and based on a certain parameter. Right, now we would get back to the practical mode, that is the MySQL Workbench, to understand the practicality of group by clause in a much better way.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we are on our SQL Workbench. Now let's get access to our Simplilearn database. There you go. Now let's quickly take the look at the tables we have. We have two different tables. Now let's get access to our employee table. Now we have all the employee numbers, employee names, department, designation, salary, etc. Right? Let's say you wanted to know the average salary of all the employees, right? So that would be select, that is the AVG, average function of salary, close the bracket, from EMPLOYEE, right? Let's execute this. There you go. Now you have the average salary of the entire office. But what happens when your manager asks you to find the average of each and every department, average salary of the employees in each and every department? How would you do that? Right. Every organization has multiple departments, HR, development, testing, etc., etc. Right. Now your manager wants the individual department's average salary. Then you can use this particular clause which says group by department. So the entire table will be categorized based on the departments, and it will be grouped on the basis of the department. And I'm also using the order by here, which we will discuss in the next session. But to give you a brief understanding of why we are using order by, let's say your manager asks you to find the department which has the highest average salary, right? Then you will be ordering the tables or ordering the rows based on the descending order of the salary. Now let's quickly execute this query and see the output. There you go. The query got successfully executed and we have the average salary of each and every department. How to use like operator in SQL. So at first, let's take a quick look on the syntax that we will be using for getting the like operator operation. Right. So it's really simple. So all you need to do is select star from table name. So instead of star, you can also give your selected columns here, but by default I'm using to select the entire table, right? And it can go with where clause. So after the table name, you will be giving the where clause and the column name that you want to extract, and you will be using the like operator with the constraints. And I'm using the single quotes here, right? Because this particular like operation can be used upon string or varchar or character type data types, right? So we will represent that particular data type using single quote. Now that we are clear with the syntax, let's go to the practical mode, that is the SQL
Workbench or MySQL Workbench and execute the like operator command.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we are on the MySQL Workbench and we have some data or tables. And let's consider the employee name. So we have some text or varchar type of data type in the employee name as well as the employee department, right? Let's use that particular data. And here we have the command and select star from employee table 2, where we can edit the same command, employee name like, and remember the single quotes, right? And we will be using the percentage operation here, right? We can give the full name. So we have Jennifer here, right? Jennifer, or let's remove Jennifer. And if somebody asks you, give me all the names which start with a J, right? In that particular situation, we will be using the modulus symbol or percentage symbol, right? Now, what we will get is all the names that start with the alphabet J. And now let's say we want all the names that include a certain alphabet. Let's say R, right? Then we can use the modulus symbol again. It can start with anything and it can end with anything, but it should have alphabet R. So this is how it works. So we have all the names which start or include the alphabet R in them, right? And that's how we can use the like operator in SQL. You can also use like operator in this way, where you can give the entire name. Let's say somebody asks you to get one single row which has the employee name as Peter, right? You can also do this in this way. There you go, you have Peter. How to use the between operator in SQL. Now, before we begin, let's try to take a quick look on the syntax that we will be using today. Right, it is simply the select star from table name using the where clause and the column which you're choosing for that, and the between operator, and we are giving some constraints, and those different constraints are encapsulated between an and command here. Let us say that your manager tells you to select all the rows where selecting one single column, that is salary, where the employees have the salary from 10,000 to 20,000. Right, then you will write the command select star from table name where salary between the value 10,000 and the value 20,000. So this is how the between command works. Now let's execute the same practically. Let's get back to the MySQL Workbench.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we are back on the MySQL Workbench. Let's make some edits to the same command. Select star from employee where salary between operator. So we are using float or integer type, so we will not need the single quotes or double quotes. Number 10,000 and operator number 20,000. Right? Now let's execute this command. There you go. Now we have all the employee list which have or who have their salary ranging from 10,000 to 20,000. How to find the second highest salary in SQL. So this particular type of questions will be most frequently asked in data analytics interview questions. So let's try to understand the syntax of how to find the not just second but any number of salaries given in a SQL table. Let's say your interviewer asked you to find the top third salary or top fourth salary. You can find that using the same syntax. So the syntax is something similar to this as shown now. But before we begin, if you are an aspiring data analyst, then I have the perfect course for you. We have the Professional Certificate Program in Data Analytics. Boost your career with this data analytics program in partnership with Purdue University and in collaboration with IBM, which features masterclasses and follows an applied learning model with real-time projects and business case studies. Now that we have a clear understanding of the PGP Data Analytics certification with Simplilearn in collaboration with IBM from Purdue University, we will get started with our tutorial for today's session. So here you can see select star. You can also use the specific columns you want, that is name and salary, but I'm selecting star, that is every single column in my table. That is select star from employee table, group by salary. So you'll be grouping by salary here, and order by salary descending. Since we wanted to find the highest, we will be choosing the descending order, that is increased number, that is the highest number to the lowest number. In case if your employer or if your interviewer asks you to find the lowest salary, then you will be using the ascending order, right? So since we are given the condition that we have to find the highest, we will use the descending order. Then limit n minus 1. Let's say you're supposed to find the 5th highest salary. Then the formula will be 5 minus 1 and the limit 1. That is, you just want one single row to be displayed on your output, right? So that's the reason we'll be giving limit as 1, right? So this is the simple syntax you will be following. Now let's quickly execute this on MySQL Workbench and try to get our results. Back to the Microsoft SQL Workbench. So now we are on the MySQL Workbench. Let's quickly use the database and get access to our all tables. Now we have access to the tables and the employee table which we were working on. So let's quickly have the show tables here, and we have employee and employee table 2. We will be accessing the employee table which has the salary details. So there you go. We have Rakesh, Jack, Regina, etc. right? So here you can see Karan has the highest salary and the second highest salary is Rakesh. So we need to fetch this particular column here, right? Since our expectation is to find the second highest salary, let's try to write the following code. That is select star from employee, group by salary, order by salary, descending order since we want highest salary, and the limit n minus 1, that is 2 minus 1, or you can also write as 1 comma 1, and done. Let's quickly execute this code, and there you go. Now let's say we want to find the third highest salary. So here n minus 1, 3 minus 1 is 2, and execute this, and there you go, you have Regina. So that's how you can extract second highest salary or any number of highest salary or the lowest salary based on the query changes you're doing. Let's say if you want to highest salary, then you should be using descending order. Let's say you want the lowest salary, should be using the ascending order. So that's how you can extract the second highest salary from SQL tables. So the 1-point agenda, that is MySQL connector for Python. Now let's check on the codes that we are going to execute for the day. So technically we have the 3 major codes, but in case if you have the MySQL connector for Python existing in your Windows, then you can also unlist or uninstall that. But majorly 3 major codes. Check for the Python version. If you have, you can proceed. Then check or start Python IDLE and try to execute the last code. And in case if you get an error, that means you don't have it. And then you can come back to the second line and install the code from command prompt, and then go back to idle and you can get started. Or you can also import this into your IDEs. That said, let's get started with the demonstration. Let me start the command prompt. There you go. The command prompt got successfully started. Let's check the Python version. We have Python -. We have it. It is Python 3.10.0. Fine. Now let's check the pip list if I already have that MySQL connector in the list or not. So I think yes, we do have the Python connector. Now let's quickly uninstall it. You can use the same code, pip uninstall. Do this, paste it, done. You can quickly uninstall that. Just give yes. Now it's been removed. If I check the pip list again, we will not have it. Right now, we will use the same code to install it. Okay. Before that, let's check Python idle, right? Here we have the idle. If we check import MySQL.connector, we should be getting an error, right? So now let's go back to the command prompt and
use this code to install it back again. Remember, you have to write pip install. We have already uninstalled it. So pip installed MySQL connector for Python, enter. Now the file should be downloading. So successfully got installed now. Now let's go back to Python idle and execute the same code once again. And we should not get any errors indicating the presence of MySQL connector for Python. Press enter. There you go. You have no more errors. So that's how you install MySQL connector for Python in Windows operating. So how do you delete a column in SQL? Now let's quickly take a look on the syntax we will be using today. So we will be using the alter table keyword, then the table name, the drop keyword to drop a particular column name, and followed by the drop keyword we have the column name which we are supposed to be dropping off. Now that we have a clear idea about the syntax, let's get back to the MySQL Workbench to execute this particular command. So far we tried to create a database, create a table, add some data onto the table using the insert command, and update a particular tuple and try to eliminate a single row. Now we are trying to eliminate a complete column here. So let's not eliminate the existing columns, let's try to create a new column and then try to eliminate it. So for that we will be using the alter table command. So this is the alter table command and the employee table, which is the employee table name. Then we are trying to use the add keyword and we are trying to add a new column, that is the pin code, which is a varchar or character data type and not null. We are not keeping it as null. And in case if we did not add any value into the pin code, the default value will be NA, which is a text type. So we are encoding it using single quotes. Now let's try to run this code and let's quickly try to check the table. Employee table, and there you go. Now we have pin code here and the null values in the pin code. So we don't want this pin code over here, so we will eliminate this pin code column using the same alter command. So alter table, then the table name, and then the column we want to drop using the drop keyword, which is pin code. So let's execute this command and see the output. So there you go. The pin code column has been successfully eliminated. So that's how you completely eliminate a column in SQL. We will try to delete a row in SQL. How do you delete a row in SQL? Let's quickly take a look at the syntax. So we will be using the delete keyword and the from keyword, adding the table name and giving a where clause with a user-defined condition. So this will be a basic syntax for the process of deleting a single row in the SQL table. Now to understand in a much better way, let's get back to the SQL Workbench. So now we are on the SQL Workbench and previously we tried to create a table, add some data using the insert command and update a value using the update command. Now let's say we have to delete the last row, which is 1006 Jeremy Hyderabad. Let's say Jeremy found a new job in a new organization and now you need to eliminate his credentials from your database. So we will be using the following code, that is delete from table name is employee table and the where clause. Now the condition, which is EMP ID is equals to 1006. Now let's try to run the code. There you go. The employee is being eliminated from that particular database. Now let's try to recheck the table. So select star from EMP LOYEE table, run the code, and there you go. The last ID, which was 1006, has been eliminated from your database. And that's how you delete a row in SQL, and we will learn how to eliminate duplicate rows in SQL, how to eliminate duplicate records in SQL table. Now, we can eliminate the duplicate records in SQL by a few methods. So we will use the most simplest ones. The first one is
using the inner join along with a where clause, and the second one is a simple and the humble distinct command. Now we have a brief idea on the methods. Let's understand them in a much more detailed way through a practical demonstration. Now let's get back to the MySQL Workbench to understand the codes in a much better way. So now we are on the MySQL Workbench and we will get access to our Simplilearn database, and we are in the Simplilearn database. So previously we used to work on a employee table. So let's not work on the same employee table since we have actual data there. Let's try to duplicate that table so that we will have some duplicate entries in between. So we will be changing the employee ID numbers, and we will also be using the same employee ID numbers. So the employee ID has some details to it. So we'll be understanding that in a much more detail while we are executing the commands. And we will also try to remove the primary key from the table. So I'll also explain why we are going to include the primary table, and also will explain the usage of eliminating it. So when you have the primary key in the table, SQL Workbench or any SQL will automatically stop you from adding duplicated values. But let's say if you add a duplicate entry with a new primary key, right, then it will not stop you. So we'll also have a demonstration about what to do in such scenarios. So now let's try to quickly create a duplicate employee table, which will be employee table 2, and then we will try to add some duplicate entries into it. Remember, we will not use the primary key here. So the code will be create table employee table 2, and everything will be same, which is from the previous table, which will be the employee ID, integer type, employee name, character type, this character type, pin code will be integer. And normally we include the primary key in this way. Primary key, brackets open, em. So this is the way how we add the primary key, but we are not going to add it since we want to know what happens if we enter data which also has the duplication of the primary key, right? So we will not give any primary key over here. Let's quickly run this. There you go. The new duplicated table of employee table has been created. Let's try to insert the same values with some duplication. There you go. I have pasted the command for inserting the values, and if you observe clearly at the end, I have repeated the values of Tony, Katie, Summer, June, and Gloria. So these 5 will be the duplicate values, and also we are trying to enter the duplicated primary key. Since we did not declare the ID as the primary key, it will accept all these values. Let's quickly run this, and there you go. The values have been successfully entered into the table. Let's quickly see if we have the duplication. Select star from employee table Control enter. There you go. So you can see the duplicate values are also added onto the table. Now how do you remove these duplications? Remember we discussed the distinct method, which is the second one. So that happens to be the most simplest one. Let's see how it works. So here we will write a simple select command. Select distinct star from the employee table 2. Now this will give us the distinct values, right? But again, when you run this particular command, which is select star, you will have all the details back again, right? Our job is to eliminate them. So what we will do is we'll create a duplicate table. So let's name it as DUP table. So create table and duplicate table will be the name. Now quickly execute this command. There you go. Now we have the data which we obtain from the distant command is stored into the table named as duplicate table. Now let's quickly drop the employee table too. Okay, the table has been successfully dropped. So when we run the same command once again, it says Simplilearn DB did not find any table by the name employee table 2. That means it's been eliminated. Now the next thing we need to do is rename it. So what we're trying to do is we are trying to use the alter table and we are trying to rename duplicate copy to employee table 2 so that we have the actual table here after eliminating the duplicated values. It's not dupe copy, it's actually dupe table. Right. There you go. Now let's execute this. Successfully done. Now if we execute this particular select command, you can see we have the cleaned data without any duplicate entries. This was one of the simplest ways of eliminating duplicates in a SQL table. Now let's try to get a step ahead and try to use some join commands and where commands and where conditions, and using those we will try to eliminate the duplications in a table. Now we are talking about a table which does have the primary key and the data will be duplicated. Let me explain you how. Now let us declare the primary key as employee ID. The key is EMP ID. Right now we do have a primary key. Now there is no way. Okay, let's try to create this. Before that, let's try to truncate employee table 2. So we can use the not the drop table, we can use the truncate. So let's replace drop with truncate so that the data which we have an employee table will be removed. There you go. Now we will, or let's quickly drop the table because we are trying to create the new table, right? So let's create the new table. So once we have executed the drop table command, the table has been successfully removed. Now let's try to create this particular table. Control enter. There you go. The table got successfully created. Now let's try to duplicate the same entries. Remember, I'm not changing the primary key here. Now when I run this command, I will get an error which says primary key cannot be duplicated. So here you can see duplicate entry for 9 and you cannot have the duplicate entries, right? This is one way to avoid duplications. But what if someone comes up with a brilliant idea to replace the primary key? Now if I change the primary key as 17, 18, let's say we also have this data copied. Let's duplicate this. Right, this will be our 19 and this will be our 20. Now we have unique primary keys for all our data and we also know there are some duplications. Let's try to execute this command and see the output. So somewhere something is not correct yet. Okay, this one. So Tony has been repeated, so we can have a different ID for Tony. Let's say we have Tony as 21. Try to execute the command once again. It should be clear now. Okay, it still has some duplication somewhere. Yes, it's right here. Let's keep this as 22. Okay, I think we made a lot of duplications somehow. Let's quickly take a look if all the major keywords are duplicated or not. So we copied from Gloria. So after Gloria, we will remove these. So Gloria, so we just make sure, we're trying to make sure that the primary keys are unique here. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. There you go. So now we believe that all the primary keys are unique. Let's try to run this command and see if we get the same error or not. No. So now all the data has been inserted into the duplicate table, which is employee table 2. And we also have some duplicate entries. Now, how would you recognize that we don't have any duplicates, or how would you recognize which data has been exactly duplicated, and how do you even remove it? Now the old distinct command is not going to work. Anyhow, let's see if it works by any chance. So when I try to run the distinct command, it will give me all 22 rows with all the duplicate entries, right? In this case, we can use the first method, which was the join and where condition method, right? Let's try to do that. So we are going to use the delete command, delete T1 from employee table to T1 inner join employee table 2 as T2. So we are declaring two different tables. So we are considering T1 as one table and T2 as the next or second table. So T1 and T2 are the copies of the same existing employee table 2, right? Now we are joining these two tables and we are having a where condition over here. So from table T1, we are going to eliminate table 1 from table 2, where we have an intersection and where we have the employee IDs greater than employee ID in employee. Okay, let's not confuse. So let's execute the command first. Okay, let's execute this to understand what I mean here. So here, when we go a little down, you can see 14 for Tony, right? Actual employee ID of Tony is 9, but we have 14 for Tony. And Gloria, we have 18, 19, 20. And again, for Katie, we have 22. The actual number of Katie is 10, right? So now it will try to recognize the highest number of employee ID. So it will recognize the highest employee ID number and it will retain it, and rest all the numbers will be eliminated. So this is the first where condition, and we're also giving a string comparison function where SQL will try to identify if there is a similarity between the employee name of the first table and the employee name of the second table. And we know that when you give the string comparison operation, if it results in 0, it means the strings are equal. If it results in 1, it means the strings are not matching. Now that we understood the logic of this particular statement, let's try to execute it. So there you go. So we have executed the command. Now let's try to see what's left in the table. There you go. Now we should be having the usual 13 number of employees in our table. And you can see that the records are retained where the employee ID number is the highest. Remember, we had the number 10 as employee ID for Katie, and we have that over here. In case if you want the actual numbers to be placed however they were, you can make a small change to your command. All you need to do is keep this particular or change this particular greater than symbol to lower than symbol, and you will retain the actual numbers of the employee records. So that's how you can eliminate the duplicate entries in the table. And If you ask me, hey, only 2 conditions are enough, don't you think the pin code and we also have pin code and the address of the employees, don't you think that is also important? Yes, you can also do that. You can make some minor modifications to your code and try to include all those remaining things, and again you can do the same, right? Now let's try to eliminate the data in our table. Let's truncate it, and we should be having no data left in our table. And let's try to insert the duplicate entries once again. And okay, before that, let's try to do this particular execution. Remember, we tried to keep the employee ID. Let's try to execute that and try to print it, and we should be having the actual numbers over here, right, as expected. Now let's again truncate the data and try to compare the conditions, or we will be using the where condition and we'll have all the parameters included in our condition. Let's truncate the table, and now let's try to add the duplicate entries once again. There you go, we have all the duplicate entries. Enter. Now what we will be doing is we will be using the same command, but the only change will be the string comparison or the where condition, right? So you can keep this string comparison if you want, or if you can change that. Let me change that actually. So instead of this, we will use this particular command where we are trying to compare the employee ID. So let's keep the employee ID as lesser than, so that we have the actual employee ID numbers, and we are using an AND condition over here, so that this particular condition should be valid and the employee name should be equal to the employee name in T1 and T2. Yep. And the next one is, here we have the employee address. So the employee address in T1 and T2 should also be same, and pin code from both the tables should also be same. So what we are trying to compare here is we are trying to keep the employee ID with the least number or the least value, and the names of the employee should be same, the address of the employee should be same, and the pin code of the employee should be same. In that particular condition, you can try to delete the record. Let's try to execute this, and there you go, the command got executed. And now let's try to execute the select command, which should give us the final result. So here you go, Control Enter, and you have the data here. So now we have successfully eliminated all the duplicates by comparing the values in each and every single column, and we also have retained the original ID of each and every employee. Now that's how you try to eliminate duplicates in SQL tables.
First, we will understand what exactly is a where clause in SQL. So where clause is used along row level filtering of datasets. So before we get started, both where and having are like filters. Let's say you're working on an Excel spreadsheet and you have an employee dataset. So there are various departments, maybe IT, development, testing, etc. Right? So in the same way, if you wanted to filter out all the employees from IT department alone, you would apply a filter on Excel, right? Filter employees which are working in or who are working in IT department. So similarly, in SQL, you expect the IDE or you expect the database to give you a filtered data via your query. So in such situations, the query will have where clause and having clause. So the main difference between where clause and having is, so if you wanted to group the data in terms of categories, right? If you wanted to segregate the data in terms of categories, you will have to use having clause for that. When the data is segregated in terms of categories and you wanted to extract a specific part, then you will be using having. And you will also use having in place of aggregate functions. Let's say your SQL query has some aggregate functions. Let's say count the number of employees in particular department. Then having clause will be your choice, not where. So where works like a row level filter. It checks each and every filter in individual rows and only gives you the only returns you the values in row levels. If you want to use count or any other aggregate functions along with where, it might not work. So that's the fundamental difference. Similarly, having is also a filter which is used along with aggregate functions and category level filtering of data sets, just as we discussed before. But to make things clear, let's check out a demo, and that might help you out a little better. So let's get back to MySQL Workbench. So right now we are on MySQL Workbench, and you can create a new database and use that database. So I have created a database called SLP, and then I'm using SLP database. I've created a normal or simple employee database, just as the example we discussed in the PPT part. So I'm having employee ID, name, age, department, salary, and here I'm inserting some random values, let's say on 2025 values into the table. Now here we have a clause with where, right? Here we have a query with where clause. So in rows, wherever the department is equals to ID, give me the table. So I'll run this particular query. So wherever the department is ID, it is giving me a table of employees who are working in IT department. Now, if I want to use count of, let's say, an aggregate function, count department, the query will not work. Although you can find that there are no errors, but when you try to run it, the workbench throws you an error, right? So where clause cannot execute aggregate functions along with it. Now let's try to not include any aggregate functions with it. Now here I have another query which does have aggregate functions, and we are grouping it by department, and in such situations you can get the query done because we have replaced where with having. Now let's try to execute this query. There you go. Now the departments are being categorized, and we want the values which are only working in IT department, right? So we are counting the number of people in IT, and that's where you got it. So that's the fundamental. So where is like a row level filter where it will select the values from rows which have the given condition satisfied. And if you want to into categories, say department wise categories, salary wise categories, and yeah, again, if you want to give a condition, let's say salary greater than certain value, in such situations you can use where. But if you want to extract the data along with the categories and along with the given condition of salaries greater than certain value, then having is your friend. So that's how you can work with where and having. So those are the fundamental differences between where clause and a having clause. Now, how do we create a view in Excel? So it's as simple as creating a new table. The syntax is as follows. You just need to add create a view and your customized view name as the statements. Now, what are the statements? Statements usually have the statements of what you query, the query statements. For example, select star some data what you want to fetch from your table. Yes, I totally understand select might be a really short one, but sometimes you might have to add some where conditions, you might have to add some subqueries, and the entire query length might go up to 10 to 15 lines. Right, now you might not be able to execute that query for every single time. So if you create a view for that, and if you just select that particular view, and you get all the data. Now let's understand this more easily by going through a practical demonstration on MySQL. Now we are on the MySQL Workbench. We are having a small database which is flights, and in that we have a table by the name flight data, and this is the data which we have added into a flight data, right? Let's run this and get the table. So here you have the information on your table about a few flights. You have the airline, date of journey, departure, destination, total stops, additional information, etc, etc. Right, now let's say if someone asked you to fetch a flight from Indigo which is completely non-stop, control enter. Now you have this. Right, now you face this query for once. And what if someone asks you to get this data for 10 times a day? Maybe you have 10 clients who are asking for the same information. Would you write the same query 10 times? No, right? Similarly, here you have, let's say someone wanted to go to Delhi and they ask you to get the information for the flights which are going to Delhi. And someone asked for the flights which are going from Bangalore to Delhi. Right? Similarly, you have many of such things. So what would be helpful here? So let's say you add one more query which reads as create view. Now the customized view name could be anything. Let's say view Indigo Nonstop. As your query. Right, let's quickly execute this query and it should create a new view for you. The new view is currently done. Similarly, let's try to create a new view again. Create a view. Let's name it view flights Delhi. Kolkata. And the Bangalore Delhi flights. Right, now you have the queries ready or the views ready. Now all you have to do is just get the select statement star from the view name. This is simpler, right? Just control enter and you have the data over there. Now let's say somebody asks you to fetch the data for flights from Bangalore to Delhi. All you have to do is select star and you should be having the data. There you go, right? As simple as that. So that's how you can create a view in SQL. And in case if you wanted to drop it, let's say you don't need it anymore. So it's simple, just drop the view and the view name. Let's say you want to drop this particular view, paste it there and control enter. There you go. The view got successfully dropped. Now when you try to run this query, you will not get it.
Now you may be wondering, what is SQL injection? Well, let us explain. SQL injection is a serious vulnerability affecting web applications where attackers can execute unintended code on a server by injecting malicious SQL commands into a database query. If successful, an attacker can gain unauthorized access to sensitive data or even modify it. So if you are a web developer, this is something you must take seriously. But don't worry, in this video, we will explain how SQL injection works, why it's so dangerous, and how you can protect your application from it. So be sure to watch until the end to learn how to safeguard your apps from this threat. Before we begin, if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with cybersecurity by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity, that is, in collaboration with the modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Engineering. And the course link is mentioned in the description box that will navigate you to the course page where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered. And if these are the types of videos you would like to watch, then hit the subscribe button, like and press the bell icon to never miss on any update. And here we go.
And now we'll see the agenda for our tutorial. Starting with, we'll first see what is SQL injection, then we'll see how does a SQL injection attack work, then we'll see what are types of SQL injection attacks, and then we'll see the detection and prevention of SQL injection attacks. Then we'll see some real-life examples that happened with the SQL injections, and then we'll have an overview of impact of SQL injection attacks. Now we'll start with what is SQL injection. SQL injection is a technique used by attackers to manipulate a web application's database queries. By injecting malicious SQL code into input fields, attackers can execute unauthorized commands and potentially gain access to sensitive information. SQL injection attacks primarily target web applications that use SQL databases such as MySQL, Oracle, or Microsoft SQL Server. And now we will see how does a SQL injection attack work. So to understand how a SQL injection attack works, let's consider how a typical SQL query functions. Queries are used to retrieve or modify data from a database. Attackers exploit vulnerable input fields by injecting malicious SQL code that alters the intended behavior of the query. And attackers first study the targeted database to understand its structure and behavior. Then they craft a SQL query that the server interprets as a legitimate command. For example, or 1 equal to 1. That is a query's input field. An attacker can bypass authentication and gain unauthorized access. And SQL injection attacks can also be used to delete data, manipulate records, or retrieve information from multiple database tables using techniques like error-based injection, union-based attacks, or inferential SQL injection. Now we'll see an example to understand this concept more. So consider a website that has search feature where users can search for products by entering keywords. The website uses a SQL database to store product information. In a secure scenario, the website would take the user's input, sanitize it, and construct a SQL query to fetch the relevant products. For example, the query might look like this. That is, select star from products where name like and the entered keyword, what they want to search. So this query retrieves products whose names contain the entered keyword. However, if the website is vulnerable to SQL injection, an attacker can manipulate the input to execute malicious SQL statements. Let's say the attacker wants to retrieve all products from the database, regardless of the entered keyword. In the search field, they entered or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen. The input manipulates the SQL query, and this query becomes this, that is, select star from products where name like ampersand and then or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen %. In this case, the attacker uses the single quote to close the existing string, followed by or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen to inject a new condition that is always true. The semicolon is used to terminate the previous statement, and the double hyphens are used to comment out the remaining portion of the original query. As a result, the modified query effectively becomes that you can see on the screen, and the condition 1 equal to 1 is always true, so the query retrieves all products from the database regardless of the keyword. And this example demonstrates how an attacker can exploit a vulnerable SQL injection point to modify the SQL query's logic and retrieve unintended data. Remember, this example is simplified for educational purposes, and real-world SQL injection attacks can be more sophisticated. It's crucial to secure web applications against SQL injection vulnerabilities to prevent unauthorized access and data breaches. Now we'll see types of SQL injection attacks. So there are different types of SQL injection attacks that attackers can employ. Let's explore a few of them. The first we'll explore is in-band SQL I. I is injection here, that is in-band SQL injection. So this type includes error-based and union-based attacks, where attackers use the same channel to launch an attack and collect the results. And the next is inferential SQL injection, that is also known as blind SQL injection. This type involves sending data payloads to the database server to observe its response without directly seeing the results. It can be either Boolean based or time based. And the next is out-of-band SQL injection. In cases where in-band SQL injection is not possible, attackers leverage other channels such as DNS or HTTP request to retrieve data from the database. Now we'll see detecting and preventing SQL injection attacks. So detecting and preventing SQL injection attacks is crucial to safeguarding web applications. Here are some preventive measures. So the first measure is train employees on preventive methods. That is, educate your IT teams, including developers and system administrators, on SQL injection attack vectors and prevention techniques. Next we could do is implement input validation and parameterized queries. Validate and filter user input using an allow list approach, and use parameterized queries or prepared statements to separate SQL code from user input. That will not allow any malicious hacker to enter any SQL code into the input method. And the next is regular security scans. Perform regular security scans to identify and address potential vulnerabilities in web applications. And the next is keep software up to date. That is, ensure that all software, including databases and programming languages, are regularly updated to include the latest security patches and protections against SQL injection. And now we'll see some real-life examples of SQL injection attacks. So let's take a look at some real-life examples. The first is Tesla vulnerability. In 2014, security researchers discovered a SQL injection vulnerability on Tesla's website, which allowed attackers to gain administrative privileges and access user data. This was one of the SQL injection attacks. And the next was Fortnite vulnerability. In 2019, a SQL injection vulnerability was found in Fortnite that could have enabled attackers to access user accounts. The vulnerability was promptly patched. And the next was Cisco vulnerability. In 2018, a SQL injection vulnerability in Cisco Prime License Manager granted attackers shell access to computers with the installed license management system. Cisco addressed the issue promptly. And last, not the least, we'll see the impact of SQL injection attacks. So the impact of SQL injection attacks can be devastating for businesses. The first could be the unauthorized access to sensitive information and resources. And the next is potential data breaches and exposure to confidential data. And the next is data manipulation or deletion. And the next is network infiltration and system compromise. And the next is loss of customer trust and decreased revenue. And the last is reputational damage and long-term consequences for the business. And that wraps up our discussion on SQL injection. It's crucial for businesses and developers to be aware of this vulnerability and take necessary precautions to prevent attacks. Stay vigilant, keep your software up to date, and educate yourself and your team on best practices for web application security.
How to use update query in PostgreSQL. Now we are on the pgadmin 4 so that we can execute our PostgreSQL commands. This is similar to the MySQL Workbench which we usually use for the SQL. Since this is the PostgreSQL, pgadmin is the best one. Now let's start our query. So we have the query tool opened. Now before we run the update query, let's try to create some tables. So let's create the simple employee table. So we have the SQL-like query here, which is create keyword, table keyword, and the user-defined table name, that is the employee, and the parameters which we will be having, or the column headers we will be having, are employee name, employee ID, employee department, salary, and address. Let's execute the command by pressing the F5 key. There you go, the table got successfully created, and our next step would be to add the information into this particular table. We can use the insert command for the same. There you go, so we are using the same insert into keywords, completely similar to the SQL queries, and here we have employee table name and the parameters or the column headers, which are the employee name, ID, department, salary, and address. So next is the values keyword, and we will be entering the comma separated values. Each and every tuple, right, each and every row is separated by a comma, and at the end we don't have to use the comma because this is the indication which states this is the end of the row, right? Now let's run this particular command by pressing the F5 key. There you go. Now let's quickly check our table using the select command. Select star from employee semicolon F5. So this is the data that we have in our table right now. Now what is the update query? Now let's understand the update query in much more detail here. So this is the set of employees that are working in your company, and let's say there is some error in certain row. Let's say the employee ID is wrong, or let's say you are going to conduct a hike session. Let's say Rishabh performed really well and Rishabh needs a hike. His current salary is 18,000 and he wants to improvise or upgrade his salary to 20,000, right? That's when the update command comes into picture. Now let's discuss the syntax for update command. So the syntax is as follows. We having the update key, then the user-defined table name, then the set keyword, and followed by that the column name and the value. Then we have the where clause. Now let's say we wanted to improve Rishabh's salary. So update keyword, then the employee, which is the table name. After that, we have the set keyword, followed by that the column name, which is salary equals to value. Currently it is 18,000. Let's say we want to increase it to 20,000. Then we have to use 20,000 number in the value place. Then we have the where clause, followed by that we have the condition. Where exactly we want to change it? Where the employee ID is equals to the employee ID of Rishabh. Right. Now let's practically see that on PG admin 4. There you go. We have the update keyword, employee, which is user defined table name, set keyword, employee salary is the column we want to change. Then the value will be 20,000 since it is currently 18,000, and where condition, and the clause is where employee ID is equals to 1001. Right, this is the ID of Rishabh. Now let's quickly execute this command and see the output. F5 is the shortcut key to execute the commands in pgadmin. And now let's try to execute this command once again to check if the table is updated or not. Select star from employee, F5, and there you go. The current salary of Rishabh is 20,000. Here it is. So that's how you use the update command in PostgreSQL.
With that, we have crossed our second milestone on SQL. Proceeding ahead, we have a Power BI, the ultimate BI tool that every business analyst must know. Power BI is Excel's big brother. Power BI steps in for large-scale data visualization and storytelling. It seamlessly connects to various data sources, including Excel sheets, and transforms them into interactive dashboards and compelling reports. Power BI empowers analysts to uncover hidden insights, identify trends, and present complex information clearly and engagingly to stakeholders.
I'd like to talk a bit about business intelligence. As you might be aware, there are zillions of companies across the world. These companies generate massive amounts of data on a daily basis. When I say data here, it simply refers to business information, both internal and external, customer feedback, product innovations, and profit loss reports, to name a few. Companies use all of this information to make crucial decisions that can either hamper or boost their business. You might have heard of the term data is the new oil. Well, it definitely is. If organizations analyze all the available data very well, then this oil is definitely valuable. And to help organizations with this, we have business intelligence, which is more often termed as BI. We can define BI as a technology-driven process which works on analyzing unstructured data to derive meaningful information from it. Basically, it is a set of architecture and processes that convert raw data into useful information that helps in achieving profit for a business. So to achieve business intelligence goals, we use a set of tools. These tools are termed as BI tools. They help organizations acquire and analyze data efficiently. Some of the BI tools are seasonal, but some are evergreen. We have a plethora of these tools in the market, which makes it hard for businesses to select one single tool. Here, we have a recommendation list of the top 5 BI tools of 2020. After extensive research and an in-depth evaluation, we have come up with this list. In addition to the top 5, we also have a few other tools which look promising for the year 2020. So let us have a look at the top 5 BI tools. At number 5, we have ThoughtSpot. ThoughtSpot is a US-based company that provides its customers with business intelligence software. ThoughtSpot makes analysis of data easy, and it does so in the matter of a few seconds. As you can see on your screens, this is how the interface looks like. Let's now have a look at the features of ThoughtSpot. ThoughtSpot is a search-driven solution. That is, the users can find insights through an interface known to everyone, that is, search. This makes the tool more accessible. The Spot IQ engine also uses artificial intelligence in the form of algorithms to identify and display insights like trends and causal relationships. Instead of going through a number of different procedures to create a chart, ThoughtSpot's instant chart creation ability lets users automatically view data graphically. With just a few mouse clicks, you can generate a visually appealing story. When a business grows, so will its data requirements. Hence, it is crucial that you have a tool that can be scaled up easily. ThoughtSpot has this feature and it also performs automatic load balancing across all its servers. ThoughtSpot is also now available for small and medium instance types on AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. ThoughtSpot has a user-friendly interface. Even users with absolutely no prior knowledge or training can operate ThoughtSpot easily. So those were the features of ThoughtSpot. Let us now have a look at the companies using ThoughtSpot. As you can see on your screens, we have the American multinational retail corporation Walmart. Then we have the Royal Bank of Canada, RBC, followed by 7-Eleven and ExxonMobil. Let us now move on to our next tool. So at number 4, we have SAS BI. The SAS Business Intelligence tool looks into the analysis, data mining, and reporting with the help of powerful visualizations and interactive dashboards. In SAS, data is extracted and categorized, which helps in identifying and analyzing data patterns. As you can see on your screens, this is how the interface looks like. Moving on to the features of SAS BI. First and foremost, it is easy to use. Irrespective of your skill level, you will be able to easily explore, create, and share data. There is no need for the user to rely on the IT team. Better analysis of data is achieved by using automatic code generation and SAS SQL. The next feature of SAS is that it allows you to integrate with open source software such as R. R helps you to connect to many databases and data types. SAS provides the best practices and defines the guiding principles for a secure product development lifecycle. SAS BI ensures that the products meet the business and security needs of the customers. Let us now have a look at the companies using SAS BI. We have companies like Accenture, Genpact, IQVIA, and IBM to name a few. That was all about SAS BI. Let us now move on to our next tool. So at number 3, we have Qlik. The company was founded in Sweden back in the 90s. The company's first product was QlikView. It is a powerful tool which visualizes and analyzes the relationships between data. QlikSense is a self-service data discovery and analysis tool. It provides a modern user interface for data management. Qlik is named a leader in the 2020 Gartner Magic Quadrant for Analytics and BI platforms. As you can see on your screens, this is how the interface looks like. Moving on to the features of Qlik. QlikView can do everything that an OLAP-based solution will do and much faster. You can take advantage of Qlik's powerful AI and machine learning to accelerate discoveries, boost data literacy, and derive insights. QlikSense works without data filters, but while working with QlikView, data filters are required. Qlik allows flexible deployment capabilities for seamless end-user experiences and management capabilities across multi-cloud environments. Data storytelling is an important part of BI. QlikSense provides this feature, but it is not available with QlikView. With the Qlik Data Integration Platform, you can do powerful data integration and perform modern analytics. As you can see on your screens, these are the companies using Qlik. We have Mercedes-Benz, Cognizant, Accenture, and Capgemini. So for all those who joined in now, let me just quickly repeat our list. At number 5, we have ThoughtSpot. Then at number 4, we have SAS BI. And at number 3, we have Qlik. So far, do you all agree with this list? Let us know in the comment section below. Let us now move on to our next tool. At number 2, we have Tableau. Tableau is one of the most popular and fastest growing business intelligence tools used in companies these days. Tableau is a data visualization tool that was founded in 2003. It manages the vast volumes of data and its flow and turns data into actionable information. It allows you to analyze and visualize data faster and efficiently. The Tableau product suite consists of Tableau Desktop, Tableau Public, Tableau Online, Tableau Server, and Tableau Reader. As you can see on your screens, this is how the interface looks like. Moving on to the features of Tableau. One of the most important features of Tableau is that it can connect to 40 different data sources and handle large amounts of data easily. Some of the data sources are local text files, Microsoft Excel, PDFs, JSON, or databases, and servers like MySQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server, etc. Tableau is an easy-to-use drag-and-drop tool which allows its users to create interactive visuals quickly. You can build different charts and graphs, dashboards, and storylines with just a few clicks. In Tableau, you can gain insights that you never thought was possible. You can play with interactive visualizations and explore various data that is available, and you don't need to have any specific knowledge of the insight you're looking for. Knowledge of coding is not required to work on Tableau, as Tableau provides inbuilt table calculations. So some of the companies that use Tableau are the American e-commerce giant Amazon, the Italian luxury sports car manufacturer Ferrari, then we have Walmart, followed by Capgemini and LinkedIn. Before we move on to the number one BI tool in our list, let's have a quick look at a few BI tools which didn't make it to our list but which seem to be very promising in the year 2020. So here we have Zoho Analytics, which is a cloud-based self-service BI and data analytics software that is used for data visualization and for creating dashboards.
Now let's understand why Power BI is needed. First, Power BI has the ability to access vast volumes of data from multiple sources. It allows you to view, analyze, and visualize huge quantities of data that cannot be opened in Excel. Some of the important data sources available in Power BI are Excel, CSV, XML, JSON, PDF, etc. Second, Power BI provides an easy-to-use drag-and-drop tool with features and functionalities that allow you to copy all formatting across similar visualizations. Power BI has exceptional integration with Excel. It helps you gather, analyze, publish, and share Excel business data. Power BI helps to accelerate big data preparation with Azure. Using Power BI with Azure allows you to analyze and share vast volumes of data. Azure Data Lake can reduce the time it takes to get insights and increase collaboration between business analysts, data engineers, and data scientists. Power BI allows you to get insights from data and turn insights into actions to take data-driven business decisions. Finally, Power BI allows you to perform real-time stream analytics. It fetches data from multiple sensors and social media sources to get access to real-time analytics, so you are always ready to make business decisions. Now let's see what Power BI is. Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft that lets you visualize your data and share insights. It converts data from different sources to build interactive dashboards and BI reports. As you can see, we have an Excel data about sales. Using this data, Power BI helps you build different charts and graphs to visualize the data. Now that we have understood what Power BI is, let us look at the important features of Power BI. First is Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a free software that you can download, and it allows you to build reports by accessing data easily. For using Power BI Desktop, you do not need advanced report designing or query skills to build a report. Second, as already discussed, Power BI supports stream analytics. From factory sensors to social media sources, Power BI assists in real-time analytics to make timely decisions. Third, support for multiple data sources is one of the major features of Power BI. You can access various sources of data such as Excel, CSV, SQL Server, web files, etc. to create interactive visualizations. And finally, custom visualization. Custom visualization is another vital feature of Power BI. While dealing with complex data, Power BI's default standard might not be enough in some cases. In that case, you can access the custom library of visualization that meets your needs. Let us jump into discussing the various components of Power BI. As you can see, there are 6 major components of Power BI. Now let's discuss them one by one. First is Power Query. Power Query is the data transformation and mashup engine. It enables you to discover, connect, combine, and refine data sources to meet your analysis need. It can be downloaded as an add-in for Excel or can be used as part of Power BI Desktop. Second, we have Power Pivot. Power Pivot is a data modeling technology that lets you create data models. It also allows you to establish relationships and create calculations. It uses data analysis expression language or DAX to model simple and complex data. Third, we have Power View. Power View is a technology that is available in Excel, SharePoint, SQL Server, and Power BI. It lets you create interactive charts, graphs, maps, and other visuals that brings your data to life. Next, we have Power Map. Microsoft's Power Map for Excel and Power BI is a 3D data visualization tool that lets you map your data and plot more than 1 million rows of data visually on Bing Maps in 3D format from an Excel table or data model in Excel. Then we have Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a development tool for Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. With Power BI Desktop, you have everything under the same solution, and it is easier to develop BI and data analysis experience. Finally, we have Power Q&A. The Q&A feature in Power BI lets you explore your data in your own words. It is the fastest way to get an answer from your data using natural language. An example could be, what was the total sales last year? Once you have built your data model and deployed that into Power BI website, then you can ask questions and get answers easily. Now, let's see what Power BI Service is. Power BI Service is the software as a service part of Power BI. It is also referred as Power BI Online. To access Power BI Service, you need to log into app.powerbi.com. Now let me show you that. I'll go to Google, I'll open a new tab and search for app.powerbi.com. It's loading. But this is how the homepage of Power BI Service looks like. I've created some dashboards on it. First, you need to log into app.powerbi service. You can see I'm logged in. Now under my workspace, if I go to dashboard, here I've created a finance dashboard. You can see the different charts and graphs I've prepared and pinned it to the dashboard. So Power BI Service allows you to connect to your data, create reports and dashboards, and you can also ask questions to your data. Now as you can see in this dashboard, we have created some charts and graphs. So this is a tree map. There's a pie chart, there's a bar graph. Below you can see there are line charts and donut charts. It tells you the total sales that were made, the total number of units sold, the sales by product, sales by country, sales by segment, and lots more. One of the key features of Power BI is creating dashboards from multiple reports and datasets. Power BI Dashboard is a single-page visualization to tell a story. The visualizations on a dashboard are generated from multiple reports, and each report is based on one dataset. A single-page dashboard is known as a canvas. The visualizations you see on the dashboard are called tiles. These tiles are pinned to the dashboard by report designers. Now let me go back to my dashboard. So this is called a canvas, and each of these are called tiles. So on the top, you can see we have 3 tiles. Now let's understand how to create and publish reports in Power BI dashboards. Power BI allows you to create different reports on Power BI Desktop. These reports can be published on the Power BI dashboard using Power BI Service. Here, you can see there is a Power BI report created on Power BI Desktop. If you click on Publish, it will take you to the Power BI Service where you can build a dashboard. Here is the button for Power BI Publish. Once you click on Power BI Publish, it will take you to the dashboard. So this is a single page Power BI dashboard on Power BI Service. Now, let's understand the Power BI architecture. Power BI Architecture is a service built on top of Azure. There are multiple data sources that Power BI can connect to. Power BI Desktop allows you to create reports and data visualizations on the dataset. Power BI Gateway is connected to on-premise data sources to get continuous data for reporting and analytics. Power BI services are basically the cloud services that are used to publish Power BI reports and data visualizations. Using Power BI mobile apps, you can stay connected to their data from anywhere. Power BI apps are available for Windows, iOS, and Android platforms. Now, let's look at a case study on how Meijer, which is one of United States' largest supermarket chains, used Power BI to solve its business problems. Initially, Meijer had become dependent on its IT organization to extract insights from its data. It was time-consuming and inefficient as you had to wait for IT to build every report. Meijer was unable to perform ad hoc and real-time analysis easily. So what Meijer did was, it connected Power BI to an on-premises SQL Server Analysis Services cube. This allowed them to refresh 20 billion rows of data in near real time. With Power BI, teams can now pull in the data faster and perform real-time analysis to derive insights from data. A bakery department inside Meijer used Power BI to compare its sales with regional performance. They analyzed where Meijer was behind the regional trends, focused on the problem, and created a solution. With Power BI, they can now drill down into hourly sales and send out a sales flash to 800 Meijer business leaders. So Power BI enabled them to standardize data sources and empower store directors and team leaders to develop and track their data to ensure what they can improve. Now, let's do some practical hands-on demo with Power BI. So this is how the Power BI desktop interface looks like. On the left, you have the report view, the data view, and the model view. The report view is where you visualize your data with different charts and graphs to build reports. The data view allows you to view the whole data, while the model view is where you check if there are any relationship between the tables. On the right, you can see the different visualizations that you can build. We'll quickly run through all of these in our demo. So here you can see there's a finance sample data that will help you draw insights about the sale of products in different countries. We will create a report to visualize different charts and graphs and analyze those sales. So let me go to my Power BI desktop. First, we'll import our data. So let me go to our Get Data tab and choose Excel as my data source. I click on Excel. So here is our finance sample data. We'll select sheet 1. You can see the data here. Click on it and then select load. This might take some time to load the data. Now if I go to my data tab, you can see the entire data set. It has fields such as segment, country in which the sales was made, the name of the product, the units sold, and the sales price, and many more. Let's start building our report now. I'll go to my report view. So first let me create a text box. Let me resize it. Let me name it as Finance Dashboard. We'll increase the size of the text. We'll use font Consolas, center it. We'll also add a background to this. We use blue color, change it to white, and increase the size. Now let me first show you how you can create a matrix. I'll go to Visualizations and click on Matrix. Let me resize it. From the Datasheet tab, I'll select Sales and drag onto Values. So you can see the total number of sales that were made. Now let me do some formatting. So I'll go to the Format tab, click on Column Headers. Let's add a background color and let me increase the text size to 20. Similarly, under Values, we'll increase the size of the text to 20 as well. We can also click on Border and choose the color of the border. May take as, let it be black. So this is a simple matrix that we created which shows the total number of sales that were made. Similarly, let me choose matrix once again. Now we'll drag on the units sold onto values. We'll continue with the same drill. Under column headers, we'll add a background. This time let's choose some other color, and under values, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Even for the column headers, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Again, we'll switch on border. We'll resize a bit. So here we have two matrices created for our report. The first matrix shows us the total sales that were made. The second matrix shows you the total units that were sold. Now let's move ahead and create a simple bar chart. So under visualization, I click on clustered column chart. Under this, we'll drag the date column onto axis and the sales onto value. Let me expand it. So it shows you the sales by year. This is the sales that were made in 2013 and this shows you the sales that were made in 2014. Now there's a drill down option which gives you more granularity. This depicts the sales by quarter. If I drill down further, you can see this shows you the sales by month. Also, you have some options like sort by and sort by sales. So you can see October month made the highest number of sales. Moving ahead, let me now create a pie chart where we will see the sales by different segments. Under visualization, I'll click on pie chart. Let me first resize it. Here, I'll drag the segment column onto the legend and the sales column onto the values. As you can see, we have the sales made by different segments. Government segment made the highest number of sales with 44.22%. Now let me add a border to both the visualization. I'll click on the pie chart and go to the Format tab. I'll switch on the border. Similarly, for the clustered column chart, I'll go to the Format tab and click on Border. Now let me resize a bit. Alright. Next, we'll create a very simple table that will depict the total sales made by each product. So under Visualizations, I click on Table. Let me bring this below. So from the data sheet, I'll first drag product onto values. You can see the different products and then sales just below it. So this depicts the total sales that were made by each product. And finally, it displays the total value of the sales that were made. This is same as the one shown here. Now let's do some formatting. Under Format tab, I'll go to Values and increase the text size to 15. Let me expand it. Also, under column headers, I'll increase the text size to 15. Then let me go and add a border. Now let me create a map that will show you the sales that were made by each country. So first, let me create a new page, and under visualization, I'll click on map. Now I'll drag the country column onto location. So you can see we have our map ready, and we'll drag sales onto size. You can see the different countries and the sales that they made. If I move the map, you can see the sales made in the Europe region. Let me resize it. I'll add a border to this. Now let me go ahead and create a donut chart that will show you the profit by each segment. Under visualizations, I'll click on donut chart. I'll move this to the top. Now from the data sheet, I'll add profit onto the values and segment onto the legend. If I expand this, you can see government segment made the highest amount of profit with 65.04%. Let me resize this and we'll add a border. Okay, in the final visualization, I'll show you how to create a tree map. This tree map will tell you the total amount of sales made by each product. So under visualizations, I'll click on the tree map. Let me expand it. I'll drag sales onto values and product onto group. So here you can see our tree map and the sales made by each product. You can see now we have our report ready. We have created two separate canvases to visualize our data. Now, if you want to change the color of these bars, you can simply go to the Format tab, and under Data Colors, you can choose whichever color you want. In Power BI Desktop, you have an option to switch your theme. This will make your dashboard or the report look more attractive. So now we are under the default mode. Let's try out different themes. That's Frontier, it's Temperature, Solar, which is a little yellowish. The one which I like is Tidal. I hope this was helpful in making you understand the basics of Power BI and how it works. You learned the various features and the components of Power BI and looked at the architecture of Power BI. Finally, you saw a demo to create a report using finance dataset.
Now, what are the steps to connect to data? So now we will go directly into Power BI and try to import one by one few most commonly and popularly used data sets which are most commonly used in a day-to-day activity. Rest, of course, there are Power BI supports n number of data sources, but we will do something practical on the most popular ones. So let's open our Power BI. Now this is my Power BI, and first I want to show you that how can I import data directly from a web page and import the data. Now it is asking for a URL in order to import data. So what I have done is I have created a Google Excel sheet with simple data with rows and columns, and what I have done is I have shared this sheet as publish to web. Okay, so you just need to say publish to the web, the link as web page, and say done. It's automatically published, and say link. So copy the link which you have published on the web, copy this link, and then go back to your Tableau, paste that link over here and click OK. Now Power BI will try to establish a connection with this Google Doc sheet because it's published on the web. You need to wait for a while it is reading. Okay, now it has read one of the HTML tables, so I'll select this one. Now you can see it is showing me a preview of the table which is there on my Google sheet, right? It has 11 rows, so it has all showed all the 11 rows. So now I can go and transform this data because I can see my headers are there starting from the second row. So there's an opportunity for me to transform the data. So I'll go and transform it so that it looks clean. Okay, so first is I need to remove the first row, which is the null row, remove the top rows. Okay, and then I need to use the first row now as a header. So you just click this option, use first row as headers. That's it. So now if you see my row ID, order date, ship date, all my data is now ready. So I can say close and apply. Click apply changes. Now this is an example of web data import. You can go and preview your data. Right? Now, the biggest advantage of this data connection is that it's a live data. So for example, I insert another row. Let me change the order ID. I've changed some basic stuff, and it's auto saved. Control S. Now I'll go to my Tableau and I'll refresh. Now you can see as I refreshed my Power Query Editor, I clicked refresh all and I got my new row which is there in the live data. I got that fetched from my I got that row, the row ID number 12. So I have to say close and apply. Now you can see the new row, the row number 12 is now available in my new dataset, in the dataset, because it's a live connection. It's a live connection with the web-based Google Sheet. Okay, so this is one important way in which you can import data. Now let's try to import data from a text file. Now I have already prepared a text file called subcategories.txt. Now let me just open it in a notepad. Now it's a very plain simple file, tab separated file in which you have product subcategory ID, subcategory name and product category key. So basically to which product category this particular subproduct belongs to, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my get data option and I'm going to select text/CSV option and I'm going to select option mod product subcategories.txt. Okay, so now Power BI has identified that it's a tab delimited file, it has recognized the headers, etc. right, and I can now directly load this file. Okay, so now once the data is imported in Power BI, it is like irrelevant to me, it's a composite data import I am doing, right? So in my presentation, when I am talking about importing data, there are different importing modes, right? Data import can happen through different ways. Okay, one is direct query mode, in which I create a live connection to the database, which I'll also show you using MySQL and MS SQL Server. And also you can do a composite mode in which you can have data imported from Excel, plus you can have direct query modes. So you can have multiple modes to connect and create a composite data model, and that's what we are doing right now in our practical. So what we are doing over here is, one, we have imported data from the web. Second, we have imported data from a text table. Now after doing text, now our next task is to import from CSV. Let's try another one. So now I have imported product subcategory. Now I'll import a CSV file. So again I'll choose the option text/CSV, and now in this CSV file, let me open this CSV file and show you what is it. So this is a list of all my products, product key, product subcategory key, products stock keeping unit, etc. A simple CSV file, and I'm going to import that. Okay, so now it has identified the delimiter is comma rather than a tab, and it has already recognized the headers correctly, so I'll load it. Okay, so now my products are there, product subcategories are there. For product categories now, what I have done is I have created a Excel mode now. So now Excel I'm using to import my product category. So now I have to click on the option of import data from Excel, and I'll say product categories. Select the sheet, load, and now so my products, product categories, product subcategories, though with different data storage types, but still now the data is imported into Power BI. It is a composite data model. Now another very important data type which you can import is the PDF also, right? So what I have done is I have created a PDF called customers. My customers data is lying in a PDF. So what I have done is I have created a PDF which has data for some columns are there, like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status, gender, email address, annual income, total children, etc., etc. So this is the data set which I have created in PDF. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select PDF now and import customers.pdf, and see it has recognized my table on page 1 which I'm going to load. Okay, you can rename this as PDF table. So this basically, these are the different type of data types we have imported: PDF, Excel, text, CSV, and web page. Now let's take a look at another interesting data set which we want to import is the MySQL Server data set. So what I have done is I've already installed MySQL Server on my local instance, and there's already a schema of SQL live tutorial over there, and I have certain tables already prepared over there like department, employee, etc. So my goal is now to import this data or create a live connection with this data set. Now in order to import my SQL database connection in Power BI, you need to first download a connector, MySQL Power BI connector. So you need to go to this link and then click on download and install the MySQL connector. Based on the operating system you have, you click on download and install it. After you have done this, go back to Power BI and then give the IP address of the database. In my case, it's there in this local machine, and the schema which I want to import is SQL live tutorial. So I'll give the name, click connect. Okay, now it's connected. So now it is asking me which particular tables you want to create a connection with. I'm choosing department and employee, and I'm just loading them. Okay, so now this is the exact data which is there in the employee and department in MySQL. Okay, so this is one example of how to create connectivity between Power BI and MySQL. Now I want to do the same thing using SQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server. So I have also installed Microsoft SQL Server on my machine, and I have used the SQL Express. So this is the name of my server, so which I'll copy the server name and go to get data, select SQL Server, and for now Database is optional. I can say direct query, click OK. Okay, now it is showing me what all tables I can import. So in my SQL Server tutorial, in my SQL Server, I have these three tables: customers, employee attrition, Olympic events. So I can use probably the customers one, which is now you can see this is the data, the customers data, which is lying in my SQL Server. Okay, so I can preview it and load it. So now you can preview the data in Power BI. That this is the data. So I can rename as customers from MS SQL, and this is from MySQL, and okay. So now this is not the only data sets you can import. Now if you take a look at the options which Power BI gave, of what different type and variations of data it can it has compatibility to import from. Okay, so we can just take a look at the categorization on the left hand side first. There are file based like Excel, text, XML, JSON is also possible. You can evenly directly import an entire folder, and within the folder whatever data types of files are there, it will detect it. PDF, Parquet, or even SharePoint folder, which is itself a Microsoft technology. Then different kind of databases, SQL Server and MySQL we just saw, but it's not only limited to this. You can connect to Microsoft Access, SSAS, Oracle database, IBM DB2, Postgres, Sybase, Teradata, and then SAP databases, Amazon, Redshift, Impala, Vertica, Snowflake, and n number of databases which are there in the market today, Amazon, etc. Then it also allows you to connect with its own Power platforms, Power BI platforms, data marts, Power BI data flows, Dataverse, etc. Azure, there are different kind of storage mechanisms in Azure, and Azure itself is a Microsoft technology, so it has a compatibility with a lot of Azure based data storages like Azure SQL database, blob storage, Azure Databricks, right, Azure HD Insight, Spark. So if you have those kind of services running on your Azure cloud services, you can even import them over here. Now online services, like you have ERPs running or some data which is shared on the internet. If you want to import it, that is also possible through certain products. Dynamics 365, Microsoft Exchange Online, Salesforce, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, GitHub, LinkedIn Sales. If you want to do some analysis of some social networking, feeds, that also you can import. Then other miscellaneous are also there: web-based, Hive, R script, Python script, if there's something to import, get data from. Google Sheets, like we saw one example in our video right now. So there are multiple options available. Now once you have imported the data which is relevant to you, in our subsequent sessions we will see how to create relationships, but just giving you a glimpse that whatever data you are importing, Power BI auto detects certain relationships and it will create for you. but then you can go and manually also change. So this is the composite data model which is getting created in the backend while you are importing the data. You can easily go and manage these relationships, either keep them as is, you can delete and create new ones manually. So there is no limitation in that. So this is what we have witnessed. We have imported data from different files types, data types, and then we have tried to, once it is imported into Power BI, then there is no limitation of how you use it. You can create visualizations across different data sets and then create your standard reports. So this is the example of importing data from web, importing data from a database, from a PDF, and then once you have data, you can shape and combine data. You can basically do whatever transformation you want to do. You want to make joins, merge the data. So for example, if we go back to our Power BI, and if I go back to my transform data section, now as I have now different data sets available with me, I can do any kind of operation, transformation on the data, right? So like I showed you, I upgraded the header row because one of the imported data was not showing the header correctly, or this columns, like this exact one column is extra, I can remove the column, right? All those transformations, whatever I do in the backend gets captured in the applied steps section, right? This is the customer data. You can create, you can merge it, you can append it, with other data sets, right? Let's, for example, I want to create a merge data set of my categories and subcategories. So I can say merge, select these two data sets and say merge queries as new, and I can select product categories and product subcategories, select product category key on both the sides, and then they do a left auto join. So whatever product categories are there, I'll get the subcategories associated with it, and I'll create a new table which will have, now I have the table which has the category and the subcategory in one table itself. So I can rename it now to as category subcategory table. It's a merge. Basically, it's a join between category and subcategory, and now I have a common table, right? And I can close and apply. So imagine I have created a new table which is created from one data set which is Excel based, and another data set which is text based. See this category subcategory table. So now I can use it the way I want in my visualization reports. So that's what the presentation says, right? That once you have the imported data, you can shape, you can combine, you can adjust, you can do whatever transformation you want to do and create your visualization.
Also, if you're an aspiring data analyst looking for online training and certification from the best universities, or a professional who wishes to switch careers in data analytics by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The link in the description box below should navigate you to the homepage where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
Now, what is Power BI? It is a business intelligence tool to visualize your data and share insights across your organization. So when we talk about BI, it came into existence as a self-service BI tool, and it does have different components which can be used. Now, before we get into details of Power BI, let's understand what are the different components, or what are the different ways in which you can work on your Power BI. Now, one of the main challenges when it comes to organizations or users is that data is scattered in different places. It might be in different formats, and everyone would want to use that data to basically perform some calculations, create visualizations or dashboards which could be interactive, and that's where they would want to bring all the data in one place, might be transform it so that you can filter out and not load huge amount of data in your system, and you can work on selective data. So when it comes to Power BI, it helps us in ETL, it helps us in data modeling, it helps in data storage and reporting. So what are the benefits of Power BI? Here are some of the benefits. So extract intelligence rapidly and accurately. So that's basically transforming your enterprise data into rich visuals and accurate reports for enhanced decision making. Now, one thing we already know that when we talk about data in raw format might have a lot of hidden information. If we look at different data sets, which I'll show you in the process, it might have a lot of meaning, but then the real meaning comes out of the data if we can create visualizations, if we can create relationships between different data sets, and thus that can help us in enhanced decision making. Now, Power BI supports advanced data services. It integrates seamlessly with advanced cloud services like Cortana to provide results for the verbal data queries as well. When you talk about seamlessly integrating with existing applications, that's one more benefit of Power BI. So it adopts analytics and reporting capabilities easily to embed interactive visuals quickly in your applications. You can build rich personalized dashboards. So it basically provides a unified user experience with customized dashboard and reports that meet your exact needs. It also has a way where you can have secure way of publishing your reports. So you can set up automatic data refresh and rapidly publish reports, allowing multiple users to avail the latest information across your organization or across your working community. So Power BI can connect to different sources. We'll see that in a while. So basically you have an option which says get data, and that basically opens up a window where you can find different type of data sources such as Excel, your CSV or text, JSON, PDF, getting data from databases, or directly accessing data from databases. Now, before we get further into understanding how Power BI looks like, it would be a good idea to share information in how you can set that up on your machine. So when it comes to your Power BI, and let me open up a notepad here. So for example, I bring up a notepad. Let's say when you talk about your Power BI components, so you basically have Power BI desktop, and that's mainly your playground, or that's mainly used for any kind of development activities. You have your Power BI server, or you can say service. So now this one is where you would make reports online and share or make them available to different BUs. Now that's one more component of Power BI. And then you also have your Power BI mobile, which is mainly for viewing the information, or I would say viewing reports. So these are the three main components. We can also look at the licensing information of these. So these are the main. So Power BI desktop is something which you can set up on your laptop or on your machine. Power BI server is where you can log in with your user ID and password, and Power BI mobile is mainly to view your reports. Now, how do you set this up before you can explore or start working on Power BI? So here is a link which you can basically use. So if you look into this, so this one basically says service, self-service sign up for Power BI. It says sign up of Power BI service as an individual. Normally when you would want to use Power BI, you can use a website called HTTP, and then you have basically app, and let's say I think it's called app.powerbi.com. Now this is the place where you can basically log in. Now if you see here, I have created an account, and if you look at my account, it says auatl.onmicrosoft.com. Now how do you get this kind of email? Because when you talk about Power BI, it will expect you to have a official ID, and it does not take IDs which are from common domains such as Google or Yahoo and so on. So this particular link gives you an idea how you can do that. So basically you have what is Power BI, basic explanation on that. It says signing up for Power BI Service, so Power BI Desktop, it's a totally free download. And then you have mobile apps, also a totally free download. And here it says that what kind of email addresses it supports. And if we look into this, you have to either sign up, because that does not accept your private email IDs, or you can go for this one which says enroll US government organization, and this is where you can basically sign up for Power BI. So it basically says try free. If you go to the website, say powerbi.microsoft.com, or you could go into this one which I was saying, http://app.yourpowerbi.com, and this is what you can use. Or as mentioned, you can go to powerbi.microsoft.com. For example, if I open this in a different tab, it takes me to Power BI Microsoft. I can say start free. I can click on this. It says try free. But then when it asks you to sign in, this is where some of us face problem, because it does not take your private email ID. Now, how do you tackle that? What you can do here is on this page, which says learn about alternate ways to sign up, you can basically open up this link. And in this link, it says sign up for Power BI with a new Microsoft 365 trial account. And what you can do is you can basically click on this link, which takes you to the Office 365. And what you can do here is you can search for something which says, say, 365 E3, and here you have try it for free. So in my case, it is translating. Okay. So here you have an option which says try it for free. Click on this one, and then basically go ahead with your sign up process. Now, once you do that, you can basically create an account or give a email ID. So it asks you to give an email ID to check if you already have an account. And once you do that, it will guide you through the process where you can create an account like I have done. Now, once you have done that, so for example, we can go into this page, which I said http://app.powerbi.com. Now, once you have created an account, you would be asked to log in. Now I can click and log in here, and then basically give in my password. And once I do that, it takes me to the Power BI server or service. Now, on the top right, it might say that go for a trial version. I have already selected that, and this is a pro trial which is giving me validity for 60 days. So this is the service which I can use. Now what it means is I can be using my Power BI desktop, which would be also installed. So once you log into this page, you can basically click on apps. You can basically search for something like Power BI, and that will show up an app, and you can install and download on your machine. Now, once that is there, you can basically bring it up. So for example, in my case, I can just say Power BI desktop, and that's the app which I have installed on my machine, and basically that comes up. So that's your Power BI desktop which is coming up, and it will still ask you to sign in so that you can share your information through Power BI. So you see here on the top, I'm already signed in, and here it also shows you some tutorials and videos which basically helps you in getting to know something more or what's new. So you can always browse that. So you would have your Power BI desktop, which would be set up. You would also have your Power BI service, which would be running. And then basically, whatever you have developed on your Power BI desktop, you can share that through the Power BI service. Now, usually when you talk about licensing, I can give you brief insights here. So you basically have your Power BI service, as I said, licensing. So you have the Pro version, which is basically your $9.9 per user per month. And basically it has some kind of limitation. So it has, say, max 10 gigabyte. You can work on some features like incremental refresh is not allowed. You can always look onto the Microsoft website for more details. And in those kind of cases, you usually go for the premium account if you are a extensive user. And premium account basically is conditional based. So it depends on your requirements. And then basically you pay for the service what you use. So that's mainly about your servicing. Now, when you talk about your server and service, as I said, it is basically making your reports online and sharing and making them available to different BUs. So that is the highlight. So when you talk about sharing reports, that's one of the things. You have anomaly detection. That's also possible here. You can talk about automation of reports. You have security, that is, you can go for role based or role level based kind of security implementation. All those are some of the features of your Power BI server and service. So it is good to know and basically have your desktop and Power BI service set up. Now, once you have that, then you basically have your Power BI. Now, when you talk about your Power BI, it basically helps you with various things. So this is how easily you can have it set up. And then basically you can explore this. So for example, as I was saying, Power BI can connect to different data sources. Now I do have an option here which says get data. I can click on this and that shows me all the different data sources. I can even click on more if I am interested in looking what more Power BI desktop tool helps me to do. So it shows me all the different ways in which you can get the data. You see here the servers, so the database services, your folders, your different formats. You can click on file formats or databases. You can look at Power Platform. So if basically you are connecting to a platform and getting some services, you can connect to the cloud, that is Azure. You have online services, and then you have other options. So these are all the ways in which you can get your data. When you talk about visualizations, you see a lot of visualization options here which can be used once your data is loaded. And I will explore and explain more about this. So you have something called as insert, wherein you can go in for different visuals or different types. You can also get into, say, transform the data. Now that basically is going to pop up and bring a Power Query editor. Now that's where a lot of your ETL works happen. So when you do a transform data, it opens up Power Query editor, which we can use to transform the data or change the data or modify the data as per our requirement before loading all of it into our Power BI. So you also have option here which says modeling, wherein we can create new tables or we can work on our data where we can manage relationships. So as of now, we don't have any data, so it does not show this one as activated, but that can be activated. This is where you can view your reports. So this is, in short, exploring your Power BI. We'll see what are the different options which we can use here. So it basically supports different kind of data. So when we look at the visualization pane, that basically allows us to create different kind of visualizations here, and we will understand that. So you can basically visualize on your different data and create different kind of charts, graphs, maps, and basically derive insights from your data. Now, when you talk about data models, that's where you can basically establish relationships. So when you talk about data models, it is basically used to connect multiple data sources to build a relationship. Now, we might have different data sets, or we might have data coming in from different tables where we may want to basically get insights or get data from multiple data sources for our purpose. Now, in that case, data models do help us. So for example, if you have two tables, let's look at the standard tables. So you have products lookup table, and you also have the sales table. Now, usually what you have in any kind of scenario is, if we basically say you have your data tables, so that's basically where your data resides, and then you have series of your lookup tables. So usually you might have, say, your data tables here, and this is what I'm talking about, which might have some data. For example, let's say sales is one of them. You might have some other data table, which might be, for example, let's say budget table, or might be something else. And these are your data tables. Now, at the other end, you might have your lookup tables. So basically, you have various lookup tables. And these lookup tables, for example, let's say this one is customer, this one is territory. Let's say this is product. And let's say this one is a calendar. So these are basically my lookup tables. So we can basically, as I said, your data might be coming in from different sources, let's say database, or let's say some kind of files, or let's say some kind of systems what you have. So your data might be coming in from different places. Now you might want to transform the data. So this is where I could say there is your query editor, which I was explaining. So you have your query editor, which basically allows you to edit the data table, or basically allows you to edit the data before it is loaded, right? You can hide a column, you can add a new column, you can modify your column. So your query editors would be basically used to work on the data which goes into your data tables. Now, you might have a lot of lookup tables, as I said. So let's say these are my lookup tables, and these are my data tables. So what we need is, sometimes we need information based on our lookup tables and data tables. Now that's where data modeling comes into picture. So basically, if I would want to extract information from here, so I can notice that there is a product key here, and there is a product key here. Now this is where we are already talking about, say, foreign keys, or we are talking about your relationships. Right now, when you talk about relational databases, you have something called as foreign key constraints, which is in Power BI terms, I would say it's not exactly a constraint, but it is more of a filter propagation instead, which is used to basically connect your different data sources. And you could have basically cross filter directions. You can go for single, or one to one, or one to many, or many to many kind of relationships, which basically allows you to work on the data. So we will learn more about data models when we are doing a quick demo there, where we can talk a little bit about normalization and denormalization, the way the data exists, right? And then you basically would want to gather insights from your data. So when you talk about your two data sources, as I said, so you have a products lookup table, you have a sales table. Now if you would want to calculate the total order quantity of each product name, which is, we are talking about the order quantity as a information here, and you have product name here. Now how do you get that information? What we see here is, we would want something like this, or we would want more information. So how do we do that? So what we can do is, the order quantity for each product is basically showing us the same value. Now, this is because the product and sales tables are not connected and there is no relationship between them. Even if you would want to take two sources and just get information out of them, Power BI would complain that there is no relationship established between them. So what we do is we create a data model. So what we do is we build a relationship between both the tables using a common key column which exists in both cases. As I said, there is a product key here, there is a product key here. So that basically allows us to have a relationship between these two. Now that could be one to one. This could also be related to other tables. So it could be one to many. You could have many to one. So all those relationships are possible. So product key is basically used to create a relationship. You see the arrow mark, and then there is also this star which can basically mean one to many. Now when the product key is used to join these two tables or form a relationship, then we can look at the product names and the order quantities, which basically gives me a total. Now that's the basic use of your data models. Now what about this DAX? So basically data analysis expressions. Now that's a library of functions and operators that can be combined to build formulas and expressions in Power BI desktop. Usually when we work on our data sources, when we would want to connect them, it automatically shows us these data analysis expressions. However, this gives us extension. It basically gives us more power to work on our data. Now, sometimes instead of working on DAX or DAX expressions, it would be good to go for better data modeling and have the relationships established better. And sometimes when the relationships are established, you could use your DAX, which basically gives you more power on working on your data. So your values are calculated based on information from each row of a table. It appends values to each row in a table and stores them in the model. It increases the file size. So that's what happens. Now you can right click on any column to add a new column. And for example, in this one, it shows that there was a quantity type calculated column, which was based on the calculation what we see here on the top in the expression bar, which says what kind of calculation was performed, and that basically gives us the value for quantity type, and that is basically added here to our existing data. So that's the power of DAX and Power BI. So you also have something called as measures. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So basically here, if you see, we are working on AW underscore sales, and then we have selected quantity sold. And what we are looking at in the report is we can basically right click on any table name to add a new measure here. So we have added what we call as quantity sold as the measure. So values are calculated based on information from any filters in the report. We will see this, how this can be done. And that basically here, the measure does not increase the file size. It does not create new data in the table themselves in comparison to what we were seeing earlier, that is your calculated columns. So these are your type of DAX functions. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So you have date and time, which basically allows you to work on date and time data or fields. You have logical functions which allow us to create new filters or add more filters to our data. You have text functions which basically allows us to say transform the data into a lowercase or an uppercase, or basically get the length of a string, or concatenate two fields, or basically do a filtering based on some criteria, or replacing some content. You also have statistical functions which can be used. You have information functions which can be used. So these are different types of DAX functions which we can use in Power BI. So we will learn more on Power BI through a quick demo where we can use some data sets, and those data sets could be found on internet, although I can also upload that on a GitHub link and you will have access to those data sets. So let's learn about Power BI through a quick demo by uploading some data sets and playing with those data sets. Let's look at a sample data set and let's upload it. And as I explained, while uploading, let's also transform the data so that we can have selective fields or selected data loaded here instead of loading the complete data set. And then let's see how we can visualize this or how we can use the information in this data set. Now, what we can do here is we can click on Get Data, and then we can choose one of the data formats which we would be looking for. So for example, I can go for Excel and basically click on this. Now here are some of my data sets. So let's look into the folder here, and these data sets are also available on my GitHub link, which I'll share with you later. So here we have something called a superstore. Let's click on this, and here I already have a data set which is global superstore, or I also have selective data. So let's select this one, click on open. Now that's basically connecting to my data source, and that will show me what does that Excel sheet have. So it has different tabs, which is orders, people, and returns. So let's select orders, and that basically gives me a preview of the data which I have. And if you scroll all the way to right, it shows me city, state, and then country. And if you see here, we do see information of all the countries. Now this can be huge amount of data which we would want to look into. But say for example, my use case is that I'm interested in looking for the data for United States and as a country and all its states. So we will do that when we do a transform. Now we can also select the returns tab, and that shows me these three fields. However, the first row should have been the heading of this particular data set, and we will transform that. Now I can go ahead and click on load, but that will load all the data. So instead of that, let's go for transforming. So let's click on transform data. Now once you do that, it brings you your toolkit, that brings you your Power Query Editor, which allows you to transform your data. So for example, we have data from returns tab or returns data source, as you see here. So we see column 1, column 2, and column 3, and that also shows the type of the data here. It also gives me a quick small option here. Let's select this, and then I can say use first row as header. Now there are various other options which you can do. You can add a custom column, you can add column with examples, you can keep the top rows, you can remove the top rows, you can keep errors, keep duplicates. So there are different ways, and you can also do a merge query or append query. So as of now, let's just say use first row as headers. And that basically shows that now my first row has become the header. You also see in the applied steps, it basically tells me if I have changed the type of the data. If I have made any other changes, those steps will get added here. So it basically shows me the name as it returns. It shows me applied steps where I've changed the type, and now I basically have this information. Now this is something where you can change the type, or you can basically set it to a particular format. However, we are not doing anything of that sort right now, so we can do that for any of these columns. So this looks good. When it comes to orders, let's click on this, and as I said, I would be interested in selecting for country as United States only, and let me just work on that data. However, we can work on all the data. So let me scroll all the way to right, and here I have the country. Now there are these filters which we can use. So basically I can click on this, and that shows me all the countries are selected. Now there is also something called as text filters, which we will see how we can use to select particular data. I basically have other ways of filtering the data. So for example, now I will just uncheck this select all, and what I would be interested is in United States. So let's type it here. That shows me as an option here. Select this and then basically say okay. So that should basically now filter out, and it shows me the data is United States only, and then you have different states and rest of the data remains. So if you look at the applied steps, it tells me that there are filtered rows. Now we have done the basic transformation for this data set on these two data sources, that is orders and returns. So here you have an option which says close and apply. So close the query editor window and apply any pending changes. You can click on this and it says apply. So for example, I can just say apply for now, and that should basically apply the changes which I have performed using my query editor. That is, I have transformed the data so that I can have selective data uploaded in my Power BI. Now it's doing that. It shows me it is working on both of these data sources, that is orders and returns. So that's done. And now basically, if there are any other pending changes, we can just do a close and apply. So that basically has closed, and now you would see the data appearing here. So I have uploaded the data as per my preferences. Now if you click on the data tab here, so it basically shows you your data fields. It might take some time to populate, but if you see in the country field now, even if I click on the filter, it just shows me United States. Now that's what we wanted. So we have already uploaded this data in orders. You can always expand the option here, which shows me all the fields which are there in this. Might be this is an aggregation, might be that's an order date. So this is again some kind of aggregation. We can change the data types. So we are looking at all the fields in my orders table, or basically coming from the orders data source. I also have returns, which shows me 3 fields, and that shows me the data which is returned, order ID and region. So the column names are applied correctly as we want, and that basically looks fine. Now we can also look at your model. So when you click on model, it shows me these two. However, there is no, as of now, relationship established between them. So it says under properties, select one or more model objects to set their properties. So right now, these are not related. There is no relationship established between them. So if I would want some data which relates to orders and returns, then that would fail because it would say there is no relationship. Now I can go to the first option which says report, and we have not created any report here. Although we can create a simple report, we can look at the data. So we have our orders field. Now we can basically pull out some information from here. We can choose what kind of report we may want to create. So for example, let's go for the table option from visualizations. You have various options here which we can use. This is where you can do a formatting. This is where you can select the fields. This is where you can search and filter out the data. You can also add data fields here. So first let's click on table, and that basically gives me a table. Now this table as of now does not have anything. So you can use the filter and slices option here, which will affect the visualization. Or basically what you can do is, now since we have orders here, so this is my orders and I would like to work on this. So let's say, for example, country is, I can select country as a field, and if you say, it shows me country is all as of now, and it says the value is United States. What I can also do is I'm interested in the states. So I have state. Now I can basically drag and drop it here, and then the state gets added here. So I can basically say select all, and that should basically take care of my state field being added here. So state is all, country is all. Now we can basically look at something else. So might be let's choose sales, and I can just drag and drop sales here. So that basically says if you would want to have any kind of advanced filtering, which says filter type, so go for advanced filtering is less than or equal, or you can also go for advanced filters. So that's fine as of now. So we have added some fields here, and that's basically my data here. So let's go for filters here, which basically should select all my fields. Now if you see, the visualization shows my country, sales and state, which we had either by selecting the fields and dropping them here, or you can in this section where it says fields. So you can, for example, let me show it again. So I can just delete this. I can click on the table option. I can just drag it here. I can basically make it bigger, and I need to add data to this one. So it says add data fields here. So now let's say country is what we are interested in. We are also interested in states. So let's drop that here, and let's say sales. So this is also what I'm interested. So I'm looking at one specific country. I'm looking at sales per state. And when we look at sales, it basically tells me that this is a summation. So you will basically get the total sales which have happened. Now we are looking at this data here. We can always go to formatting. We can click on grid. We can basically increase the font here. We can change the grid color. So for example, let's make it, for example, blue. So I can just select this, and it should basically allow me to have the grid color as blue. Now I can go in for the grid thickness. I can go for row padding, outline color. So we can basically make it a little bit more readable. And then we can basically increase the font size here to look at the information. And you have other options here. So what would you want to do with column headers? So I can basically have the font color, background color is fine. Do you want to have an outline? Do you want to have a change in font? What is the text size? Might be we can make the heading a little bigger. And then basically you also have the field formatting. So all those could be done. You could go for background, and all these things can be done in formatting. So now we already have our data here, and this basically looks good. And this is basically one of my visuals which I have here. And this has given me some information for sales, and basically I can scroll this. I can also make it bigger. So I could select a particular field if I'm more interested in looking at the information for a particular state. Now I can add more fields to this. So this is my one of the reports which I have created. Now what I can do with this report is I can basically have more data fields. I can add filters to this. I can basically look into all the data here by just clicking somewhere in the grid, but somewhere outside. If you select a particular row, then that data shows up. Here you have an option of focus mode, which you can go for. You can look at the other options which says export data. Now, if this is the data which you are interested in, you can export it. You can always do show as a table if you are interested in. You can do a sort by country, sales, or state. So for example, let's do a sorting by state. And that basically gives me the data which has been sorted by state information. Now we could obviously have the information here, so I can then change the order so it shows me alphabetically. This is the information which I have. So I've created a simple visualization using the data which I have, And what I can do is I can click on save. So that basically asks me to save this as a Power BI file, which has an extension of PBIX, and I can basically call it my report. So let's say first report, and here I can say country, or I can say state wise sales in USA. Let's say USA, and that basically is my first report. Now, once you have saved this report, you can always look on your machine. For example, if I go in here and if I go into this folder, might be I should look on desktop, and this is where I should have saved it. So it shows me first report state-wise. That will open up in Power BI, and we have created a simple report which we have basically used by taking our data. Now I can also do is I can publish this if I would want to share this information. So publish this report online in Power BI Service. You can basically select your report, what we have here, and I clicked on publish. So it says what's the destination. So you can have different workspaces. I will choose the default, that's my workspace. I can click on select. Now it says publishing first report statewide sales in USA to Power BI. You can create a portrait view of your report and you can do all that stuff. So let it publish, and then we can basically look into our Power BI server. That's our service where the information is already shared or published, I would say, which can then be shared with different sources. So we can come here and basically I can look into the Power BI, and this is where I will be able to look into my workspaces, and let's look in my workspace. So it says this is the place where I had initially downloaded Power BI dataset. It says your dataset is ready. Let Power BI help you explore your data, right? So you can always do this. You can click on view dataset, which basically allows you to bring out your workspace and first report state wise sales. Now that's the report which we have published. So let's first check in our desktop if that's done. So it says success, open first report in Power BI. Now I can click on this one straight away, and that takes me to my service. Now once it takes me to the service, it shows me the report which we created, which we published, and it basically has the option where I can save it as a different copy or give a different name. I can embed this in a website or a portal. I can publish to web, embed this report for public access by anyone on the internet. We can do that. We can export it to PowerPoint. So we can do all these options. You also have an option of view where you can change the view. You can basically also edit report here. So you can do that if you are interested in something specific. You can do a sharing to teams. So if you have your teams or groups set up, you can share it with them. You have an option of common panes. You can basically view usage metrics report. Now that can be sometimes helpful. You can basically go ahead and go and subscribe a particular report. So if there are new changes made, you will be the one who will be informed. You can click on share. Now if I click on share here from my service, it says only users with Power BI Pro will have access to this report. Recipients will have the same access as you unless row level security on the data set further restricts them. So I can grant access, and this is where I will have to give the email IDs of the people with a message that I would want to have them look at this report, right? You can also allow recipients to build new content using the underlying data sets, and you can send an email notification to the users. As of now, I don't have any other groups, so I'll not be sharing it, but I have created a simple report. Now let's also look at edit report. Let's just to see what it helps us. And when you click on edit report, it basically brings up this one which says your file, view, it gives you the filters. It basically allows you to add data fields to this. So it is basically giving access to these data sets which were in my desktop. It is basically allowing you to give or create different visualizations. Now here we have the data which we are looking at, and if, say for example, somebody is interested in filtering the data, so you could do that. So you could click on filter here, and that basically applies. This is the filter we have. Now country is fine, sales might be, I can click on sales and I would say, okay, let's look at sales which is more than a particular amount. So we can say is greater than, and might be, I can give a number here, so I can say 30,000, and basically I can say apply filter. So right now I'm applying filter, and I would look at the values, which also shows me the total value is changed. So you have not only created a report, you have published it, and now from the service you can edit it. So I'm looking at particular data here, and then basically I can click on file and I can save it, or I can say save a copy of the report, and let's say I will call it the same name. So I'll say first report underscore state wise sales, and I will say modified. So let's do a save, and the report has been saved. So now you're looking at the data here. So that is basically giving you information. So when I click on my workspace here, I can click on reports, and that does show me my previous report. It shows me the modified report. It gives me an option of looking at the usage metrics report. So say for example you want to click on this one, and it will basically give you the usage metrics. So let's click on this one, and that basically shows me the report usage metrics which is generated. So views per day, unique viewers per day. You would want to look at the different platforms, who was using it, views by user, and this can be sometimes useful if we would want to look into this one. Now I can go back to my workspace, I can click on reports, and that basically took me to usage metrics. I could be sharing it, I can analyze in Excel, I can look for quick insights based on this data what we have. You can basically look at the related information. You can also look at the settings of this one. And basically this is how you have your data report here. Now that also shows me the data sets option. So which basically gives me the data sets which can be used to create further reports. And we have our data here. So for example, if I click on create report, it basically gives me these data sets, and we can continue working on this. So this is how I have a simple report created without basically working on two different data sources, but I have selected some data here, and then I can basically add details to this. So for example, now if we look at orders, and say for example this is the data I have, and say you would want to add some fields. So let's go to returns, and say for example I would be interested in looking at the products. So might be what I should do is I should replace the report here. Instead of country, it would be interesting to look at the product which we have, or basically customer ID. So we can look at customer ID, we can look at the order ID, which would be interesting to see if there is a particular order, what was the sales which was generated, and if there were any returns which were happening on that. So for example, here when I have these, let me cut out country as a field, and I will basically take order ID and place it here. So now if you see, my data has been easily modified. So I have my order ID, I have sales, and I have state-wise information. So you have basically all the information, but this is now order ID, state, and so on. Now, what if I would want to also see based on the order ID, if I say I would want the returned field. So for example, I would want to take this one and let's drag and drop it here. Now that says cannot display the visual. Now why is that? So if you click on see details, that says cannot determine relationships between the fields. So it cannot display the data because Power BI cannot determine the relationship between two or more fields. And how do we fix that? So for example, if I click on fix this, now it says there is a missing relationship between these fields. Use auto detect to search for relationships or create them manually. Now I can click on auto detect, which will try to search for fields which exist in both the data sets, or basically I can create relationships. So let's click on create relationships. And that basically takes me to this page which says there are no relationships defined from table to table and so on. So I can click on new. Now here it says select the tables and the columns that are related. Now I can say orders. Now those are my fields where you have order IDs, and it automatically shows that returns also has an order ID field, although all the values might not be same, but this is how you can create a relationship. And it says the cardinality says many to one, so you can have basically many to one relationship. You are saying cross filter direction is single, so make this relationship active, and it has already helped us basically identifying the field. So I can say okay. So it says now these two tables should be related or should be connected based on order ID. So here we have this, and let's basically say close. Now once that is done, if you see, I have order ID, I have returned, I have sales column, and I have state. And if you see in returned, I do have a value of yes, which shows this particular order ID had generated some sales, and it was for state Alabama, and it was returned, and the value is yes. So if you scroll down, you basically see all the values. Now we can add different filters where we can say I would want only yes and no. Now this is again an interesting report. So let's go in also into the formatting. And what we can do is we can look at, say, the grid option. If we would want to basically say vertical grid, and let's say on, and it says vertical grid color. So let's select this. Might be I can try doing a black here. It puts it in the right nice table format, and that basically looks good. So you have sales, returned, and so on. And this is basically the order which I'm seeing here. So for example, if I would want to change the order, and if I'm saying, okay, I would like to look at sales and returned and so on. So we can be doing that. We can come here and say, for example, I have sales and returned. Let's try moving the sales column over here. Might be state is an information which we would want in the beginning. So let me also move the states all the way here. So it gives me state, it gives me the order ID, sales, and if there was a return which was happening on that particular product. So easily I've modified my report. Now what I can do is I can just save it, and I can do the same thing. So I can publish it, I can basically continue using it, or I can work on a new report. So let's continue learning, and now here we will also see how you can load some data and perform some transformations and basically get multiple results or multiple tables or multiple data sets which can be then further used for reporting. So Power BI does give you a lot of options. Now here you have an option, as we saw earlier, that is get data, or what you can do is you have an option where you can create new data also, which says enter data. Now this is something which can be easily used if you have relatively less number of fields. So you can basically add more columns here, and you can basically add values. So for example, if I would just call it something like scientist ID, okay, and then I can say scientist name, and then basically I can say domain, and then I can say, for example, let's say year of joining, and I can keep adding the number of columns here. I can delete the columns, right? And I can give this, and I can say country. So that's it. And now we have created these 5 countries, sorry, 5 columns, which we have given some names, and we can start entering some values. So I can basically say, let this scientist ID be 2234. I can give some name. So let's give Peter, let's say domain, and I can say biotechnology. I can give year of joining 2011, and I can say Germany as the country. And I really don't want this particular column, so I can go ahead and delete this. Now I can come here, and then I can give something else. So I can say this is scientist ID. I can give John. Let's say the scientist is mainly working in physics, and then I can say 2018, and let's say France, and go back here, and let's say 4567, and let's say Marie, and let's say she does her research in molecules, and let's call it 2001, and let's say Italy. Okay, and you can continue adding data in this way. Now you can say if the data is already here, so I can say, for example, no, I do not want this particular row. I do not want this particular row. So you can basically keep adding values here. Now you can say edit. So here we have to give some names. So let's say scientists. Okay, and then if you choose edit, it basically brings up your Power BI editor, which allows you to work on these fields if you would want to make some changes. Now we can make some changes here. We can see what are the number of rows. We can basically perform any kind of transactions here. So this one basically tells me what is the data type. So here we see scientist ID, and this clearly tells me this is an integer. However, we will not want to do any kind of computations here. So we can as well change this. So I can just do a right click, and I can work on this particular column. What I can also do is I can just click on this, and this tells me that you would want to change it to date time, or you want to change it to some number. So I can just say string, because we are not going to perform any computation here. So on the ID column, so let's say text, and I'm changing it. So it says replace current, add a new step. So selected column has an existing type conversion. Would you like to replace the existing conversion or preserve the existing? So I will say replace current, and now the data type has been changed. It is of a string. And if you see, this step has got added here. So it says that the change type is the kind of transformation we did here. So that's fine. Now what we can also do is we have the scientist name, but we don't like the column name here. So it would be good to change this. So there is something called as remove or remove columns and so on. So when you do a right click, it gives you a lot of options in applying filters or doing some transformation. If I just click on this one, so what I can do is I can look at the date time, and let's go here. So we have an option which says, do you want to change the type? Now we could have done that here, or like I said, You could choose the time and do it. You can just say transform, and how do you want to change it? So do you want to change it to uppercase? Well, you can do that and changes all the values of this one. What I can do is I can again do a right click, and I can choose basically if you would want to clean up the data, or if you would want to convert to lowercase, you want to capitalize each word. So let's choose that. And if you see here, the steps are getting added. Now to undo any particular step, if I just cancel this, then I'm back to this. If I cancel this, I'm back to my original form. So you can anytime undo your changes, and you can basically work on this. So we are working on this particular column. Now there are various other options that you can look at. So for example, this is some of my data, but it does not have much information. It would be good to load some bigger data set and then use these transformations, or basically working on changing the data types, as I mentioned. Or if you would want to do a filtering and remove certain fields and only select particular fields, if that's what you're interested, doing a right click where I want to create a copy of this, and then basically I can use that particular copy. Now what I can also do is I can add column from examples, I can duplicate column, and then I can make some changes to that. So this is my duplicate column, and say for example you would want this one to be changed. So we can say remove duplicates. We can basically, if you are doing some kind of change, you want to change the format here, you can do that. You can use for other things like filling up and all that. Now I can just call it rename, and let's say alias scientist name, right? And I can continue adding columns, or I can do some transformations. And once you have done with these transactions, now this one, if you see, it shows as integer, but is it an integer? No, this is an date format. So I can go for modeling and change the formats. What I can also do is I can select this, and it says it's not a decimal, it's not a fixed decimal, it is date time, it is date, it is date time and time zone, right? And you can select any one of these. So for example, let's make it date, which makes it more meaningful. But then what happens is when you do this, it is going for the default dates or the older dates. So I don't like that. So what we will have to do is we will have to basically transform this. And here we have transform, you have change type. So you have date and time, you have date, you have time. So let's choose date and time. And if you see here, it gives me some default timing based on these values, which we do not like. So again, filter it out. But what we can do is we can just make sure that this is changed, or you want to make it a string, because we are not going to do any computation here. So I can keep it as date, but then if I have more fields like month and days and so on, then you can do that. So here it also has the option. So when you have selected this, you have an option called transform. And transform also has various options which allow you to work on these. Do you want to do some scientific calculations? Do you want to work on the date field? So as of now, it is just integer. So we can use one of these. We can do a group by, but obviously we don't have much data here. So as of now, let us retain this. I can just change this to text, and that's okay, because we are going to look at this later. We can add more data and work on it. So as of now, once we have done all these changes, you can go back to say home, and here you have close and apply, and I can basically say close and apply. So the changes will be applied. And then my new table, which we just created by entering some random data, performing some basic transformations, will be available. So if you look into this one, So that's where my data is. It shows me the columns, but there is no aggregated column as such here. You don't see any summation mark. You just see the field names or the column names. You see the values. Now, obviously, if you go into modeling, there is no existence of a different table which you can join these tables, or you can perform some transactions, come back to the data set. So this looks good, and we have it here. Now obviously we have not created any visualization based on this, which we can, and we can continue working on it. So here, this is my data set, which is a small table where we have created some data, and we can use it anytime. Now let's work on a bigger data set and see what kind of transformations we can do. We can then also see on modeling, or basically using some smarter ways of working with the data. So what we would want to do is we would want to load some data here. So let's go into home. Let's go to get data. Let's use our old store data, and I'm going to take the global superstore, which is huge data set with all the countries and the products and the sales which have happened. And we can take this data, but before loading it, as I suggested earlier, we should basically transform the data. So that you don't end up loading everything and you don't work on all the data. I mean, unless you really want to. So here this Excel sheet which I'm talking about has two different tabs. We have used it before. So let's use orders, let's use returns, and that basically shows me the data what we have. So I can do a load, but that's not what we would want to do. So you can do a load and you can get all the data, but let's go to transform, make some basic transformations before we load the data. So our Power BI editor allows us to work on this. Now here we have, it says this preview may be up to 9 days old. So I can do a refresh. I can select this and I say, first thing is use first row as header, because that's what I want. So it is basically setting the first row as header, which looks good. And we have some order IDs. We have the returned if the product was returned. So let's look at the filter here. So it just has yes values, which we are looking at. So it says list may be incomplete. Let's say load more. And let's see what are the filters here. So either there might be a product which is returned, or it might be blank field. So that is chosen. So that's fine. We have order ID. We have region, which is basically showing me different regions here. Let's look at orders, and orders is again having your row ID, order date, ship date, ship mode. So you have quite large amount of data here for your different countries. Now in earlier example I chose United States, and then I was only focusing on the states and city in United States. So we can do that. Now I can basically work on refresh. So whatever preview was stored in the memory, we are just refreshing it. Now here we have this row ID, and if you see, the row ID is an integer. Obviously we will not be performing any kind of computation here. So here you don't have any row ID, but here we have row ID. So let's make it from integer, let's make it string, and I'll say replace current. So that looks fine. It's a row ID which we will use to search, but we are not going to perform any computations unless you want to find on an average on row ID or anything else. Now you have order IDs. So what we can do is we can filter some values. We can rename the field as we desired, right? So for example, let's go in here, and what we can do is let's go into customer ID, ship, okay? And here you have, say, state, you have region, okay? Now at any point of time, if I would want to filter out the values, the easier option is that you can select on this one, and here you can do some text filtering, okay, or you can basically select the values from here. So for example, if I say let's get rid of select all, what we will be interested in, say United States and UK, that's the data we want, and then I can basically say okay. So it is basically going to filter out the data which is for United States and UK as of now. Now what we can also do is, how about doing some more filtering before we basically work on this. So let's go in here, and we are looking at United States and UK related data, and let's look at, it is sometimes good that you can basically work on the data here. So for example, I go into orders. Now what I would want to do is I would want to look at the fields, okay, and we have not yet loaded the data. So if you look in the background, I just have my scientists, because we have not applied these changes, we have not loaded, we are still in the transformation stage, right? Now what we can do is, let's go for, so we can do segment, and all these kind of fields can be used for grouping the data. So we will see that whenever you have a data set, you would already know there are certain fields which have repeated values which can be used to group the data. And we can do that. We can change any kind of values which are not going to be computed on. So for example, I have postal code. I can use this, but again, we are not going to find a postal code which is greater than something, right? So integer is not the valid type. Let's change it to text, okay? And if, for example, I would want to look at this, so I have done some changes here, okay, and this shows me null. So for example, let me just revert this back, and let's make it a whole number. Okay, so there are certain columns or rows which do not have some values, and we can basically get rid of those values. So as of now, we can do a filtering here. So let's keep the postal code as integer, or let's change it to text, do a replace content. And now what we will do is we'll scroll all the way right. Might be I'm interested in technology category, so that's what I'm interested in. So what I can do is, here I can do some filtering. So I can basically choose technology. Now the easier way would be, since these are categories and there are only 3 categories, we really don't want to go and apply text filters here. But if you had something like an office supply and office inventory, then you could have done some text filter. So let's not do some text filtering here. What we can do is, I would be interested in technology, so that's the field I'm interested in. So now you are only having data which is related to technology, okay, and you have some product names. So this is where we want to do some kind of filtering. So we can rename the field, we can select some fields. So let's, for example, let's go for any of the field which I think might have more entries here. So for example, let's go for Canon wireless or Canon image, right? So let's go for product names, and I will say let's go here. Now I could have done a transformation, but that's not what we want. We want to do some filtering. So let's go to text filter, and here I can say begins with, I can say ends with, I can say contains. So let's go for contains, and it says enter a value here. So you would want to keep the rows where the product name contains something, and it gives you some suggestion, right? So where you are seeing in some values here. So for example, if I would have selected this, then it applies the complete thing, but that's not what I want. So I will get rid of all this, and I will say it contains Canon. Now I can go for advanced filtering also. okay, wherein you can select advanced and then you can give different columns and what do they contain, what kind of values you're looking for. So you can do that, but we will not go for advanced in one step. Let's go for basic and let's say okay. And now I should get all the products which are Canon, and you have different products. So this is one kind of filtering I've done. It tells me what is the category of this. It is machines, it is copiers, it is obviously belonging to the technology category. We are looking at the market which is for this particular data. When you look at the country, we are still focusing on United States and United Kingdom, that kind of data, right? So we have filtered the data, we have done some selection based on the data here, and what I can do is I can then basically rename a particular field. So I can do that. I can say I'm interested in sales, which is the data here. We can basically look into the quantity. So sales is something which we are interested in, but might be we are interested in sales which are more than a particular value. I'm not interested in lower amount of sales. I would want to look into United States and UK data, but I'm interested in sales, or I'm looking at if the discount percentage was something, or if the profit was more, right? So we can apply different kind of values here, but what we can do is with these changes, because you don't want to transform and make changes all here, you want to make the changes once the data set is uploaded. So we have selected some data, we have done some transformations. We can basically break a particular column into multiple columns if that's what we want. If we see that, we will do an aggregation based on year, or we will do a aggregation based on the country or year and order ID, right? So we can break this data into multiple columns. So we can do that, but for now let's do a close and apply, and let's apply this. So that's going to apply all these changes. It's going to load my data, but remember, now we are having selective or selected data which gets loaded. So that should be available here. So it takes time sometimes, so you have to wait, and then you can go ahead and check here. So for example, now I'm looking in tables. Let's basically minimize this. Let's go for orders, and this is the data I have, which obviously row ID, if you see. So you have all the row IDs, and again you can do filtering here, but this is where you have already loaded the data. The data is available, and then you can start working on the columns here. So we have this. If you closely see, we see this summation mark, and this basically means that these are my aggregated columns, or these values are measures which can be used for calculations. So we can see that we can create our own aggregations. So we can do that. We can rename the field as we have seen. We can filter out the data. So we have all the fields showing up from orders. And let's also look at the returns, which basically has the columns, the order ID, and your region. So it basically shows the region here, where was the product returned from, and we have this information. So what we are doing is, when we were doing a text filter in the previous example, remember it was case sensitive, okay? And you have to take care of, when you're doing a text filter, you have to give a field which exactly matches as it exists in the content. Now, okay, this is the data we have, and let's look at the order column, right? Now what we can do is we can do some quick transformations here, and we can basically look for more data here. So let's say we have some filtering to be done. Now I can do a filtering based on my products. So we had all these products, but now let's do a filtering on product. And then products, you have copiers, you have machines, so you have mainly two categories, right? And when you look at machines, it basically talks about your PC something. So let's look for machines, and here we have basically the copier fields, which are more. So I can basically go for filtering here, and that's the data we have. So we don't want to really unselect any of these here, but what I'm doing is I'm saying text filter, and let's go into this one now, and let's say contains. Okay, so I'm saying contains, and then I can basically say let's say copier. Now that's what I'm interested in, and show rows where product name contains copier. Okay, now you can give a AND condition here. So if you would want a specific copier, if you are interested in, okay, let's also say contains, and let's go for laser also, laser, and let's say okay. So you see the data gets filtered out here, and we have the sales which we are seeing here. So let's go to sales, and we will be interested in anything above 500. So let's go to sales, let's go for number filters, let's say greater than, and I will say for example 500, 500. Okay, and let's say okay. So that basically filters out the data, and then I am also interested in quantity, where I would want the quantity to be more than 1 or more than 2. So for example, so let's go in here, and you can basically choose what is the filter you want. So you can apply any number of filters. Now you have the filtering here. You can always click on the filter, and if you want, you can just do a clear filter, and the filtering will be gone. So you have all the data, right? And this is the particular data we have. And here I have, say for example, product name. Now I can keep the filter because I'm interested only in these values, or I can filter out. So this tells me that when we did a AND, it is basically going for laser and copier, right? So let's say for example, clear all filters, the thing is gone. What we can do is, let's go here, go for text filters, say contains, and here I will say it can be a copier. Okay, or so last time we did a and I'll do a contains laser. So let's choose this. That gives me more entries. So either the product name has copier, or it has laser, it has the quantity, it has the product name, and we have all this detail here. Now what we can also do is we can do some transformation on the product ID. So for example, you have product ID or order ID. So order ID shows up as looks like the country name, the year, and then the order ID. So we can basically split it up. So I can select this, and here I have option of, let's go to home. So when you have selected this column, so you have an option of transform data here. So use the Power Query editor to connect, prepare, and transform the data. So if you really want to transform the data here, if I basically select this, if I just do a right click here, now here it just tells me, do you want a new column? Do you want to create a copy of this column? Okay, you want to create copy table. So this is your transformed data what you have, and for example, let's create a copy table, and let's come in here. So you should be able to see your copy table now. So let's go in and select this one. And what you need to do here is creating a copy of this or copy table would not be the right option. What we can do is we can work on transforming this rather than doing it from here. So you have this option of adding a new column, going for a new measure, renaming it, right? So that's okay. But what we can do is select this particular column. Let's do a home. And first thing is let's go to transform. So I want to transform the data. Now let's select this one and it brings up your Power Editor again. Here we were interested in orders. So we are looking at our data here. Now if you see, my country is United States and UK, so you can confirm that. If you look at category, it is technology. Product name has copier and laser as we selected. So those things are retained, so you have not lost any changes as of now. So this order ID column, what we have now, as I said, you can be doing a filtering. Okay, you can select this particular column and then you have other things which can be used to transform here, like you want to change the data type, you want to use first row as header, you want to replace some values, okay, you want to run some merge queries, you want to do some analytics. So all these options are here. Now what we can do is, while this column is selected, I can do a right click. Now there is an option called transform, which is basically going to help me in changing the data here. Okay, now I can basically duplicate the column. So I really don't want to work on this column itself, but it would be good to have a duplicate column on which we can work on. So I can do a split column here if I would want to, but let's create a duplicate column. So let's say duplicate column. Now that gives me a duplicate column, so we can rename it later. So now I will not work on my original column, but I'll work on a duplicate column. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically transform or split this. So again, do a right click. Now you have a split by. So we can say split by delimiter, or by number, or by characters, or by position, so by lowercase and uppercase. So you can do all of this. So let's go for by delimiter. Now if you see, it basically identifies the delimiter, which is hyphen or dash. Now you can go for split at leftmost identifier, leftmost delimiter, rightmost, each occurrence of delimiter, and that's what we want to do. You can look into advanced options where it says split into columns. So do you want to split that into columns? Do you want to split that into rows? Because that's more or less like doing a group by. And you can say number of columns to split into. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4 values. So that looks good to me. And let's do, say for example, if I choose 3. So I can choose 3 and then split using special characters. So you could do that. So let's, for example, let's say okay, and let's look at the data, how it looks like. We can anytime delete the data, we can keep it the way we want, right? So what we did was we created a copy of the column, then we did a split, and what we have seen is we just have 3 columns. Now if you see, the 4th bit is gone, 4th bit doesn't show up, right? Because I just did a 3 as the resulting column. So I have the order ID, okay, and we can check if there is already an order ID column. So we have order ID, but that has the complete order ID, year, and the relatively product ID. So you can see the customer ID. You can look at this one. So it basically has your order ID, and then let's look at the fields here. So we have the product ID, which says TECMA. I'm looking at the first one, 3700, and that has in no relation to the order ID, right? So we can make sure that there is nothing which is conflicting with our entries. Now once that is done, so we have order ID, which can be used to categorize the data. You have order ID, which is basically the year, okay, and you have order ID, which is basically having some more value. Now I can keep this data as I want, so I can basically click on this, I can go for renaming, and I can say let's call it order ID, and let's say IDs. So let us, in case there is a particular column and you would want to look at, so just give the name correctly. Now order IDs is fine. So here we will also rename this one. So let's call it order year, and that's going to be order year. So we can again change this to string. Okay, and here you have the order ID. So let's rename this one, and I have my, let's call order number, right? So we are seeing all the steps which we have added here. We just split the data based on the delimiter, and we have now 3 new columns which have got added to our existing data, which was already filtered. And we have done some splitting up of data by creating a duplicate and then renaming it, right? So if you go and look at your transformations, now if I would have done a split here straight away, then my original column would be gone. But probably we want the original column, because sometimes you may want to search order ID with a consolidated information. Sometimes you may want to segregate it based on year, right? Now we have the year field or order date field here. You have the ship date, right? But then might be you want to just aggregate based on year. You don't want to really spend time in aggregating or extracting the month and day and so on. So these 3 columns can be useful. Now what I can also do is I can merge the columns if I want. So we have split the columns, but what I can do is I can say select, select, select. So using your control, and now do a right click. So you should have an option called merge columns, right? Now this is something which is we would want to merge. So let's say merge columns, and let's say, do you want to keep a separator? So yes, I want to keep a separator, but might be this time I will give my separator is a colon, and then what is the merge column name you want to create? So let's call it something like order, okay, year, and then let's call it num, right? So sometimes renaming the fields to a name which makes more sense or based on your naming convention is good. So let's do a merge, and now what I have done is I have done merging of those columns. So I split the data, I merged the columns, and now if you see the columns which I had created, those columns are gone because you did a merge. You did a merge, and now you have the fields which are either earlier you had something which is separated by a hyphen, and here you have something which is separated by colon, right? Now anytime if you want, you can unmerge this by removing this step, right? And you can get rid of this merge column. So if, for example, I would do that, so I have my data back, right? I have my data back. So what we could have done is we can select this, okay, and then what we can do is like what we did earlier. So you can basically go for removing the columns, okay? You can do a merge column, okay? You can select one by one and create duplicate of those, and then you can merge them, right? So all the possible options are there. So you can, the best option would be to create a duplicate of these columns and then basically merge them as per your convenience. So might be you can say order IDs and order number is the pairing what you want. Year is something which you don't want, right? Because we already have the date field. So I can basically say remove and this one is gone. Now I will select this and this, and let's go for merge columns, and I want to give a separator which is might be without the year, and you have space, or you can go for custom like earlier we had, give a symbol, and then what do you want to call it? So let's say order specs. Okay, right? So this makes more meaning because we already have the date field. So why do I want the year into my order ID? So I can always be doing a segregation now based on order specs, right? Now this is some simple transformations. What we are doing here, we are seeing the data which we have. Okay, now what I can do is I can basically first apply these changes so that all my changes what I have done are applied, right? Now once these changes are done, we can basically go ahead and save this file. So I can just say save, I can go for save as. I have different other options. So if you would want to keep performing your transformation, then you can just do this. You can add a column, you can view the data. So for now, our transformations are good enough. And what we can do is we can basically go back to home. We can do a close and apply, and we will be back to our data set, which has been modified. So we can see if the data what we have has been transformed. So we have ordered specs here. That's good. We did not do any filtering, or we have the filter left here, which basically tells me that there are these different fields. We have not removed them, but what we are doing is we are just applying a filter to choose copiers and laser printers. So that's what we have here, and this is good enough. Now what I can do is once this is done, I can basically save it. So I would want to call it some kind of report if you would want to create. Okay, so let's call it as let's say second report, and here I will say country and technology specific info. Let's save it, and now basically I have saved my data. So what you can do is you can go for creating other report, or basically having this information published if that's what you want to do, if you want to go for visualization, because right now what we are seeing is we have a lot of data here. It shows me there are these tables or data sets which we have worked on, that shows me here in the models, but there is no relationship in them. If you go into visualization, then you don't have any option, or you have not created any visualizations based on this data. But if you go here now, based on the data what we transformed, if you see, we have order specs, right? Now that's what we chose. We basically have other fields. So you have ship date, you have aggregated columns which can be used for visualizing, and we can work on this. So I can come back here, and what I would be interested in is this data set is fine, but I want to do some grouping. I want to basically have some selective data in this, and for that what I can do is let's go for ship mode. Now this is something what we have. So we are in this data field. Now we have this transform. So let's go back to transform again, and let's choose our orders. So that's the data we have. And now if you see here, this is huge amount of data. What we want is we want to group them based on the shipping mode. So here you have an option called group by. So I can select this, I can go in here, I can basically work on, okay, get rid of duplicate values, but that's not what we want to do. You want to do a group by. So as I said, you can do a group by from here, or you can choose from the transform option above and you can do a group by. So let's do a group by. Now, how do you want to group the data? So I'm saying I want to group the data here based on shipping mode, or which is the other column you want to use to do a group by. So let's go for shipping mode. And what is the new column name, right? So we want to basically find out that you want to go for ship mode, but that's not enough. I mean, I can do a ship mode and I can do a grouping by, but you want to just count the rows? No, that's not what we want to do. So let's go to advanced. So ship mode is fine. So that's your grouping, right? But then what we also want to do is we want to do a grouping based on, say, sales. So here, for example, let's go for sales. Okay. And what should we call this? So might be we can say shipment wise sales, whatever you would want to call. So you can basically get the operation. Do you want to really count the rows? No, we want to basically do a summing, or we want to might be find out an average price, right? So let's do a sum. Okay, and here I would want to do a summing based on, say, for example, sales. So this is what I'm going to use for getting a count of the sales. Now grouping by might be we will change this. Instead of sales, we are using a ship mode. What we can also do is let's go for a segment, and that would be valid grouping. So it will take a combination of ship mode, segmenting, group the data based on that, and then get me the sales, which is basically, let's call it shipment wise sales. So it gets a sum. So let's do a okay, and that's my more relevant data which I'm looking at. So I'm looking at the ship mode, I'm looking at what is the segment, and then I'm looking at what is the total sales there. I'm looking at again the ship mode, standard, and home office. So always remember, when you are choosing multiple fields or multiple columns for grouping by, you are basically having a combination of two fields. So that has to be unique, and your grouping is done based on that. So now you're looking at the sales wise, and this is something as an important information what we have. So we have done some transformation, and what you can do is you can use other ways, like you can use pivot to get individual values from it. You can run on merge queries, which is basically running some merge queries and merge the query with another query in this workbook if you have. So you can go for this. Now I can basically go for apply and close. So just to add to the group by step, what we did was, if you see here, I have removed the group by filter, which we just did a couple of minutes back. And what I have done is, instead of transforming your complete data set, you can basically create a copy of it. So for example, I can just do a copy, and then I can come here and do a paste, and I have done that, and I'm calling it order summarized, but this is my complete data. Now what we will do here is we will basically go ahead and do a grouping by again, like what we did earlier, based on your shipment, based on your segment, and based on the sales. So that's what we are looking for. So let's go for the ship mode, and we go for group by, and here you would want to go for advanced to ship mode, and this one I will go for segment. So that's fine. Now we want the new column name. So let's say shipment wise sales. So I want to do a summing, not the counting of rows, and I want to do a summation based on sales. like what we did earlier, and then you say OK, and that basically gives you the data here. Now what we have is we have the resultant data based on the data which is coming in from here. We did the same thing just 1 minute back, but we worked on the original data set. So what I did was I created a copy, and now I'm working on this one. So I'll say close and apply, and now we are back to our desktop. So it is applying these changes where we have done some transformations, we have done some grouping by, and what we can do is once we have the data here, we can anytime look at our data sets or tables. So this is my original one. If you see, now I have orders summarized. I can just pull out this information. I basically have my returns, which we have not really touched, and we have the scientists. So we have all the 4 data sets here. Now what we can also do is let's look into orders summarized, and we just have this data here. So this is fine, and you can continue working on this. You can basically merge columns from 2 different data sets, and then you can get the merged column and you can rename it. So you can obviously do that. You can basically do a uncheck whenever you're working on these data sets. So what you can do is, if you would want to work on transforming, for example, let's go back here and say I want to do some transformation on it. So how did we do it? We just did a transform, and you can go back to transform. So you have this data here, and the data what you have, you might be interested in transforming this into something else, and then you don't want to maybe load this data. So you have this option where you are selecting orders, and then you have something called as enable load, which can be unchecked. So when you do a uncheck, what will happen is whatever changes you perform, only those changes related data set will be loaded, and they will still be available, but this will not affect your original one. So for example, let's say copy, and let's go in here. I will do a paste. Let's say orders. Oh, I did a paste. I need to rename this. So let's do renaming. Let's say orders, and here I will say summarized, and I will say US. So I'm renaming it. Now let that get loaded. We can perform some transformations on it. So I have here, where's my country? So let's look for country. Yeah, and let's look for country. So here I will go for only United States. Okay, that's what I'm interested in. And then I can choose, well, I'm interested in just central US. So I can basically go for just the central US, and I can get rid of all of these. So now I should have only central US data, and this is fine. And this is the data might be we are focusing on right now for doing some visualization, might be looking at sales, might be looking at the product names. So you have the product name. Now remember, you don't see any filters here, right? Because the filters are coming from the resultant set and your transformation. So if you have any filters, you would be seeing in the top row. Now this is the data we have. Let's not restrict it to region. Region would then reduce my data, but that's good enough for us. I can just say no, I'm clearing off this filter. I'm still looking at United States, but I want to look at all the regions. Yeah, we would be interested in category, and that's anyways chosen as technology, which we had chosen when we were loading the data. We have copiers and machines, right? and we can basically keep this. Now this is fine. I can apply the changes. I can apply the changes based on this one, and what I can do is I can just say for now apply. So that's going to apply all the changes which you have done in orders or summary or the new one, right? And what I can do is now I can choose order and I can say don't enable this in load. So it says disabling load will remove the table from the report and any visuals that use its columns will be broken. We are not creating any visuals as of now. The table will be removed. So that's fine. And now I will say close and apply. So what happens is you are loading the data based on the changes. Okay. Now you have your order summarized, you have returns, you have scientist, but you basically do not have orders anymore. So that was not loaded. So I only have this one, I only have this one, and you have returns, you have scientist, you don't have the orders column, right? Now that particular data set was not loaded at all because we did not choose that to be loaded, right? Now while I'm in this orders, which is, let's see here, and actually you can drag in, yeah. So you have order summary, and this has basically kind of data which I'm looking for, so I really don't need the orders table. So you can do it in steps and you can aggregate this. You can have aggregated data. You can have all the data which is filtered, transformed, grouped by, and then basically just load it. And the original data set which you used, that's no more being loaded here. Now at any point of time, if I really want, I can go back to transform data, and remember, it is still here. It is still here. It's not gone, right? So you can basically select this and you can say enable load, and you will have the data back, which you can continue working on, right? So these are some quick transformations which really help us in working on the data. Now, obviously, if you have data, you want to perform some left joins, right joins, you have inner joins, outer joins, so you can always do that. You can take two different data sets. Might be I'm interested in taking the orders summarized, which talks about standard class, consumer, shipment wise sales. And here, if I look at order summary, I have other details, but the thing is we need to make sure that these have the values. These have the values. Say for example, the segment column here and the segment column here can really be used to join these two tables. So if I create a relationship or if I create a join, I can basically merge the data. So this is how you work on data. We will also see some more examples on might be modeling the data using some expressions to work on the data. So we already looked at creating a report, selecting particular fields, and then publishing the report onto your Power BI service. Now this is the report which we had created, which says state, order ID, sales, and then I also added this returned field, and that was basically by creating a relationship between order and returns, which we can also have a look in model. So this is the relationship which is created. If you just place your cursor here, it tells me that we have a relationship between order ID of returns and order ID of orders, and that basically allows me to join the data, bring it in my one report. Now this is basically your data sources you can look at, and if you click on your visualization, so that shows you your report. Now what we can also do is we can make it interesting. Now we would not want to scroll through the fields to see wherever or what was the order or what was the order ID which was returned. Now I can do a sorting, I can filter out. What I can also do is I can use this option which shows slicer here, and that basically allows me to work with this data. So we have this report here, and basically, as I said, you can click in here, it shows the data. Now what I can do is I would want to filter out information or slice the information using your returned either being yes or having a field which has no value. How do we do that? So basically I can drag and drop the returned here as a field which comes from returns. Now that basically shows me only the value as yes, but I do know that there are some fields which are blank. Now how do I add filter to this? So I can click on this one and then I can click on slicer. Now once that does, so it basically pulls out all the different values. So you have either yes or you have the blank field for returned. So what we can do is we can select yes. You will see only the orders and their IDs and sales where the products were returned. So that gives me 108,118, and I can select blank. So that will basically get me all the orders or products which were not returned. Now this is a simple way wherein I can add a filter to or a slicer to my report to basically give viewers a choice of selecting different fields, and you can add any number of slicers. You can basically say I would want particular kind of information. So for example, if I go into orders and we know we have the state, now I do have the state information here, and basically I can, if I would be interested, I could filter this out in my report itself. I can sort it, I can look it in a different order. What I can also do is, how about bringing in state here and basically dragging it here. So that gives me the state option. It is giving me a visual, which is basically giving me a geographic location of all these points. So yes, that can be good. What I can also do is I can keep this, which basically shows me the state map. Might be it can be useful. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can look at specific information here, you can drag and drop here. So that's fine. What I can also do is I can again take the state and bring it here, and that basically can be, instead of my map, I can go for slicer. So that gives me all the values here, and which basically allows users to choose the fields or the states which you would be interested in looking at. So for example, if somebody is interested in looking at the data for Georgia, just select this one and you see the map automatically shows you where in the map that's the place, and it shows me all the sales for Georgia state. Now I can also basically select yes, and that shows me which were the orders which were basically returned. So that gives me a quick overview of state-wise, what is the geographical location, if the orders were returned, or might be I can just click on blank and it shows me the non-returned orders. I can again go here and uncheck the Georgia option, and that shows me all the states. Now once you have done this, this looks like a comprehensive report which can be useful for the viewers, for your management team, and so on. So we can just do a save, and that basically is saving my report. So I have this report. Now what if I publish this report? So I can just do a publish, and when I publish, it says okay, workspace. So let's say select, and then it says replacing this data set may impact two reports. You already have a data set named by this one. View the impact. I would say replace, or I will say view impact. So that basically takes me to the Power BI service, because sometimes we may have some reports which we have already uploaded, and updating an existing report might basically affect my existing report. So it basically shows me the impact analysis. It shows me one workspace. There are two reports. They have not been added to dashboard, but these are the ones which will get modified. So let's, for example, as of now, go ahead here and let's look into my Power BI. So go back to your desktop, and I'll say no, I don't want to replace. So click on cancel. So I do not want to publish it. What might be what I can do is I can try saving it as a different report. So let's say save as, and now I will basically say additional filters. Okay, let's save it. So now you see the name on the top changes to additional filters, and now it's saved to publish this. And now I can go ahead and publish it. Select your workspace, and basically it says this is the report being published with our additional filters, with a map which gives a geographical area showing us the information. And then basically what I can do is, once it is done, I can look into my Power BI service like we did earlier. You can do a filtering. We can basically query this data. We can share it with other users who might be interested in looking at this particular data. Now this says it is done. So it says get quick insights, and might be it's a good an option to look into what kind of insights it gives you. So click on that. See the beauty of Power BI, where it tries to search for any kind of insights which it can gather from the kind of report which you have built. Now once the insights are ready, it will let you know. What we can also do is we can come in here, click on view data set. So you see now it shows your additional filters, and here you have option where it should be showing your report. So let's say view, and view is fine. So, and if it doesn't show up, sometimes it might be taking time for refreshing. So you can always go here, and then you can click on your report, and that should get populated. So this is the report. These are the filters which I have. Gives me an option of choosing all the states, and basically allows me to edit the report and look at all the information here. Meanwhile, we can see here it is still trying to gather some insights from the data. And now you see there are some insights here. So it says sales, which is coming up, and a subset of your data was analyzed and the following insights were found. So you're looking at sales by ship mode. So it says standard class, second class, first class, and same day. So there were different shipping modes in our data, and that's what it shows me, the sales, which one had the majority. It shows me the profit, so which city or state had more profit. So New York City has noticeable more profits here. Average by shipping cost, by subcategories. So there are these different subcategories which we can look at, such as copiers and machines have noticeably more shipping cost. Profit by product name, and you can basically look at the row ID and quantity. So this is where you're looking at a regression analysis. You're looking at row ID and quantity. So there is a correlation between row ID and quantity. So these are two different variables or fields which are related. You're looking row ID by category, row ID. So it says California has noticeably more row IDs, sales, your profit, count of region, and count of returns. So there is a correlation again between two different variables. Average of shipping cost. Now we would have taken a lot of time building all these visualizations, but Power BI has already helped you in gathering all these insights, and then you can basically select which one of these is what you're interested in. You can focus and look for more information based on all the fields. It has given you good amount of insights which will help anyone who is looking at this particular report. So that's your quick insights here, and we have this information. Now once you have this information, this is basically where you have your focus mode. So it says subset of your data was analyzed, following insights were found. You can basically say download, and here you have other options which allow you to work with your Power BI. So let's look at this one. So this is where we have our report, and we can continue exploring it more. One more interesting feature which Power BI has, other than having your insights ready to use, which is basically in your workspace, and you can basically use these insights. What we are looking at, various options here. and basically you have this option where it says spin the visual. If you are interested in a particular insight, you can always pin it, which you can always go back and look into. What you can also do is you can also click on edit report here. Now that's a report which has already been published to your Power BI service, not yet shared, but that can be shared or that can be subscribed. Now once you click on edit report, it has option of reading view, mobile layout. You have basically an option which says basically options for navigating through the data set. You can go for how visuals on the canvas interact with each other. You have all these options, and one of the good options is ask a question. So you can always click on ask a question, and that basically says some suggestions. Now you can open this and it says, okay, ask a question about your data. Try one of these to get started. What is the average sale? Sort orders by order date. Sort orders by product ID. How many ship modes are there? Compare quantity and discount. So do not worry that your report has only 4 fields. So it has state, order ID, sales, and returned with some filters. But what about you looking at how many ship modes are there? So it is already looking at your data. So if you click on this one here, and you can see what are the different fields what we have, and you have ship date and ship mode. So this is one of the fields which it is showing you to ask a question. Now what you can do is you can say how many ship modes are there. Let's click on that. Let's ask this question. It says 4 ship modes. And do you want to add this to report? Yes, you can. You can let it be as it is. So you can basically keep this question here. And here you have an option. The visual is showing number of ship modes. When you place your cursor here, if you see here, turn this Q&A result into a standard visual. And let's do that. And basically it is saying number of ship modes. Right? So now that's the power of your Power BI, which has basically allowed you to ask a question and quickly add a visual to your report. Now what we can do is we can basically save this, or you can say save as and give a different name. So might be I'll just say save because I would want to have this information and the report is saved. So in this way, you can basically not only create smart visuals, you can not only relate different data sources using data models or relationships, you can add maps, you can add filters, you can add quick questions. You can basically just go here and say, for example, you would want to ask a different question. Now we see the fields here. How about looking at the shipping cost, right? So here I can say, what is the highest shipping cost? And that shows me some suggestions. Let's select that, and that shows me the value, which is great. And I can keep it as it is. I can basically convert this to a visual. I may want to keep the question because might be this question was asked and you would want to see the result here. Might be you can move this somewhere here, and that gives me some kind of question which was asked, and we can do a save. And that's my report, which has been saved in my BI service. The data set is still there. You can basically go ahead and share this.
Excel and Power BI are both powerful tools for data analysis, but they serve different purposes and different distinct features. Here are top 10 differences between Excel and Power BI. Starting with the first one, data visualization and business intelligence. Excel, primarily a spreadsheet tool with basic charting and visualization capabilities. Power BI, designed specifically for business intelligence and data visualization, providing more advanced and interactive visualizations. Second difference is data modeling and relationships. Excel supports basic data modeling, but creating and managing relationships between tables can be more manual and less intuitive. On the other hand, Power BI, it offers a robust data modeling environment, with easy to create relationships between tables, making it more suitable for complex data models. The third difference between the both is data import and transformation. Excel. Data import and transformation are possible but can be more manual and less scalable for large datasets. Now, Power BI. Power BI has advanced capabilities for data import, transformation, and cleaning through Power Query, providing a more scalable and automated approach. Fourth difference is data refresh and scheduled updates. Excel. Data refresh is more manual and may require manual intervention. Power BI. Power BI allows for scheduled data refreshes, ensuring that reports and dashboards are automatically updated with the latest data. Fifth difference between the both is sharing and collaboration. Sharing can be done through file attachments, but collaboration features are limited in Excel. Power BI. Built for sharing and collaboration with cloud-based sharing options and the ability to publish reports to the Power BI service for broader access. The sixth feature is row-level security. Excel. It has limited support for row-level security. On the other hand, for Power BI, it provides robust row-level security features allowing you to control access to data at a granular level based on user roles. Now, the seventh difference between the both is integration with external data sources. Excel. Excel can connect to various data sources but may require additional steps for complex integrations. Next is Power BI. Power BI offers seamless integration with a wide range of external data sources including databases, cloud services, and online services. Now, the eighth difference is custom visuals and marketplace. Excel. Visualizations are somewhat limited and there is no centralized marketplace for additional visuals. On the other hand, we have Power BI. Power BI has a marketplace for custom visuals allowing users to access and integrate a wide range of additional visualizations created by the community. Now, the ninth difference between the both is data storytelling. Excel has limited capabilities for creating interactive and dynamic data stories. On the other hand, Power BI, it includes features for creating compelling data stores with interactive elements, making it easier to communicate insights. Now, the last difference between the both is scalability. Excel, while suitable for smaller datasets, it may struggle with handling large and complex datasets. On the other hand, Power BI is engineered for scalability, making it more efficient in handling large volumes of data and providing better performance in scenarios involving big data. In summary, while Excel is a versatile tool for general data analysis and reporting, Power BI is specialized for business intelligence, offering more advanced features for data modeling, visualization, and collaboration. The choice between them depends on the specific needs of your analysis and reporting tasks. Now, let's discuss the pros and cons of Excel. Advantages or pros. Excel is user-friendly and has a user-friendly interface as well. Excel has a familiar and user-friendly interface, making it accessible to users with varying levels of expertise. Most people are already familiar with basic spreadsheet operations. Second advantage is versatility. Excel is versatile for a wide range of tasks, including data analysis, financial modeling, budgeting and model management, and project management. Budgeting and project management. It supports various functions and features to accommodate different needs. Third one is formula and function capabilities. Excel offers a robust set of formulas and functions that allow users to perform complex calculations and analysis. Users can create custom formulas and automate calculations. Fifth advantage is data visualization. Excel provides basic charting and graphing capabilities, allowing users to create visual representations of data. This helps in conveying information more efficiently and effectively and making data-driven decisions. Fifth one is ease of data access and entry. Excel makes it easy to enter, organize, and manipulate data. Users can quickly input data into cells, creating tables, and use features like data validation to ensure data accuracy. Now, let us discuss the cons or disadvantages of Excel, starting with limited data size and performance. Excel can struggle with large datasets or complex calculations. Performance may degrade and the software may become slow when handling extensive data, leading to limitations in scalability. Manual data updates is the second one. Data updates and refreshes are often manual processes in Excel. This can lead to errors and outdated information, especially in situations where data changes frequently. Third disadvantage is lack of centralized data storage. Excel files are typically stored on local machines, which can lead to version control issues. There's a risk of working with outdated versions of files, and it can be challenging to maintain a centralized and up-to-date data set. Fourth one is limited collaboration features. While Excel allows for sharing of files, real-time collaboration is limited. Multiple users can't really easily work on the same file simultaneously, which can hinder collaboration in team settings. Now the fifth one is security concerns. Excel files may lack robust security features, and sensitive information can be vulnerable if proper precautions are not taken. Access control and data encryption are not as advanced as in specialized business intelligence tools like Power BI and Tableau. Now, let us discuss the important advantages and disadvantages or pros and cons of Power BI. Starting with advantages, first one is advanced data visualizations. Power BI excels in data visualization, offering a wide range of sophisticated charts, graphs, and interactive dashboards. Second one is robust data modeling. Power BI provides a powerful data modeling environment with features like relationships, calculated columns, and measures. Third one is seamless data integration. Power BI seamlessly integrates with a variety of data sources, including databases, cloud services, and online platforms. Fourth one is real-time data refresh. Power BI allows for scheduled data refreshes, ensuring that reports and dashboards are automatically updated with the latest data. Fifth one is collaboration and sharing. Power BI is designed for collaboration, and it can integrate with cloud-based sharing options. Now let us discuss the disadvantages of Power BI, starting with learning curve. Power BI has a steeper learning curve compared to basic spreadsheet tools like Excel. Second one is cost. While Power BI offers a free version, more advanced features and capabilities are available only in Power BI Pro, which comes with a subscription cost. Third one is dependency on internet connection. Power BI relies on internet connection, especially for sharing and accessing reports through the Power BI Service model. Now, fourth one is limited offline functionality. While Power BI allows users to download and work with reports offline to some extent, certain features and interactivity may be limited when disconnected from internet. Now, the last disadvantage, which is about security and compliance concerns. Organizations handling sensitive data may have specific security and compliance requirements. While Power BI provides security features, organizations need to carefully configure and manage access to ensure compliance with their policies. So with that, we have reached our third milestone. These three tools, when combined, form a powerful arsenal for business analysts. Each has its strengths, and mastering all these three allows you to efficiently handle any data challenge that comes your way. So we call it a wrap, and with that, we are at the end of this session on Business Analytics Full Course by Simplilearn. Should you need any assistance, PPT, or any other resources used in this session, please do let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be happy to help you as soon as possible. Until next time, thank you for watching and stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.